Today, we are all red shirts. Join me as we celebrate our love for Star Trek and the death of one of the most beloved franchises in film and television history. I'll be joined by a cavalcade of guests, a galaxy of fans. You can be a part of it. Join me, folks. This is Funeral for a Franchise. We say goodbye to Star Trek. I know we're all grieving today, but we're not grieving alone. Fans across the galaxy, across the world, are celebrating the life of Star Trek, the death of the franchise. Joining me, Alan Ng, dressed as, well, we've all dressed up.
I'm straight Sulu.
Well, thank you.
I'm not
Alan.
just straight Sulu. I'm super straight Sulu.
Super straight Sulu. And also joining us is the Angry Badger. Badger,
Straight
thank you.
Sulu.
Yeah,
That's great. Can't wait to see you shirtless and all oiled up, Alan. That's going to be at the middle part of the show. Everyone, hold on for that. We're gonna swashbuckle. Yeah. Ooh my. Yes.
Oh, I thought the match was going to be between you and Tom, but it looks like it's going to be between the two of us.
Well, look, let me ask a question, Alan, before, and we will get to your eulogies. We see them online. We're going to share those. We've got special guests that are going to blow you away. We're going to go, it'll be a longest live stream ever. So
blow you away, Sulu. Blow you away.
Blow you
Careful,
away.
get excited.
Well,
I'm so blown.
You got to, I'd love to see Alan shirtless with a fencing sword over the corridor, challenging people to sword fights. That's very Sulu-like. But thank you for joining us. It's going to be a long live stream. We're going to have some fun. We're also going to relive memories of Star Trek. We have special guests that will give their eulogies live. We have eulogies people have recorded that we will play and share with you. So I want you to know that post on social media, Instagram, X, YouTube, with the hashtag Star Trek is dead, hashtag Star Trek funeral, so we can find your eulogy and share it with everyone. So just a few words before we've got some breaking news I'll get to, but would anyone like to share a few words about Star Trek? When you first discovered it? I don't know if this is too loud. We've got bridge noises here.
Yeah.
But look, I remember watching Star Trek with my dad, who was obsessed with NASA. I too became obsessed with NASA. I have a love of science, space exploration. I think we've lost some of that. Every episode, because it was on daily, watching in reruns, was a opportunity to have a conversation with my father about morality, choices we make, the universe. It was, I mean, you know, a great way to bond. And also a great way to make friends. When I was in school, no surprise, a big nerd. And I didn't care who you were, what you looked like. I was always became friends with anyone who said they love Star Trek. What about yourself, Alan or Badger?
Yeah. Every Sunday, my family, my parents my brothers and I would go to my grandparents' house, my mom's parents, for Sunday dinner, and inevitably on the television was Star Trek. And I think my first episode I remember was Spock being hit by the giant flying pancake. If you know that was,
well, yeah.
And then weirdly enough, I lived in a complex. Good friend of mine, we hung out during the summer during junior high, and one day I asked him if we wanted to hang out, and he goes, "I can't hang out tomorrow. My dad co-wrote Star Trek the movie, and I'm going to go on the set."
What?
And I'm like, yeah, and then I'm like, "There's no way. You're lying to me." And then 2 weeks later, he shows me pictures of him with Shatner and Nimoy. But to me, the Star Trek is next generation. That defined my young adulthood, my 20s. I had some really good friends. Every Wednesday night, it was appointment television. I'd go over to their house. We'd have dinner, and we'd watch Star Trek, and then we'd watch Deep Space Nine. And those were bonding times. And like every episode of Star Trek, you have to talk about it afterwards. And we certainly did that.
Well, Alan, I see you have 5 lights.
Yes. Yeah, in honor of Star Trek, and kind of as a scientific experiment, I just put up these 5 lights, and we're just gonna ask people questions about it as they come in.
Yeah, I see 5 lights. I'm sure everybody
very clearly 5 lights right there. Yeah.
I mean, fortunately, you go to Walmart and you buy a pack of lights that come in packs of 5.
So the thing about Star Trek, well, I would say Star Wars too, because this is obviously I'm a bigger Star Wars fan. I'm on Rule of Three, all that shit. And all of our things got captured. Star Trek used to get made fun of by Star Wars. Like it was the nerdier of the two.
Yeah.
I was always confused by Star Trek because I got exposed to Star Wars first. And so I would see it. I thought they were only on the ship. I didn't realize there was an Earth still or whatever. So by the time I actually got around to watching it, it was on TV on Star Trek Enterprise when it broadcast for the first time. So, and that kind of more and more. And then I did this in a horrible order, all of Voyager, because again, there was no DVDs at the time. So it was replaying on TV at 3 a.m. and I stayed up. So I watched all of Enterprise, all of Voyager, and then thank God for Netflix. And I was able to watch the best version of Star Trek Next Generation. And then I've been playing Star Trek Online forever, all the movies I've seen. So yeah, Star Wars may be number 1, but Star Trek is right there. I mean, here, I will move this, spilling my drinks. I've got, my dash thing is the LCARS, so I love Star Trek, the computer system from Voyager and Next Generation. It's great. I've always said I would love to live in the Star Trek future and then play Star Wars on the holodeck.
Well, there is some breaking news. Let's go to the breaking news right now. I'm just getting, just came in. Let's take a look.
Star Trek lies dead. How did it die? Let's take a look.
Of course, we all remember the classic when Spock
showed emotion. Yeah,
Spock showed emotion and screamed Khan when his friend Jim Kirk was found dead. That people all over the world, this is crazy. I'm getting clips of people all over the world mourning over Star Trek. If we'll keep you up to date, but all over the world, people are in mourning. I don't know. I'm sure you have the news on, Alan. I mean, it's crazy to see the outpouring of love, for Star Trek. People upset over the death of the franchise. The clips just keep coming in. We'll continue to share them throughout the show. But what I mean, there's a lot of reasons that many fans feel the franchise has died. This is I'm gonna share. Let's just share really quick. This is the promo for the upcoming series Starfleet Academy. This appeared yesterday online. This is one of the actors from the show. It's a very short promo clip that appeared on X. I want to share it with you here. I'll just play it. It's very short. We might have to, it's very short. I'm about to play it more than once, but check this out. Starfleet Academy, one of the actors from the show.
I'm Karim Diane, and I play Jaden on Star Trek Starfleet Academy.
I am a Klingon warrior. The trick is not to let go of the past, but to let the present in.
What was his name again? I didn't quite catch.
Jaden.
Is Karim Dianen.
Oh,
Karim Dianen.
that's Karim Diane.
Diane. That's
Yeah,
What's weird is
that's a steak dish, right?
I'm gonna say the actor himself seems very, let's just say in a polite way, seems very different than the character he plays. So I have to give him credit for
he plays the Klingon
acting.
Jaden, and his sister is Willow.
of the line of
watch this.
Smith. Yes.
See if you
From the House of
notice,
Smith. Yes.
The House of
And
Smith.
this-
Yes.
they almost repeat the line, let the past die. It kind of a
Kill it if
a
you have to.
repeat of that. Kill it if you have to.
Yeah.
Let's
I don't think
play
he said
this
that
again.
though.
He said like the opposite.
I think he said something about holding on to you can hold on to the past, but you have to.
You have to
Maybe I
shove
got
it
it
up there
I'm
and
gonna-
internalize it.
Yeah, let's take a look at this again.
And I play Jaden on Star Trek.
Hang on.
I'm Karim Diane, and I play Jaden on Star Trek Starfleet Academy.
I am a Klingon warrior. The trick is not to let go of the past, but to let the present in.
Yeah, don't let go of the past.
The trick
Let
is
the present
not
in.
to let the trick is not to let go of the past, but let the present in.
Huh. I mean,
All right. Well,
it's I don't know. I feel like it's trying to be more profound. than
well,
what's taking it out.
the reaction to Starfleet
Jaden.
Academy has not been super positive. We're gonna go. We've got a lot of early comments in our super chats here.
Heroes.
Before we do that, there is, my God, these funeral clips are heartbreaking, folks. Take a look at this. And
Tragic.
again, the breaking news we're getting is unbelievable here. Let's take a look at this.
Star Trek lies dead. How did it die? Let's take a look.
Sheer fucking hubris. You think you could just waltz back in here and be entrusted with taking men and women into space?
It's the only good thing we got from the first 2 seasons is that clip. It's the sheer fucking hubris clip.
Oh my God. Let's go to soup comments because there are a lot. We will about once an hour we'll go and get your comments. We may post some live comments from people, non-super chats. We'll read all the super chats and go about once an hour here. But the clips I'm seeing of this, of the people in mourning are truly heartbreaking. Look at this. Fit for a
The
military.
blue shuttles. It's a very beautiful tribute they just did. Yes.
Yeah. Okay, let's go to these soups here as we kick things off.
I get what
we
you're
have,
saying.
and we have guests joining
Blue
us
Angels. He gets it.
Yeah.
on the hour. More guests will be joining. We're going to be positive in light of everything. Here we go.
I knew this was going to be a huge show, just real quick, because Star Wars, when we did it, it's 6 movies in the expanded universe. It's a lot, and it was tragic. This is like 7 seasons of all the shows and all the movies and all the video games, all just gone. So yeah, it's gonna be good. The Dead Man for $4.99. All the science fiction shows I've encountered in my travels, Star Trek was the most human.
Thank you, Dead Man. And wow, that was 2015, a big 50. Thank you, 50.
Star Trek, the original series, is my second favorite TV show of all time, right behind Twilight Zone. James T. Kirk is my captain. Rest in peace. No matter what, they can't take all the good Star Trek away from us. They can't take the stars, the sky from us.
As long as Paramount Plus is alive and well, they can't take it away from you.
Thank you. That was very generous. Appreciate it.
Master Austin for 10. Star Trek isn't really gone as long as we remember it.
Thank you, Master Austin.
Hemorrhoids hurts for 10. Dear Chris, I left my eulogy on the Film Threat website a few weeks ago. No expectation that it be read, but as a lifelong fan, I wanted it to be added to the enduring record. Star Trek is indeed dead. It shall be noted in the ship logs.
Well, thank you, Hemorrhoid Hurts, and I really love your profile photo there with Baron Harkonnen from the 1984 David Lynch Dune. I did receive it, and we're going to do our best to get to as many as possible.
Chad Van Alsten for 5. The Orville is the true successor. I hope it returns because Star Trek is never coming back. Cheers all.
Yeah, very sad. Thank you. Thank you.
Badam Dam for 10. Remember and never forget, Chris and Alan, they did this to our beloved franchises because they hate us, not because they like these franchises.
By the way, it's Badadum. Badadum.
Okay. Badum. I'm going to turn the background.
Yeah, please.
How many is the background noise? Is it too much?
It's just below torture level, so I didn't say anything.
I turned it down.
Tortured.
It's
Find
there,
the background noise.
it's there if you're listening, but we'll keep it on the low side. Yeah, I'll keep it on the low side. But again, we'll get to more of these soups. But my God, the
donkey donk.
Yeah. Let's get back to these comments here. Thank you.
Royston S. Bailey for 5. TNG Picard was my role model. Kurtzman Picard is the man I don't want to become. Roddenberry is spinning so fast that he's creating his own warp bubble.
Yeah, my God.
He'll travel.
And someone says there are 4 lights. I don't know.
Let me address this. There's been a study that came out recently, but basically it's just saying this, that if you see 4 lights, you are of low IQ. So I'm going to write you down as being low IQ. Who is that again? Oh, okay. But there are 5 lights.
Clearly 5.
Yeah. Let me get back starting from the top here. Here we go.
Master Austin, 410.
Yeah.
Star Trek. Yeah, as long as we remember. Correct.
Okay.
Correct. The Trek is not to forget the past, but to let the present in.
Oh,
I heard a very wise Klingon tell me that. R.I.P. Gil Gerard. Buck Rogers dies at 82.
Yeah, I love that show. That show was awesome. You know what was great about that show?
Aaron Gray.
Aaron Gray and every woman on that show.
Yes.
Dressed very provocative. I love that show.
Aaron Gray.
And Gil Gerard really looked like was having a good time.
Yeah. He was like a television Lee never mind. Lee Majors.
Horsley.
Lee Majors.
Lee Majors.
Royston S. Bailey for 2. One scene between Data and Worf. Yes, greater than Kurt's Trek. The scene where the show, just real quick, the episode where Data gets command and then Worf like disrespects him in front of the crew, and then Data takes him aside. That right there is the lesson for how everyone should deal with their agreements. I should have taken Tom aside and said, "I don't like when you yell at me, and don't you do it in front of the crew."
Well,
yeah, that'll go well.
Yeah,
we might have Tom from Midnight's Edge is coming on the show later today.
Mm-hmm.
Can't wait.
Hatchets
I hope-
will be buried, and maybe
Right in the
some
back.
hatchets will be buried. I don't know where, but they'll be buried.
And I hope he's shirtless and greased up too.
Oh my, ooga.
Oh my.
Inagmaman for 5. Let the past come in, much like I let the producer do with me to get this part. Oh, gay Klingon, gay, probably.
Oh man.
Anakmaman for another 5. I made my Star Trek journey for the first time last year. While I'm sad I only got into it after it died, I'm glad I still took part in its greatness.
Thank you,
man.
Anakmaman.
It was such a part of my childhood. I mean,
Yeah, same.
oh.
Re and me for 199. Is this the gayest funeral ever? I think it's the gayest funeral.
Well, we've only done 2. So you
Well, you
decide.
can't tell, but Chris and I are actually wearing skants. We don't have pants on. This goes into a dress, so we just can't stand
Sure.
up. Aaron Charman for 5. RIP to Star Trek, and RIP, of course, to Leonard Nimoy, James Doohan, Nichelle Nichols, and DeForest Kelly, the OGs.
Yeah.
Zakanin for 666. Who is wearing the mini skirt and go-go boots? I'm assuming Chris.
No, it's just a red shirt. I have another shirt for later.
Yeah, they're worried about you that you have a red shirt on.
Yeah, well, you should be.
Bubba Doom for 5. Kurtzman will go to the afterlife of the dishonored. He will be fodder for the Felkor. He will never see Stovacor. That's right. He's going straight to Klingon hell, where demons will bite at him. John Smith for 2. All Trek after 2005 it's a fake.
Does that include Nemesis?
I think Nemesis is going to have to be the cutoff point.
Yeah.
That's my cutoff point. Stanley Shillington for $4.99. How much of the blame does JJ deserve for the decline of Star Trek?
As much for the decline of Star Wars.
Yeah, but one man is responsible for the decline of 2 franchises.
I think
two
Kurtzman did more
largest.
damage. I think Kurtzman did far more damage. Say what you want about JJ. He at least put it in a Kelvin timeline. I'd kill
He
for a
tried
separate
something
Star
different.
Wars.
He also tried something different, you know.
Yeah. Admiral Gray for 5. The first time I saw the TNG episode Darmok at Tanagra, I realized it was the best way to explain to others how my family communicated with each other.
That's how my
Yeah.
wife communicates with me. through
Wait a
stories.
sec. We have a big
Hey!
from Blaine of Criticless. Come on, man. I
know
invite
why
you on the show?
is he on the
Thank
list
you,
to show
sir.
up?
Yeah, I think he's
Oh.
on the list to show up. But please read this. This is really generous, Blaine. Appreciate you. But by the way, get an account on Criticless now. Alan is there. I am also there, but I need to be more active. It's
This is gonna piss people off. I, Blaine of Criticless, am glad Star Trek is dead. Like Jaws, it was mid at best. When I want to experience sci-fi greatness, I'll watch Tron Ares, the second greatest film after Stop, or my mom will shoot again. I rate Star Trek a mid 45 out of 100.
Yeah. So Blaine will not be joining us.
I feel dirty just saying it.
And we have a special guest waiting in the wings. Before we bring this guest on, I have a short video to show that is going to explain why we're all here. This is breaking news. Check this out.
Star Trek lies dead. How did it die? Let's take a look.
Michael Piller had great respect for the integrity of the universe. He understood that this isn't just silly science fiction, that Star Trek is a period piece. It's an invented period, but you need to observe the traditions and the continuity and the styles. And he immersed himself in it. And I think that's one of the reasons why he did such a good job.
Everybody is always trying to maintain continuity, but given the 50+ years of Star Trek, it literally becomes impossible. Given the volume of things that are out there, it's just impossible for everything to sync up perfectly. A literal impossibility to maintain continuity. Given the 50+ years of Star Trek, it literally becomes impossible.
Welcome to the show, the funeral, the critical drinker. Hey man, thank you for being here.
Oh man, I couldn't miss out on this one. Star Trek's always had a special place in my heart, so I had to come and pay my respects. I'm just sorry I don't have my captain's tunic on, I'm afraid. Sorry.
That's okay. We'll make up for it. But of course, you love the original series because of Scottish representation.
Exactly. Scotty. I mean, what's not to like there? I mean, yeah, he was a Canadian actor, but hey, who cares, you know?
How was his accent?
It comes and goes. It verges on Irish at times, but then other times it's okay. It's like there's a wide variety of accents in Scotland, and especially once you get up into the north of Scotland, up into the Highlands, they do get progressively more crazy. So I think he gets away with it.
Well, Jimmy Doohan, the actor, when he auditioned, they actually had him also try a German accent.
Ooh.
And they settled on the Scottish. So, you know. I mean,
Doohan was kind of not an expert in linguistics or anything, but he helped to devise the Klingon language, I believe, for like the motion picture and stuff. Like, so he actually contributed quite a bit in that regard.
So, you're a fan of Star Trek. We were looking at a clip that we see more and more clips from Starfleet Academy. That's the final nail. I really feel. While it started with JJ, the final nail is this series that I'm not sure if you'll watch it in January, but I don't know. What are your thoughts?
It seems like there's been so many nails in this coffin, man. It's like 90% nails at this point. And every time we think it can't sink any lower, somehow they find a way to do so. It's bad. And no, I don't think I'm going to put myself through watching it. It's just unpleasant at this point to watch these shows. You know, we talk about the decline of Star Wars and how it's become essentially just a bunch of TV shows on a streaming service. Mm-hmm. Well, Star Trek is like that, but even more irrelevant now. You know, it's passed from the realms of, you know, mirroring the cultural zeitgeist and really inspiring people to being like an object of mockery and fan anger to eventually just becoming completely culturally irrelevant and inert. And that's where it's at now. Nobody really talks about these shows anymore except to make fun of them occasionally. And yeah, I don't need Star Trek NCC 90210. I don't need to see that. So I can do without Starfleet Academy. I'm afraid. I remember when Star Trek was serious. It was a serious franchise about serious people having like interesting ideas and exploring the universe. That was nice. I liked when they did that. Not so much now.
It just seems that like the decline of all of these franchises, whether it's Marvel or Superman or any or Star Wars, they don't take it seriously. There are always those moments in Star Wars where it got serious. Yes, we had cute stuff, Jawas and droids and whatnot, but when Star Wars got serious, it meant something. It had something to say.
It did. I mean, yeah, sorry.
Yeah, no, but all these shows, they just have nothing to say anymore.
Yeah, and yeah, Star Wars obviously was much more of a space opera, and it definitely verged on the melodramatic, and it was much more action-driven than Star Trek ever was. But as you say, it had serious moments, and the overall tone was you were meant to take what was happening seriously. These were real events in the universe, and they meant something. So, but to an even greater extent, though, Star Trek was a franchise and a TV show that was founded on ideas and being open-minded about the possibilities that might lie out there, the different realities, the different cultures that you might encounter. And with all good sci-fi, you know, it was a mirror of our own culture. It put things into a different context. And I think this is the key difference with original Star Trek and what we have in New Trek. One, it was way more intelligent, but also it encouraged the audience to see different perspectives and to think for themselves and make up their own minds about what you're meant to draw from that particular storyline, that particular character, whatever, as opposed to the new ones, which are very much, this is what we believe as modern day liberal Californians, and you must agree with us on everything. And it's like, it's not even challenging perceptions or bringing up different ideas. It is just, firing it directly into your brain and telling you, if you don't agree with us on everything, then you're a monster or whatever. And it's just
it used
so
to make you
tiresome.
think. Now it tells you what to think, as opposed
Exactly.
to challenging.
Yeah, but ironically, I mean, everyone involved with Star Trek, I believe, was pretty much a liberal, a 60s liberal.
Which is absolutely fine. Yeah, I mean, like,
but they never
liberal
forced
today. I don't know what they would be classed as, but yeah,
it was these episodes that made you think about liberal ideas in a different way, that forced you to challenge it and chew on it, as opposed to now, as you say, it's just forced down your throat.
Drinker, I don't know if you prepared a eulogy of sorts or just want to continue to chat about Star Trek, but
I didn't prepare a written statement, so if you may indulge me just for a moment or two, I'll just try and wing it and just try and sum up my thoughts on what Star Trek meant to me. It was a show that I always associate with my father. He was the one who got me into it. He first started showing me episodes of the original series, and then the feature films. We started off with Wrath of Khan, which I think was a great way to start. It's kind of freaky, actually, for like a 7 or 8 year old kid with all the worm, space worm things going into the ears and stuff. But it was awesome stuff, and I really enjoyed it. But as time passed and I watched more of these things and I really absorbed the Star Trek franchise and what it represented, and then moved on to like the Next Generation and all of the great storylines that you got there, I began to appreciate the thought and care that went into it and the ideas, that it presented to you. And I think it always, for me, encouraged me to think a little bigger, to see a little further, to open my mind at least to new possibilities. And that's, there's a great universe of possibilities out there for us to explore. And it made me a curious person. It made me interested in technology, science, exploration, all of these things that I might have passed me by otherwise. So like I owe a lot of that to Star Trek. And the great characters that you got. Other people grew up and maybe Luke Skywalker or Han Solo was their hero, but for me, it was Captain Kirk. He was the guy that I thought was awesome and that I looked up to, and I thought that is just the pinnacle of like a great leader, a great person, a great human being who's decisive, who's capable, who's intelligent, but who is also curious about the universe around him. And so for all those reasons, like Star Trek's always had a special place in my heart. And I'm sorry to see what's happened to it, but I'll always be grateful for the great stuff, the great times that we had together. So I'm sorry that was very rambly and off the cuff, but that's the best I got for you. Rest in peace, Star Trek.
Don't forget,
I have a question for you.
Hot chicks.
We're doing a little survey here, but how many lights do you see?
There are 4 lights.
All right, there are 5 lights. I'm gonna mark you down as low IQ here.
We'll bring you back on. We'll ask you again how many lights there are. We'll see if you said it.
No, you'll come back and we'll ask you again. We'll see if you see the right number.
But I mean, I have never seen a franchise die so quickly. It really, I think Kurtzman is probably the person most responsible for the death of, modern Trek. Is it gaining new fans? I have no perspective.
No, the way modern Star Wars is getting new fans. So yeah,
right. All of
it. Don't know.
Like I say, I
Gen
think
Z who watches Star Trek.
Yeah, it feels like it's just now been siloed away into its own little bubble where it's essentially irrelevant to the wider culture. And as I say, no one talks about it. No one's like excited for the prospect of a new Star Trek movie or anything. Like that whole thing died a death. It just feels like something that people have just divorced themselves from now. And I can't even imagine now, like if you did a Star Trek convention, what kind of people would go and what the hell you would even talk to them about. Hey, what about that season of Discovery? Wasn't that exciting? Didn't you enjoy watching Michael Burnham cry again?
I think there was a story about that, and it's mostly the olds. It's just the old guard, and we're talking about the good stuff. Like, there's no new.
The only thing that I think got anyone talking was when they did the final season of Picard.
Right.
And
Yes.
that was literally because it was 90% member berries, and I don't mind because I think they did the best they could to, to salvage something from that show, and ultimately gave people what they wanted. They wanted a TNG reunion and to have the old crew go on one last adventure, and they gave it to them.
We have another special guest joining us, but there's some breaking news here really quick.
Star Trek lies dead. How did it die? Let's take a look.
Sheer fucking hubris. You think you could just waltz back in here and be entrusted with taking men and women into space?
Hey,
how's it going, lads?
What's happening, man?
What's up, Verbal Riot?
It's going all right, man. Going all right. Sad I have to be here, to be honest with you.
Oh my God. Well,
I'm sad that we're all here.
I mean, mining these clips of recent Trek, it's just in no comparison for classic Trek, like at all. Original series, next gen, when it got great in season 3, it in many ways surpassed the original Trek series.
I agree.
I don't think that's
Picard season 3 was just a reminder of what Star Trek used to be. And then it gave you a glimmer of hope at the end, and that hope was dashed.
Yeah, and really, like, if you compare that to the Next Generation, it doesn't follow any of the patterns of the Next Generation. It was never like about them exploring, new worlds or like facing a new interesting culture or a strange new enemy. It was very much like, let's roll out the greatest hits here. It's like an old band from like the 70s, like doing another tour. They're just playing all their old songs. It's like, we're going to fight the Borg again because of course it's the Borg, because everyone remembers the Borg. We'll get all the old cast back together. We've found the Enterprise D again, even though half of it got blown up, but who cares? That's fine. We'll go on a big rescue mission. It's fine. Like I say, it was definitely entertaining. It was nice to see them back on the bridge and like doing their thing again. It was nice to see Picard actually acting like Picard again after being a dottery old man for 2
That
seasons.
part.
Yeah.
It's an excellent test case. Oh, you can do it. You can make them act like the way they used to act, and not so. Yeah.
Although the most Star Trek part about it was when everyone under 21 was under a spell and hypnotized.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, like even if you compare the more episodic shows that we have now, like say Discovery or Strange New Worlds to Next Generation when it was at its peak, there's no comparison. Like TNG, it brought the imagination, the great sort of episode to episode storylines where it could be like a crazy space alien one week and it could be political intrigue the next, but it always was built around this crew of really interesting but also mature and thoughtful characters. And that's what I think you just lack now. Like Star Trek can't do adults because adults in the minds of writers today are boring, and so everyone has to act like a child, and they're hyper energetic and exuberant, and they're tossing off quips left, right, and center because of course they do. And it's just it just makes me feel dirty now thinking that's what Star Trek's become.
Well, and it hurts because Star Trek was one of the first, I think probably the first like real like fandom, like sci-fi fandom. You know what I mean? Because before that, I mean, you had shows like Lost in Space, you had shows like Twilight Zone, but there wasn't like this hardcore fandom the way Star Trek.
There were no Flash Gordon bros or Flash Gordon.
Like even that though, like Star Trek, I think was like the first like where people were meeting it for conventions.
Yes.
Right? Like it was like the first fandom.
Well, because I mean, I think that and Doctor Who would be your first real
sci-fi
exactly. shows. Both dating back to the 60s, and so sci-fi naturally brings out like the nerds, and so they're going to have conventions, and like that's what spawns. But I think probably Star Trek being an American show, ultimately, it definitely took off way more there. It's also the origin of the Mary Sue trope. Like Mary Sue was the Star Trek fan fiction character that they kept some diehard fan kept sending scripts into like Paramount to try and get it made. It's like that's the origin of the Mary Sue.
Didn't know that.
But also, you're right. Fandom started with Star Trek. There's a woman named Bijou Trimble. Look her up. She started a Star Trek newsletter. He did the write-in campaign that kept Star Trek going. Got it a third season. So we have another special guest joining us, but we also have more breaking news. Let's watch another breaking news clip, and then we'll bring our special guest on.
Star Trek lies dead. How did it die? Let's take a look.
Madam President. Madam President. Welcome. I am so pleased that you've come. We are eager to begin diplomatic discussions.
Nothing to discuss. United Earth is ready right now to rejoin the Federation. And nothing could make me happier than to say those words. Thank you. Thank you all.
Hey,
Acting.
we laugh, but Stacey Abrams did a great job playing Planet Earth.
Oh my God!
What's up, Gary? Fancy meeting you here.
Yeah, we're joined at the hip, I guess. Unlike what you said earlier today, sir. You go, I go.
Hey, you'll always be in my heart, Gary. Okay.
I don't want to derail the Star Trek, but what you missed on Piers Morgan, which will be later, is they brought in the guy from the "Why Are You Gay" meme.
Oh, no way.
That's an actual person?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, he is.
Yeah,
And there was two gay guys on the panel, and I just laughed.
Did he ask him?
Yes.
What?
Piers made him. Like, yeah.
Yeah.
You really
Look
missed
forward to that
one today, buddy. Sorry.
Well,
Hey,
well.
Star Trek.
Hey, Gary, before you begin, how many lights do you see?
I see 4 lights.
Ah, okay.
Damn.
I'll put you down as low IQ.
Well,
as
Gary, I don't know if you
More
saw
light.
this. A promo for Starfleet Academy dropped on X yesterday. You kind of have to see this real quick. This is one of the actors. Here we go.
I'm Karim Diane, and I play Jaden on Star Trek Starfleet Academy.
I am a Klingon warrior. The trick is not to let go of the past, but to let the present in.
What is this guy's name again? Karim Diane? What?
I'm Karim Diane, and I play Jaden on Star Trek Starfleet Academy.
Does he seem a little light in the loafers?
Well, I was going to say, and by letting the present in, he meant, let in dick.
Gay or British.
Oh my God.
That's basically what he means.
I'm just saying,
Is he British?
Credit to him for the acting. He acts nothing like
got a little
he is in real life.
Twang on his voice. Dante's actually a Klingon right now. His name is Verbal Riot. He just
There you go. There you go.
By the way, I want to wish happy birthday to my aunt DNA.
Yeah,
I had
exactly.
steak DNA the other night. It was delicious.
But Gary, you've covered. I mean, you have a Picard season 1 review that's going to be released soon, I think.
Sure. Not really. It's been in production for what, years?
That was the.
I gave up on it because I can't do Mala reviews, and to properly do a Picard, particularly season 1 and 2, it would take 17 hours to break down every stupid thing. And you can't really communicate that with most people who didn't watch it. So you'd have to really get into some Star Trek lore and then get into just the lack of logic in the whole thing. It was, and how much they ripped off from other things. Like Kurtzman is famous. The tardigrade in Star Trek Discovery was ripped off from Anas Abdin, who was a graphic artist. Basically, he does pixel art, and he made a game a long time ago with a tardigrade that travels through time and space. And if you look at all his other characters, he's got one that looks like Michael Burnham, and we did multiple videos on it. But if you see this game, there is no way they did not rip him off. And what they did was they just outlasted him in court. Right. And that's what these corporations could do. But he also ripped off Mass Effect.
the Reapers there at the end, 100%. Yeah.
Yeah, and hell, I didn't know that until my chat told me. It's not like I'm like, what's a Mass Effect? But it's Star Trek Discovery was the first, and we thought, well, man, it could not get worse, and it did get worse. Picard is the last Jedi of Star Trek, as Star Trek Academy will be the acolyte. Picard is the last Jedi. The thing is, then they come out with season 3, which completely screwed up my review, right? So I'm gonna have to and I'll do it. It'll probably be the last video on my channel ever, just so you know. But what they did with Star Trek Picard, for those of you who didn't, most of you, did anybody here see it? Did you see that they killed a 97-year-old in-universe Picard and replaced him with a Gollum robot body of a 97-year-old Picard?
That will then also be able to die at some point in the undetermined future.
Yeah, I think Red Letter Media had a great take on that, where it's like, did they give him a swollen bladder and stuff? Like, does he have a creaky back? Like all the ailments you would get as an old man?
Yeah, he has prostate issues.
Yeah, prostate. Yeah. Robot prostate.
This is also what Alien Earth tried to do. Are you the same person if we put you into a not biological body?
It was a weird one. Like the whole Data coming back as a ghost so that he could say goodbye to Picard and tell him that he loves him and stuff. Like what even?
And then he wants to die,
to have him turn him off or whatever. Yeah.
Then they come back and make the Borg in season 2. It's a giant immigration allegory where they have the hippie Borg and Q dies of space AIDS.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
I don't know what you guys are talking about because I only saw season 3.
Well, you saw the good bit then. Yeah.
Well, we have a special guest that's going to join us. Many of you may or may not know that George Lucas did meet Gene Roddenberry at one point. And here is a photo of that meeting. And we actually have joining us George Lucas.
Oh no.
George Lucas is gonna offer his thoughts.
Hi, Drinker.
Why am I here?
And George Lucas, thank you for joining us.
Thanks very much. It's good to be here. I mean, I was around when you were talking about the death of my previously owned franchise, and I just couldn't pass up the opportunity to stick the knife into someone else.
Well, do you have any thoughts on current Star Wars? Everyone is looking forward to, of course, Mandalorian and Grogu and Ahsoka season 2. Any Star Wars thoughts?
I'm not really concentrating on Star Wars anymore. I'm working on getting my my museum in order. It's going to have a whole bunch of wonderful filmic history. Very little Star Wars, because I have to pay now to use Star Wars stuff. So it's not a good situation for me. But I just want to encourage everybody to come out to the museum when we open next year, sometime.
A THX American Graffiti Museum.
There's going to be a representation of that stuff in there.
That's good. That's good.
What are your thoughts on modern Star Trek, or if you would take over the franchise? Like, do you have any thoughts on Star Trek? And you met Gene Roddenberry famously. There's that photo.
Yeah, that was in May of 1987. That was a fun afternoon. We got into that crowd of several hundred people, and we shook hands. It was actually the first time I'd actually met him in person. But he was, of course, very tall and imposing. Not at all like what I had imagined a great bird to be. But no, it was very special. And of course, I watched Star Trek since the 60s, and would often put it on during my school days, and I enjoyed it very much.
In terms of modern Trek, is there anything that I mean, the franchises most fans were fans of both Star Wars and Star Trek. You have some people like one or the other. Did Gene have anything to say about? I mean, you may have owed a little something to Star Trek. Was the first kind of franchise people were a fan of, and then you began a whole new franchise that had very different rules. Any thoughts on that?
Well, that was back in the day before we knew enough to call them franchises. You know, to me, Burger King's a franchise. Movies aren't a franchise. Movies are movies, and you go see movies and you enjoy them, and then that's that. I don't. Gene and I didn't really talk much after that. I mean, he acknowledged that Star Wars sort of helped him move forward in his plans, and you know, so it was sort of a binary system. We were pushing this way and pushing that way. I really enjoyed his work, and probably less so the later work. And I don't really pay attention much to any streaming things anymore. I usually run my own 16 millimeter projectors, and that's fine for me, because I'm making, you know, little independent films that only I enjoy. So I just keep watching those all the time.
Yeah, we heard that you were making these smaller movies. I hope we get to see them someday.
Well, I don't really have any confidence that people would enjoy that. I make them for me, and so that's my only drive these days, is to entertain myself.
Well, we have more guests joining us. But George, if you want to stick around, or if you have to go, I know you're very busy with the museum.
Yeah, I'm gonna probably have to go, because I have a lot of people to yell at. If I'm
Before you go, how many lights do you see behind Alan? Just asking for a survey.
I don't see any lights. There's no lights here. You can't fool me. I've been around the block. Thanks.
Okay, George. Well, may the force be with you, or live long and prosper.
Live long and force people.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Take care. George Lucas, everyone.
Thank you.
Big applause. Thank you. Thank you, George. See you soon.
Yeah, you got to pull him off. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Well,
bye, George.
That's you.
Don't get us age restricted when you pull him off.
Oh my God.
Wow. It's hard to believe that was really George Lucas.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Never got a chance to ask him what he thought of Ryan Johnson's treatment of Luke, but never mind. Next time.
Poetry.
I feel like he'll be diplomatic.
He's still there. What'd you think of Ryan Johnson's treatment of Luke, George?
The Ryan Johnson. You know, there were times when I wanted to treat Luke like that, to be honest. So, you know, young minds, fresh ideas, just like they say in Star Trek. And you know, I just hope it keeps making money.
Thank you, George.
All right. May the force be with you.
Live long and prosper.
Oh God.
You happy now that you got that?
It's horrible. No, it's just it's fun to have George Lucas pop by the show.
That's right.
You've got
that much power, Chris. You can just summon George Lucas whenever you want him.
I
It's
have
great.
so many eulogies and tributes. I know that we're all if you've ever seen Star Trek Continues, amazing series.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's on YouTube. It is Vic Mignona. He's the driving force behind that series. He couldn't be with us today, but Star Trek Continues is like the 4th and 5th season or continuing stories of that 5-year mission. They actually finished the 5-year mission. Vic could not be here today, but he sent me this photo. I mean, he looks spectacular in this photo, and he did send a eulogy for us to share here, and I'm glad we could just let's see. Let me. I've got it here. If it's very short, but let's take a listen to this to what he has to say. Where did I put this here? It's I'll find it. Give me a second here.
Sure.
Yeah,
Look at that
I'm
jawline.
working on it.
We're looking.
That is a good angle they got him at there, though. He's got very
that's
Shatner-like.
some Chad energy right there.
Yeah,
Definitely could have been a young Shatner.
All right, I found it. I found Vic's eulogy. Here we go.
Hi, everyone. This is Vic Mignona, executive producer and Captain Kirk in Star Trek Continues. I'm so sorry I can't be with you for today's broadcast, but I just wanted to share a few of my own thoughts on Star Trek. While I appreciate all the new fans and a new generation that the recent Star Trek series are attracting, my dearest hope is that they will point people to the beauty and magic of the original series of Star Trek. Despite what many production companies believe, it's not that easy to recreate lightning in a bottle. You can't just recreate a series with different people in a different time, with different writers and different production personnel, and expect to get the same result. The original series of Star Trek was truly unique in every way. And while we tried our best with Star Trek Continues to recreate it and continue it, I personally believe there has never been any Star Trek series to rival the original since its cancellation in the late 60s. But if any subsequent Star Trek series point new fans to what created this iconic franchise in the first place, well, that's a very good thing. Live long and prosper. Hi, everyone. This is Vic Mignona, executive producer and...
All right. Okay.
I think you said that already.
That's great. Vic, I love that show, Star Trek Continues. I was fortunate to play a bit part in one of the episodes, and the best thing was getting to tour the set of the Enterprise. He created it in fetishistic detail. It was insane, even down to the cloth that was in the medical bay. He had someone recreate that cloth. It's amazing. So shout out to Vic Mignona for being on the show. I want to bring Darren Doctorman, my friend. I'm going to bring him on in a second, but there is more breaking news that just keeps breaking here about what's been happening. Oh my God.
Star Trek lies dead. How did it die? Let's take a look.
We have to support each other. But to do that takes honesty with ourselves and with everyone.
What the
This
hell?
must be a Cardassian.
No.
What is she?
No idea. Darren Doctorman. I don't think that Nerdrotic or maybe Drinker knows who you are. You and I have been friends since the 90s.
Since before your sun burned hot in space.
That's right. And I'm not gonna. Your credits are amazing. You worked with Robert Wise on the Star Trek the Motion Picture director's cut restoration.
Yeah.
I could brag on and on about you. You're also a hardcore fan, know your Trek, you know your wars, and wanted to have you on because you're just it's Star Trek. And I always see photos of you on Instagram hanging out with Shatner.
Yeah, I'm you know what?
recently.
My 12-year-old self is so happy with the life I have at this point. I've just been so lucky to be included with a whole bunch of projects that, not only are related to Star Trek, but oh, my hair looks terrible. Not only related to Star Trek, but related to all the things that I grew up with. And it's just so much fun to have, I've worked in the industry for a little over 36 years, and I've been able to connect with people who have worked on these projects and meet friends who enjoy these things as much as I do. And it's just such a wonderful journey, and I'm so happy to have ended it right here today.
Right. But we also talk very bluntly about, certain franchises and the state of things.
The situation of the world. Yes.
Yeah. I don't know if you want to share your thoughts on that now, but
Mark Altman and Ashley Edward Miller and myself do a podcast called Inglorious Trexperts, and we try to be positive about the things we talk about. So as such, we rarely talk about the newer stuff because we want to remain positive. And it's, we're not trying to be snide or anything. It's just how we feel. And, if Spock's mother, Amanda, were to ask us, how do we feel? Well, we feel fine when we're watching the older stuff and not so fine when we're hearing about the new stuff. It's a little unfair, right? Young minds, fresh ideas, all that garbage. But the truth is that none of the new stuff has even scratched the surface of meaningful stories and even logical stories that the older shows tackled with apparent ease. And it's very odd to hear, some of the newer writers talking about how they are so in depth with their fandom of Star Trek or whatever they're saying, and it just doesn't make any sense because the proof of the pudding is in the eating, as we say, and there just ain't no pudding there. I don't want to sound like one of those old men that stand and yell at the clouds, but I mean, come on, it's just
You're among
weird.
friends.
Yeah, you can.
This is a safe space here.
Yeah, Darren. Yeah, but
I love the original Star Trek so much. It formed me as a human being, and those stories are so not only aspirational, but they are representational for everybody. And as human beings, you see yourself in those roles, and you wonder how you would react in certain circumstances, and you hope you would react as well as the characters do. That's just part of good storytelling, right? And even when the Next Generation started, it had a bit of a rocky start, and the early version of the internet was pouncing on it left and right. And I still have someone grabbed a thing from one of the bulletin board systems that had me saying, look, everybody, just give it a chance. Just watch a few episodes. This is only the second episode so far. So let it breathe a bit and let it find its footing. And I probably, I was probably giving it a little too much credit early on, but it turned out to be pretty good.
By season 3, Next Generation was cooking, and I like Encounter at Farpoint. It was a great.
I do too.
I really love that.
Wonky.
Well, there
it's
was
a
some
little
good
wonky,
individual.
but it's really fun, and it's really different, and that's what made it interesting at the time.
There were some good individual episodes, I think, in season 1 and 2. It's just that they hadn't quite figured out the characters yet, and like the tone was a bit all over the place. But they gradually settled down, and by season 3, they were absolutely on fire.
Yeah.
But the crews of all these different starships, whether it was the Enterprise, from the original series, or the new one, or Deep Space Nine, they always represented, I think, the best in us, the best in humanity.
Yeah.
Our curiosity, our bravery, our open-mindedness,
and they all wanted to be there. They all wanted to be there.
And I think maybe that's what you don't get so much with new Star Trek. They seem to almost represent the worst of us.
Yeah, I agree. I gave Discovery a fair shake. Like, I was like, you know what? I'm gonna go into this. I'm gonna let Discovery do its thing, and I'll judge it after, right? Like, I wanted to give it a fair shake. And like you guys said, the first season of Next Generation, it was a little rocky, but at least you saw something there, right? Like, there was something to hold on to. There was nothing to hold on to with Discovery. Like, nothing. Like, I knew after that first season, there was nothing more I needed to see from that show. And it wasn't me being pessimistic. It wasn't me being negative. It just, there was nothing there.
No, it was Star Trek being pessimistic.
Yeah.
Right. It was like, it was tonally pessimistic. And that was so counterintuitive and antithetical to everything that was Star Trek before. and it started immediately getting into like a very dated material, right? And when Next Generation came out, when I saw that first picture, Darren, I hated it. I was like, what is this bald guy? Get the hell out of this. This is stupid. But I was there back in my drug crazy days. I was in front of the TV when Star Trek started because I was just happy to have something back. And I was just, and I watched it, enjoyed it at the time. Maybe
I
it was
still
the
have a
drugs,
stack
but,
of VHS tapes that were methodically labeled with all the air dates and the episode names, and I recorded them every week, and I still have them. And it in the long run, it didn't let me down, but
right.
you know, like all things, it moves on. And though I will say that the second season of the Discovery was better. I liked the addition of Captain Pike just because he was at least a little bit of the character that we wanted to see in a show.
They very quickly changed that, though.
They quickly changed that when they gave him his own show, and they emasculated
it's so
it.
strange how he never acts in his own show like he did in
Yeah.
season 2, but he was like it's like seeing it's when I'm forgetting his last name, Leon Barnhart. It's like seeing him in Witcher season 4. He comes out and it's like this is an amazing character that would be great in any show, but he is surrounded by a bunch of idiots, written by a bunch of idiots, and this great actor still just pulled it off. And I think that's what Anson Mount did. Unfortunately, we lost the Anson Mount from Hell on Wheels, which is a great show.
Yeah.
And he devolved into something else. But yeah, like everybody liked, you know what? Even a little, not me, but Ethan Peck's Spock. Some people were liking it, not me. But definitely, I think everybody who was watching it hated the show and liked Anson Mount's Pike.
Yep.
He got the one good line of that where he goes, Starfleet is a promise. You give your life for me, I give my life for you. No one gets left behind. It's like, oh shit, is he a captain? And then it very quickly got
No, can't have that. All right, that's enough. That's enough of that.
Yeah, back to more feelings in hallways and crying.
Feelings in hallways. You get a time traveling Iron Man suit that makes absolutely like nothing makes sense. And okay, the one thing you always have a good feel of in Star Trek, mostly because they're bottle episodes, is distance, where you are in the world, what matters, power, sex, how things kind of work. It does a better job than Star Wars. Star Wars purposely doesn't do that as much. Star Trek does a lot of explaining. Sure, it's tachyons and stuff like that, but it's there, and that was lost. And that's what we've lost in science fiction. When Next Generation came out, there wasn't a lot of science fiction on TV, so we nerds watched everything. Anything slightly science fiction, we were watching it. But now that we've gotten into this new era, we have lost the writers with experience. Will's brought it up. Chris has brought it up. We've lost writers who had lived lives and have knowledge of the world and are curious. And when they don't know something, when they're going into a show like Star Trek, well, you do a ton of research. You don't have to know it. You don't have to be a fan, but you have to respect it enough to, sit down. If I got charged of Star Trek, the first thing I do is rewatch everything all over again, multiple times, take lots of notes, and find a good science advisor. And the science advisor, who was the science advisor for Star Trek Discovery? Was it wasn't Neil deGrasse Tyson? Was it?
Sounds about right, though.
Might as well. But I don't know if he was like on the payroll all the time. But it was. Do the research. Show that you care. Show that you care about your craft enough to where you respect the fans, the people who hired you, and yourself enough. But there's not enough of that in Hollywood now.
But also, in this rush to be like socially relevant, man, the thing that bugs me is the creators, those in charge, they kind of underestimated just the intelligence of their audience, right? Like I feel like, in trying to be socially aware, socially woke, I guess is where we're going with this. They didn't realize, like, back in the day, man, during the original Star Trek run, I grew up in the hood. Every household I knew watched Star Trek. In the hood, black folks loved Star Trek back then, right? We didn't need it to be, wokeified. We didn't need to be, I mean, yeah, they tackled these issues of race and gender and war and all these things, but they did it in such a smart way. And I feel like that's what, not just Star Trek, I feel like with science fiction in general, what we've lost is intelligence in sci-fi, right? Like we've lost like just intellect, man. Like Star Trek used to say something. It doesn't. Most sci-fi, but especially Star Trek right now, doesn't say anything relevant or anything important enough to where it matters.
It's important to them, so we get discovery where
to them, and they're forgetting about the people who love this stuff that weren't, white nerds, right? I mean, like I said, black households would watch Star Trek every week.
Yeah, it seems that the modern writers have no capability of understanding analogy and telling a story that isn't spot on the nose of what they're trying to say.
Yeah.
And there's no subtlety, there's no creative making up of a situation that is analogous to the problems that we have today, but it isn't exactly what we have today. And that's, the Jonathan Swift problem that Gene Roddenberry attacked on the original show, is that you have to sneak these things by to get people to understand them and get people to understand your point of view without hammering it on their heads.
And you can do that with sci-fi. You can tell those stories because you could be as fantastical as you want, and people will get the message, right? They'll get the message. And I think that's what they forgot when they were creating this new shit.
Discovery gave us a non-binary Trill lecturing a gay man about her pronouns.
Yep.
There's a great
past all of that.
There's a great statement here in chat from War Monkey. Says it's not sci-fi anymore. It's some weird drama political platform with a generic outer space setting.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's a perfect description of what it became.
Yeah, because what Star Trek did was it addressed those issues, but it also gave you hope at the end. Right? Like there was always hope at the end of Star Trek.
Yeah.
Like we don't have that anymore.
With the new activism, you can't have hope. You always have to have misery. You can't have comfort. I mean, because that's what Star Trek was. It was a thoughtful show. It did some smart things, but it wasn't a super high-minded show. Okay, it was a little above junk food, but it was a comfort show, right? And it's because it did offer that hope. And dude, it was watched in prison. Dante, there would be cops and Star Trek. Okay, mostly because of Troy, but Star Trek was on in prison all the time, right? So everybody loved it, all classes, right?
As opposed to feeling like you're in prison watching the new stuff.
Exactly. I think I would be in prison than watch the new stuff.
Yeah.
I think the intrusion of identity politics into modern Star Trek was one of the big problems as well, because the original series had largely moved past all of that. It was set in this slightly utopian future where issues of racism or sexism, like that kind of discrimination, no longer existed in the human race, and you had a very multicultural crew of the Enterprise, which is exactly what you should aspire to. So it was aspirational in that way.
Meritocracy based, which they don't like.
Aspiration.
Yeah, but like, so you had, so you've got Uhura is like a black communications officer. You've got like Russians in Chekhov. You've got like, all different people on board. But then it doesn't feel the need to then put down other people in order to bring them up. Whereas you kind of always got that impression with the newer Trek, certain demographics, like Pike would be a good example where, he's suddenly kind of treated like a bit of a pussy, even though he's supposed to be in command. He's getting back chat from his own subordinate officers. It's just about score settling in modern Trek. It's taking all these grievances, and instead of giving us a world that's moved past that stuff, it's resurrecting it all and making it 10 times worse. And that's why it becomes so aggravating to watch, because it feels mean-spirited.
Yes.
Yeah, but they also act like they're doing something new, right? Like we've had a female captain before. like this isn't something new, right?
Yeah.
We had Janeway. She was a female captain. So like what's groundbreaking about what they're doing?
Well,
they like to pretend that everything is groundbreaking though, because that's the only way they can get attention for things.
Right.
If you have short-term memory, it's a groundbreaking.
It's kind of like how Jennifer Lawrence was the first ever female action star.
Exactly.
Everyone likes to pretend they're the first.
There is tons of stuff they could have covered till the end of time as an analogy and using a alien race or an alien world, which is what they used to do. You know, the impact of the original Star Trek is, as you know, as you guys mentioned, is everybody was working together and they weren't tripping on it. They weren't like, there was no issue. It was never brought up. And that's the power of that. But if you want to make it analogous and find some race that's doing something that might be topical right now, you can do it in a caring way that kind of looks at both sides. And maybe in a lot of cases, you don't answer it at the end. It just, sometimes there wasn't a happy ending in Star Trek, you know, and that's the kind of the science fiction, you know, like Twilight Zone. Quite often there was not a happy ending, right? Even X-Files, quite often they don't win, but you still explored something, and you don't answer it. And you leave it to the audience. That's where it could have succeeded till the end of time, instead of making it so dated.
And
But again, it's how it's in the intelligence of the writing, right? I mean, you take like a character like Khan, right? That was a great storyline about eugenics, and I haven't seen anything quite to that level. Even honestly, in the I would say at least the Voyager Star Trek, that level of writing, man, of a character and of a storyline. I feel like even in the 60s, they tackled these stories so much better than, you know, we tackled them even 20 years ago.
Here, check this out. This will remind you.
This was about racism. I mean,
Frank Gorshin. Love that.
Yeah, but it's a very simple idea of an alien race, and it was there to eliminate racism in America at that time.
The biggest thing is what Gary said, and we've mentioned it before. We, Starfleet, Earth, were beyond. We weren't the bad guys. We were objectively, we hit pinnacle of civilization. This is how it is done. You have the Prime Directive, all the things, and then any message you wanted to do, you put on other civilizations that hadn't quite gotten there yet, and you use us as the gold standard, and then you play that out over there. And even like the best versions of it, where it's like the Prime Directive, we can't help, but the way we help is by slightly influencing just through example instead of direct intervention. It's all right there, but instead now we've made Starfleet the bad guy, and you know, obviously there's couple asshole officers, but mostly we were the good guys, and now it's everyone's toxic.
You mentioned Khan and eugenics. Let me remind you how good we've looked at bad clips from Star Trek. Here's a quick reminder how great it can be.
All right,
it's never going to be topped, is it? We're never going to get a better Star Trek movie than Wrath of Khan, are we?
Nope.
That's the pop culture clip from Star Trek 2. But the best scenes in Star Trek 2 are perhaps the scenes between Kirk and his son. You know, when they talk about, you know, I've never faced death before. I tricked my way out of death. I cheated death. And I never faced it for real before. And the moments that we are learning with the characters as they are growing and becoming better, that is the core heart of Star Trek 2. You know, not him yelling Khan. That's just silly sometimes. But there are so many moving scenes in that movie that don't really get enough attention.
I mean, I would challenge any of you not to choke up at Spock's funeral scene when
Kirk's
in the eulogy. I mean, that's your true funeral in Star Trek right there.
And also it's the 10th anniversary of The Force Awakens.
Oh boy.
And
why did you say that name?
Well, you have a video out, Drinker, right? You have a video about Force Awakens.
On Open Bar, like it's a clip from that where we
clip from that. But like we were talking about that movie, no one is celebrating Force Awakens.
Mahler finally put out his next part that I've been waiting years. We've all been waiting, yes.
But the disappointment I felt upon seeing, I saw The Force Awakens, of course, opening night. A lot of people did. I remember walking out and being really disappointed and disheartened, and everyone else loving it. But is there something wrong with me? Why didn't I like it? And I'll tell you exactly.
You have a clear mind.
The death of Han Solo was the worst death in movie history. One of the greatest fictional characters, Han Solo, goes out not like a hero. He suffers a villain's death. One of the leading cause of death of movie villains, falling from a high place. the Emperor in Jedi, a Scar in The
Hans
Lion
Gruber.
King,
Hans Gruber.
died. It's a stupid death because it's a bloodless death where the hero's not responsible for the death necessarily of the villain, and they could return because they fell into the abyss. How does Han Solo die? Murdered by his own son, falling into the abyss, not
If
surrounded.
If only Han Solo had done something to save his son from something.
Right.
Had sacrificed himself because of a bigger reason.
Like Spock.
Like
Yeah,
Spock.
well,
Absolutely.
I mean, what we had in that movie wasn't Han Solo. It
No.
wasn't the Han Solo
No.
any of us remember. It was a
was-
horribly regressed caricature.
It was
of what they
embarrassing
thought
Ford
he
is what
was.
it was.
Drinker.
Embarrassing Ford.
I just watched it last night because unlike Disney, I'm
sorry,
celebrating.
Gary.
I'm celebrating the 10th anniversary of The Force Awakens. So I never did a review back because I wasn't doing videos when that came out. So I figured for posterity I'd do one and watch it. I watched it again for the first time in 10 years, and it is so much worse and you see so many of the seeds planted of everything that's wrong right now in Hollywood are planted in that film. But you know what it's closer to this, we talked about this earlier, Chris, like Spock's death is pinnacle death. That is how you kill a character. If you want to kill a character with respect, blah, blah, blah. I'd say another Star Trek character it's closer to is Kirk in Generations.
Mhm.
Oh,
I
that was
hate
awful.
that death with the intensity of 10,000 suns. I hate that.
I agree.
And in the same way, he dies alone. He dies with a guy he's known for 5 minutes. They did worse with Han Solo, arguably one of the most iconic characters in cinema. And Star Wars planted the seed, but Star Trek certainly played its part. It picked up the baton a couple of years later, and with Star Trek Discovery started destroying lore. That's why they do prequels. They do prequels because they're lazy. So they already have somewhat of a plot to work with, and they can insert their diversity hires into canon. They did it with Doctor Who, and that's what they did with by making Michael Burnham. We called her Space Jesus for a reason. She was inserted and did everything first that Kirk did, Picard did, like all of it. And that's the creative bankruptcy that we're dealing with now, and that's why we're doing a funeral for Star Trek, because it's never coming back, folks. I'd love for you to sit here today and go, in 10 years it'll come back. It's not.
No,
but I think it's more nefarious than that, man. I feel like what these people are doing now is that they're going out of their way to destroy the legacy of these legends, man, of Walt Disney, of Gene Roddenberry,
100%.
George Lucas. It's like they're trying to destroy their legacy. It's not even just about bad writing. Like, it's almost like they're trying to apologize for these men's work. And it's like, for what? Creating something that everyone loved?
I think at a certain point they actually go on the offensive with the stuff because they know that the fans hate what they've made. They know that their shows are never going to be popular or whatever, and so they almost just set out to be like, "Oh, you don't like this, huh? Well, we're going to make it 10 times worse in the next season just to punish you."
They're thumbing their nose at you.
Kind of, yeah. And there's a point where it starts to feel like super personal. Like, oh, right, you're actually setting out to piss people off now.
Let's just say when you go back in time, you're able to screw around with the characters you loved as a child.
Yeah.
So that Yoda is not as heroic as he claims to be.
I mean, I think so. Yeah, the only way to potentially salvage something from both of these franchises is to basically decanonize everything that's happened in the past 15, 20 years. To say, oh, that
sounds like what they're doing.
Fire everybody.
Yeah, I mean, fire everyone who was involved in all this crap. Clean house. Get as many of the original people back that you can persuade with massive paychecks to try and salvage something out of it, and say, right, we're starting afresh. We're like, everything that happened after this point in time, we're wiping the slate clean, and we're going to start again with it.
Yeah, but then they'll have to admit that they're wrong, right?
Yeah,
sure. Yeah,
they're not going to do that.
Well, that's why you have to fire everyone who was responsible. Then there's no one.
Here's
one left.
one of the greatest scenes from a Star Trek movie.
Man, to this day.
Yeah, that was amazing. I saw it in a theater first run. unbelievable. And compare that with Han Solo.
Yeah, I remember watching that as a kid and just bawling my eyes out.
Yeah.
Man. Like that scene shook me.
Yeah.
Dude, when he hits the
the
plastic or whatever.
Yeah, and the makeup sticks to the glass.
when he stands up, like he takes
hey, that
the
could have been
time.
his skin melting off. All right.
It's when Spock stands up and he takes the moment to like straighten up his tunic.
Yeah, that's such a
turns
great
around.
moment. That's such
But
a
they
great
bunch up
moment.
on you.
It's
I've been doing
taking
it a
us
lot
out.
too.
When he hits that glass, he's blind. Basically, you know, like it's over. It hits hard. It does. That's the one that got me in the theater when I saw it. 50
Though I
times.
actually cried when they destroyed the Enterprise.
Oh, in Star Trek 3.
Yeah, that's a pretty tough scene.
That was rough.
Then
Then
the
they did
Enterprise
it a
by that
bunch
point was
more.
a character.
Yeah.
But again, compare that to the new Trek movies under J.J. Abrams. Like the Enterprise gets blown up like in every movie, and it doesn't mean
one
anything
cares.
because you've never had a chance to get to know it as a ship, as a location. It just feels like cold and sterile, and you know, who cares? This Enterprise felt like losing a friend when that got blown up, and you saw how much it meant to Kirk to set that self-destruct because there was no other choice. That was the only way they had of surviving. All of that just isn't that interesting, like how much importance movies like that can generate for inanimate objects like ships, something as simple as that, because there's care and thought and time put into it. Compare that to what we get now.
The little project I worked on, the director's edition of Motion Picture, I think did more to make the Enterprise a family member than anything. That love dance around the Enterprise at the beginning. You know, if I had my brothers, I would just have 2 hours of just that. I would have
It's
been
shit
just
porn,
fine
isn't
with
it?
that. Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
that's- and it's
Well, I mean,
hilarious.
to this day, I can't hear Amazing Grace without thinking about that movie. Like,
Yeah.
to this day.
yeah.
Sure. And Scotty's horrible bagpipes.
Yeah.
There's also
Hey, you're
that
talking
theme
to
of-
a Scotsman here, okay?
You'll agree with
breaks
me.
there.
There's
you'll
also
agree
that
with
theme of long ago of the idea of sacrifice, the things that you'd be
Yeah.
willing to die for the greater good. Because today it seems like no one's willing to sacrifice, and the only thing we're willing to sacrifice is other people.
You know what's really sad though? If that scene were to happen today,
Mhm.
Kirk and Spock would have been lovers, right? Like they would have been, they would have made them gay. We all know this. It wouldn't have been like a scene between two, you know, strong friends. They just would have been together.
Isn't that what happened in Into Darkness?
Is it?
It sure felt
There's
like
fanfic
I'm
for
like-
that.
Well, we don't know what
That
happened
movie
in
was
the
very
dark.
forgettable.
Remember when they tried to imitate this scene in it's Into Darkness, isn't
Yeah.
it? The one with
Yeah, that's
Khan.
the one.
Yeah, when
Yeah.
Kirk gets
When they have
killed and
exactly the same lines and
It's
nothing
fine.
means
Yeah.
anything.
then, yeah.
Problem is when he comes out and says, "My name is Khan," everyone's like,
Yeah.
"Who?
Who?
Who?"
But
And
it's
then they
like-
had to get Leonard Nimoy explain why that's irrelevant. You should have been.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
But look at this scene when Spock passes away. Kirk just kind of slumps against the glass, and you get that camera panning out.
He
Like
gives
you
up.
don't need him bursting into tears or anything. Like you know how devastated the man is. But then in Into Darkness, like you get Spock just screaming like Khan. It's so goofy. It's so meaningless and hollow. It's
It's a Mad
crap.
Libs movie.
It's not
Yeah.
earned. It's what a lot of them do. They try to recreate it, but it's not earned. That could have been great to show that like he was so affected by the death of him that he overrode his control as a Vulcan and his human side. You could have earned it, but they did not. It's a cheap mirror gag.
and it's fine because a Tribble resurrects him like 5
Yeah.
minutes later, so he's
Oh, great.
okay.
You
Triple,
mentioned
triple blood.
Drinker,
Triple
you
blood.
mentioned like multiple nails in the coffin. Let me share. This may be one of the nails in the coffin of the death of the franchise.
Star Trek lies dead. How did it die? Let's take a look.
I'm in hell.
Was that a spoof?
God.
You know what?
Dude,
Star
you gotta
Trek may be
take-
dead, but Buffy lives on.
Wait, was that real?
That's real.
Yes. I will allow the Buffy musical. That's great. This is not that.
This is not that.
horrible.
Even
No.
I'm not that.
Yeah, this is just I hate
Platoon.
modern culture.
Dude, I thought we were watching a spoof.
Platoon described it
We are.
perfectly. This is Star Trek for theater kids.
we
That's
are.
what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was hellish and stupid and
Wow.
disrupting the chaos.
You can't disrupt chaos.
You can't disrupt
Chaos
chaos.
is disruption.
Yes. I was like, what?
Yeah, this franchise is over.
These people don't understand what they're writing.
That's almost like Darren, that's because it's on my mind. That's almost like having a resistance
Right.
when you are the established government.
Right, exactly.
Like, how does that work?
What are you resisting?
What are you resisting?
They're resisting the chaos of resistance.
They're like, the word sounds neat. Let's try it.
Yeah.
It doesn't even rhyme with anything.
It's so frustrating. It's so frustrating to see this because they have oodles of money. They can do anything they want, and they do this. I don't understand it.
Tom's in the chat. How much did they spend on each episode of Star Trek Discovery Season 1? It was $10 million, right?
Yeah.
$10 million.
Not an inconsiderable amount.
In 2017.
Where was the return on investment with this show?
That's the great thing for
because it wasn't
merchandise.
merchandise.
Talk about it.
It's subscription based on streaming.
I had a great return on investment. I don't know about you. I know you did too.
Star Wars more than Star Trek, but I get you.
Wait for Starfleet Academy. That's coming soon.
A couple weeks. Oh, a month away, baby.
I haven't recovered from Section 31. That made me reclassify my entire rating system. I would have rather watched Rebel Moon.
Section 31? What's that?
Uh-huh. You also have a fugue state while watching
secret
it?
organization, Darren, that has badges. And then they put little Employee of the Month posters up in all the walls of the best.
Well, it's like Get Smart. It's the world's most famous secret agent.
Section 31 was badass. Like when they used to come up, even in Enterprise, when Malcolm has to now choose between his past ties to Section 31 and his new Captain Archer. They used to be cool, and then they made that lame and gay. Literally, what is she going to make it lame and gay?
And they came up with the Black Alert.
We're driving through Compton. They roll their windows up.
You couldn't make it up. You honestly couldn't make it up.
Captain, we have a Black Alert.
This is relevant on two levels. Number one, let me just say R.I.P. Gil Gerard. I love Buck Rogers. I was a big fan. God, I love that damn show. But the reason why I bring it up also is because I remember a time when I used to think, oh man, they're bringing all these old shows back. I can't wait till they bring back Buck Rogers. Now I'm like, please don't ever touch Buck Rogers.
It.
Like, don't ever touch it. Just like let it be what it is.
It's like that.
I don't need to do Buck
now.
Rogers.
Yeah, there was a time, as you say, when you would get excited, like, oh, we're in an era of remakes, and like, they did pretty well with that Battlestar Galactica thing. Maybe we can see all these old shows come back with better effects and better writing. Like, oh no, now it's just like, please God, leave it alone.
Yeah, please don't touch it.
It would be interesting though to see a Ron Moore version of Buck Rogers.
A mid 2000s Ron Moore? Yes.
Yes.
Like a bit darker, a bit grittier, a bit more serious. Yeah, you could do something there.
And hotter too.
And hotter too.
Well, it doesn't get much harder than Aaron Gray, man.
I know. Oh my God.
Yeah.
She is such. First of all, she was the pinnacle of womanhood back in the day. But she is such a sweet person. We had her on the Trexperts show once, and she is so awesome. And she has complete understanding of what she represented. And it's just so great.
She was sex appeal for sure.
Yeah.
We have a lot of super chats. We have a lot of super chats. Gary, Drinker, I don't know how long you can stick around.
I got to bug out.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, I should probably leave there as well.
Thank you for your service.
We'll transition to the super chats, but we'll transition to them. But I want to thank you, gentlemen, for joining us. I don't know if I need to plug you. Everyone knows you guys and your channels. Nerdrotic and the Critical Drinker. FNT tomorrow. No, it's Friday. Zachary Levi, am I right?
Zachary Levi.
Oh, wow.
Confirmed.
Oh, wow.
Confirmed. Yeah.
Wow, he's got on a character arc.
Yeah, he has.
Zachary Levi.
Chuck.
Nice, Gary.
Called
Well,
that.
if he's not canceled now, he will be on Friday.
Well, we'll do our best.
That's great. Well, thanks for popping in, both of you. I will see you on the YouTubes, and may the force be with you.
Nice meeting you.
Likewise.
Yeah. Okay.
Live long and prosper.
Gentlemen. See ya. Thanks. Bye-bye.
There are 5 lives.
Star Trek lies dead. How did it die? Let's take a look.
If I'd known I was going to be emptying the holodeck biofilters, I wouldn't have had so much for breakfast.
Well, have fun with your terrible jobs. I gotta go clean the executive conference room and eat some lobster ravioli. Peace.
No. Sorry, it does not look cool when you do it. Damn it, it does.
Yeah,
You know what?
modern Trek.
If we've had better Star Trek, I wouldn't have minded something like that. You know, like some kind of
Right.
comedic, animated. It would have been fine back in the day, you know, because we had better things to watch. But
You don't clean the biofilters. There's no latrines like that. They teleport it or it can be replicated away. What are we doing?
By the way, that's why
Yeah.
the Orville exists.
Oh,
You know,
so
be
good.
that way.
Right, right. Well, let's go through these. We have a lot of guests. I've got also eulogies to play that are very entertaining. So let's start from the top here. Badger, if you would.
Fib for $9.99. What's your favorite Trek and why is it DS9? Liv.
DS9 is up there.
I love the original series and Next Gen. I don't know. In some ways, it's because it went on longer. And by that third season, it got really good.
Yeah.
It's
it really hit.
hard for me to decide. Anyone want to comment?
yeah, for me, man, it's always going to be the Next Generation, just because I will never forget that episode where Picard becomes the Borg. Like, that was
that
insane,
cliffhanger.
man.
That cliffhanger
Yeah.
was.
Best cliffhanger in sci-fi easily for me.
Yeah.
Well, I'll mention Enterprise just because I was young and it was the first one I watched as it was airing on TV, and it grew on me. And the Makos and T'Pol, and I like Trip, and god damn, I love Captain Archer. So there we go.
Yeah, Next Generation is my favorite, but I did have
Next Generation.
I do have a fondness for Deep Space Nine, mostly because it dealt with religion and also Terry Farrell.
Darren.
I like Deep Space Nine, but you know, the original series is my true one best destiny, and you know, but Deep Space Nine is fun, and the cast from Deep Space Nine is a lot of fun at conventions.
Chicken Wang for $19.99. I'll throw in a wedding every once in a while, but funerals are insane. The Trekkie chicks are so horny, it's not even fair. It's like fishing with a phaser. Grief is nature's most powerful aphrodisiac.
What?
Oh my
Chicken wing. What?
I don't know who said that, but that's
man.
hilarious.
Oh man.
Ryan Bailey for 10. I discovered Star Trek through Voyager reruns, also kind of true for me. Janeway will always have a special place in my heart, but I grew to adore the Next Generation and DS9 as well. The original series movies are so good, especially 2 and 6.
Oh,
Voyager was my least favorite, but it was still pretty good.
Reruns, man.
Thank you, Ryan Bailey. Thank you, Ryan Bailey.
Thank you, Jeff. First Sons and Shadows gave us 5 Film Threat memberships.
Thank you.
Razorburn for 2. RIP Star Trek. Darmak and Jalahad at Tanagra. Yes. Jalad, excuse me. His arms open. Whatever. For 5. Thank you. WYFT. Villains that twirl their mustaches are easy to spot. It's those who cloak themselves in good deeds are well camouflaged. Picard. Drumhead.
Nice. Thank you, WIFT.
English Batchers for 2. Best of both worlds cliffhanger. Peak Trek for me.
Awesome. Yeah. And that was when seasons of TV shows, they'd end kind of in the spring and come back in the fall. There was continuity. There was continuity. So
You didn't have to wait 3 years for
Right.
the next season to start. Yeah.
Remember when they found Data's head in a cave?
Yes, we all remember that.
Pokey for 10. This makes me so sad. I became an engineer because of Scotty. Now Star Trek is just dead to me.
Wow.
What's all this talk about dying?
Anak Maman for 5. My favorite part of that Blaine troll account that I may or may not be behind is that everyone thinks it's real. His takes are really that bad. By the way, 100% correct. Blaine has so many
it was
up
real.
and down
That's
tapes.
why-
I thought that he was real.
You got us.
Yeah,
You
that's
got
why
us.
it felt so authentic.
That's
Oh,
excellent.
that was great. Thank you.
Peak. Dr. Tries for $5.99. RIP Star Trek. Only watched the OG series 4 years ago. I got into Star Trek through the films 15 years ago. What's your favorite Trek movie?
Wrath of Khan.
Wrath of Khan. But I
Star
love
Trek, the freaking motion picture, baby.
Actually, yes, a motion picture.
I'll say it.
But it is in a class by itself. It's
the only
so
movie.
epic.
The rest are really good episodes.
And I like the really good episode
The
that you
rest
call a
are TV
movie of
shows.
Star Trek First Contact.
That's-
I like it.
that's
all
great.
about it.
First Contact was great. Was really good.
I enjoy Star Trek First Contract very much. First Contract. Yeah.
Well,
and-
literally, yeah.
Actually, First Contact might be my second favorite.
Thanks.
Star Trek
Line is
film.
drawn here.
Dr. Drees.
No
I
further.
will say, people dying in a transporter made me never want to ever be in a transporter.
Yeah, in motion picture. Yeah, that was
Also,
terrible.
I like any movie show where someone takes command of the entire fleet. It gets to say those lines. I'm taking command of the entire fleet. Fearless Wolf for 10. If you can't love Alan as Sulu, how in the hell are you going to love anyone else? Can I get an amen on the bridge? Amen.
I'll do you
Alan-
better. Oh my.
Oh.
Yeah, Alan. Alan is straight Sulu. Straight
Yeah.
Straight Sulu.
Well, you know, Sulu is straight. George
Yes.
Takei said specifically that Sulu was straight.
I know.
Has
you're
a
ready.
daughter.
It's oh my. No, I know. I know. George
Fire
Takei was,
pot.
had a lot of things to say about Sulu being straight.
Oh my.
Yes.
No.
All
Yeah, respect to
right.
George. When they
that?
made him gay in the new Kelvin timeline,
Yeah.
he spoke out. I was like, no.
That's
don't
not
do that.
true at all. I
Yeah.
was there.
Yeah. It rhymes with okay. Beauty survives, Captain Kirk. The classic beauty in the series will live on through the fans, while Kurtzman's ugliness and corruption will be forgotten apart from a warning as to what not to do. Thank you, Arcade Heroes, for 10.
Thank
Beauty
you.
survives. Rossi for 5. That Jar Jar guy dressed up in his Star Trek uniform. How ironic. I can like Star
What?
Trek too. You're allowed to like both Star Wars and Star Trek.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oilers Workshop for 1999. Odo, Data 7, or Oda, Data 7. Geordi, I think it means 7 of 9. Geordi, Picard, Riker, Quark are my favorites. Voyager and TNG were my jam. My aunt supervised the miniature build of the Borg sphere for the First Contact.
Oh.
Blew my 11-year-old mind. Lots of great memories of Trek pre-2009. Cheers.
Thank
I
you.
mean, that wasn't CG. Come on.
English Batchers for another 5. I yearn for the days when the worst things about Trek were Neelix and the Enterprise thing. It's been a long road getting from there to here. The Immortal Remus for $4.99. Paramount pledged to good storytelling, because where in a Tribble's a-hole are they on Star Trek? Surely they can set phasers to kill on Kurtzman trick. So apparently they have, though. They have to release Starfleet Academy because it's contract. But reportedly they are going forward unrelated to Kurtzman after this.
Thanks, Immortal Remus.
Whether that stays true or not, you'll see. Cosmin Christini for 2. Star Trek died when Cumberbatch was cast as Khan.
That was terrible casting. And I like Cumberbatch as an actor a lot.
I love Cumberbatch.
There are plenty of roles in Star Trek he could have played.
Yeah.
Peter Brady for 20. I was 5 when Enterprise premiered and watched it along with Voyager with my dad. I didn't get back into Star Trek until this year, and I'm watching the original series for the first time.
Thanks, Peter Brady.
GraphWeb for 2, for fuck's sake. Hashtag cancel Disney Plus. Very prolific. In the name of all that is holy, hashtag cancel Disney Plus. It's a tyrant.
Thanks, Brad.
Dirk Slasher for 10. Tell George I said hi. Thanks.
Now, George Lucas may be back later in the show. We'll see. He's very popular.
George Lucas was here?
Yeah, yes, he was there earlier. We may, if
George
we get
Lucas.
if we get super chats for George, we'll have him come back. I'm gonna save that one.
Yes, the real George Lucas was here. And how many lights do you see?
I see 5 lights because there's
Yes,
one
there
behind
are.
your
Correct.
head.
There is actually.
No, 5 is the correct plan. Dr. Fauci's pardon prison butt for 10. My first time watching Star Trek, I was 7 while visiting my cousin. Dad's a nuclear engineer. Their family ate dinner in the living room. The Next Generation music started up. Ship flew across the screen. I was instantly hooked.
Thank you, Dr. Fauci's pardon prison, but
Retromeister
love
for
that
10.
name.
That's great.
For some reason, saying it this time is funny.
Greetings programs. It's worth mentioning Tron Legacy and its awesome soundtrack has its 15th anniversary today. I will be playing Tron Evolution's online multiplayer to honor this special milestone. Yeah,
That was
a
a great
4K.
You know, I worked on Tron Legacy for a little bit.
And
that movie.
It was interesting. I sort of cornered Joe Kosinski in the coffee room, and I said, Tron isn't in the script.
Oh no!
And he said, "Yeah, I know. We're working on that."
He didn't tell you that Rinsler was actually Tron, and by the end he reverts, or
no? I think
you
at that
was
point,
maybe
no
added?
one knew who the hell Rinsler was.
Ah. Oh, well, I'd still take that 1 billion times over anything. Tron Ares or The Immortal Remus for $4.99. A modern Star Trek Japanese anime with Vic Mignogna as Captain Kirk in the English dub would have been phenomenal.
Ew, interesting.
Jerry for 10. Even though I'm galaxy far, far away, something I must say, Star Trek was deep in my heart. Now taken apart, soon these woke bastards will know it, the full wrath of the Sith Lord poet. Hail, Darth Badger. Hail, Jerry.
Thanks, Jerry.
By the way, I know someone who could have voiced Kirk in the anime, and that would have been William Shatner.
Yeah, he would have been good. I don't know why they don't get him.
John Jurovich. Oh, sorry. Go
Sorry.
ahead.
No, I just really wish he was in Star Trek 09, but
Or that they
movie-
acknowledge him in any way.
Yep.
Well, I like the 09 Star Trek for what it is. It was Star Trek for normies. It's fine. And then you could do serious stuff that costs less and do real sci-fi. But it was not great looking back. I do like Kirk being kind of a pussy hound. I like that in
He
college.
should be, yes.
He was a pussy hound.
John Jurovich, I can't for 10. I can't listen live, but we'll be watching this start to finish tomorrow. You're in for a long one. Thanks in advance for showing more care and concern for this franchise than its current caretakers.
Thank you. Thank you, John. And we're going to get to all the members chats. We're getting to everyone. We're not ending the stream until we get to everyone. And we have a very special guest waiting in the wings. We're going to break up this all male panel. There'll be a female joining us very shortly. Dressed in an outfit you will never believe you could do this on YouTube.
A tribble?
It's going to cause controversy. Just wait, folks. It's going to be worth it.
Darth Maul's lower half for 5. When JJ was announced to direct Star Wars, I knew the franchise was screwed. His Star Trek movies were awful. Pew pew spectacle for normies.
Thanks, Darth Maul's lower half. Love your name. I see you on
English
other
Batchers
streams, too.
for another 5. Modern writers heard about someone who disagreed with them, but they have never met one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Ulf for $4.99. Star Trek was never for the timid. It was wondrous with treasure to satiate desires both subtle and gross. Now it goes boldly into the final frontier.
I wonder if you could even write smart Star Trek now, because original series you needed to know about literature, history, and I don't think modern audiences, when I say modern, I mean younger people, know history or literature. And original series referenced it all the time.
Yeah, and I don't think they teach that stuff in college anymore either.
No.
I mean, Robert Meyer Burnett will be joining us in about an hour. He talks about how the kids going to college, entering college, can't read or write essays. What is going on? Thank you, Ulf. Ulf had great questions for when we had Justine Bateman on. That was great. Thank you, Ulf. I'm glad you shortened your name, but I know the full one. What?
Graham for 2.
now I'm curious. Yeah.
Graham for 2.
Anyways.
Digging a grave is groundbreaking.
Yeah.
It's a dad joke. Kraken Unbound for 10. When you cast a show based on skill, charisma, and cast chemistry, you can make even a bad show watchable. When you cast by identity checkboxes, it is impossible to make a show that is worth watching.
Well, no, story matters. Story does matter.
Yeah.
Matthew Hammond for 5. Franchises are known for their bad guys, and Star Trek is no exception with Klingons, Romulans, the Borg, the Dominion, J.J. Abrams, and Alex Kurtzman. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bofast for 50. Swedish kroner. I'm glad the 765874 unification short came out so Trek could get a proper send-off. All things must end. Rest in peace, Star Trek. And memory still bright.
Thanks, Bofast.
That was a good short. That was a great short.
The Immortal Remus for 199. Whenever I hear the word prequel, it makes me go, bleh.
Barfy, yeah.
The Immortal Remus for another 199. We have to get Star Trek out of there. It'll die.
It's dead already.
Yeah, it's dead.
He's dead already. Oh my God.
You say that, but we just got a based captain chasing, as Chris just said, chasing hot space chicks and telling some fun stories with a little bit of morality and questionable things. People would come back. Douglas Burton for 499. I just dropped everything I was doing at work to watch that clip with y'all.
Oh, and by the way, that clip, I got caught up. The clip, I mean, we played the full 3-minute plus of Spock's death. That clip, and I'll tell you, that movie, Star Trek II, The Wrath of Khan, I worked at a video store in Royal Oak, Michigan called Thomas Video, infamous store. When they closed, Quentin Tarantino came out to buy VHSs from the collection. I worked there when Star Trek II came out on VHS. If you know your
it was
history,
a sell-through title.
It was sell-through. What they did was, I remember, I bought Superman the movie. I bought Superman the movie when it came out on VHS. It was $100.
Yeah, right.
VHS tape, $100 in 1980 money.
Oh, I remember those days, man.
Yeah, it was like $70 to $100 to buy.
It's movies were
Trek
not
was
cheap.
one of the first videos priced to sell.
Priced to sell.
It was like $29 or something like that.
$39.99. Still was cheaper, and we sold so many copies of that movie on VHS.
Yeah.
I, of course, purchased one because I worked at Thomas Video. I played that VHS. I would put it on just to. It was that and 2001 actually. I would put those movies on and just, they were like my background growing up as a kid. So yeah, that clip, those clips, I mean, amazing.
Yeah, and let's not forget how much $40 was worth back then.
Oh,
Yeah.
dude.
$40
out of danger.
Yeah.
No, franchise is dead.
Chris Owens for 10. Remember the Seinfeld episode where Jerry and George mentioned the death of Spock and they both had to stop and take a moment? Yeah.
Yeah. And you mentioned the death of Han Solo. Is that even memorable? That
No one
scene?
cares.
Yeah,
No one cares.
Exactly.
It's zero
Yeah.
impact.
Yeah. Thanks, Chris.
Irella for 2. Humanity was a mistake. Well, certainly been a thought. Geek Truth, member for 31 months. Star Trek musical was as bad as the Klingon redesign.
Geek Truth, come on the show later tonight. It's coming on.
Salty for $13.99. Joss Whedon gave a generation of Gen Z female writers brain damage and delusions of grandeur. R.I.P. Star Trek.
Yeah, but Buffy was good. So
Yeah, but that's the problem. He gave them delusions of grandeur because he made it seem easy.
Right.
And everyone copied him. Anak Maman for 2. I'll never forgive Chris for showing that clip. Yeah. It was
The musical clip.
Oh, it
I'm
was
sorry for
bad.
that. Look, I had never seen that clip. Okay. I'd never seen it. We collected clips of the best of Star Trek and the worst of Star Trek, and we'll be playing them for the next 8 hours. So,
It was the best of times. It was.
dude, I seriously thought it was a joke, man. I thought
that's
like it wasn't real.
It's real. That's not AI.
Oh, it's a joke, but
It's funny how you can find all the best stuff grouped together and all the worst stuff grouped together from old Star Trek to new.
I have so many clips to show. We may not get to them all.
Pre-Dawn Corpses for 5. Everyone's favorite version of the Enterprise. Mine is the NCC 1701 refit, later A, movie version, perhaps a poll. I also have many models of the ship.
Okay, we'll do a poll later. The movie version's my favorite. Here's why. The way it was photographed, like it really existed. We actually, for the very first time, got a sense of what the scale of the ship was. The way it looked also silver. In the other movies, it went to sort of a bone ivory, white and off-white. But in motion picture, and all, in my mind, I can hear the Orson Welles narration for all the. Do you have those trailers we could show?
Eggshell white.
Darren, do you have them?
I have them somewhere. I don't have them accessible right now, but it will
Let's show
startle
them
your
later.
senses,
Let's show
challenge your
them later.
intellect, and alter your perception of the future by taking you there.
They were so. That's when science fiction was serious.
Yeah.
2001 provoked conversations. Now it's, anyways.
Yeah, but to see the Enterprise on the big screen in that
Yeah.
hangar like that, I mean,
There is no comparison.
yeah.
Yeah. God, what there when I saw a recent re-release of it, but damn it, it's like they just show a Blu-ray. I want to see it on freaking film at the Egyptian or the TCL or
We're
something.
We're trying to get it out there.
Oh, okay.
Throw it on IMAX for crying out loud. Let's...
Anyways, thank you, Pre-Dawn Corpse. Let's do a poll later. Lori, where's Lori?
Make sure to include the Enterprise F Odyssey class from Star Trek Online.
Let's come
It's
up. We'll have
actually
the
a great
live
ship.
chat. Give us suggestions for the ships.
But which
anyway.
one did you think had the best shuttle? That's what I want.
Well, the
I like
captain's
the Vulcan's shuttle in motion
shuttle
pictures.
David for 25. Wife and I started to watch Star Trek in air date order. The original series, animated series, movies, Next Generation, DS9, Voyager, and that is where we are now. I notice the way TNG sets up DS9, and it was brilliant. We missed this Star Trek.
Thanks, David.
Stop at Nemesis.
On my I just want to do a quick pluggerooski. On
Do
my
it.
Patreon, Beta 5 Productions, that's Patreon/Beta 5 Productions. I'm going through every episode of TOS and doing a commentary on them. So if you subscribe there, you will get to hear. I'm up to episode 10, the Corbomite Maneuver.
Do you? Okay, I'm trying to find it. I found it. I have heard your commentary. You've posted some
I posted
videos.
one for free.
Yeah. Okay, Darren, they're amazing. Here it is. We'll put the link in the description here. This is Darren's Patreon, but you got to listen to Inglorious.
Inglorious Trexperts.
That's amazing as well.
Thank
So okay, I'll put the link there. We'll plug it. Sorry. Okay, did you get that? We don't speak of.
Yeah, we don't
Section
speak
2.
of Section
Thanks,
2.
comics and everything. Hey,
Mikey
we're gonna
Gusler.
be here later.
Shout out Mikey Gusler for 5. Currently sitting in the theater waiting for the early access screening of SpongeBob movie The Search for SquarePants. Will any of you review it?
Alan is going to see it tomorrow.
I'm not a big SpongeBob guy, so no, I will not be watching it.
There are so many other movies we need
I
to
know, I
review.
think-
Not sure we're gonna do SpongeBob, but thanks, Mikey. Appreciate it.
Mortal Remus for $4.99. Anyone have a favorite sci-fi space based film / TV show outside of Star Trek and Star Wars? Mine is a very underrated 1998 anime series called Outlaw Star.
Logan's Run. I loved Logan's Run. That was the first time I remember seeing boobs in a theater.
Sure.
For me, a TV show, it's Quantum Leap.
Yeah.
Firefly, Farscape.
We have so many.
I love the
I'm sorry.
Galactica reboot. I love the Galactica.
And yeah, I love the Galactica
Galactica was
reboot.
good.
It's like a
I love the original Galactica with
Yeah,
Socialators. Socialators.
That's
Like I
all
said,
you
Buck
like.
Rogers was
That's
one of my
all you
favorites.
Oh my god.
Zuki Bites for $4.99. Classic Star Trek inspired critical thinking and the idea of unity / togetherness. That is the exact opposite of modern culture.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, it's sad.
Jump Jack for 5. Love that Chris is in a red shirt. Laugh out loud.
it's a
He's
muscle
shockingly
shirt,
self-aware. Yes.
Yeah.
He's he'll change eventually. Oh, for $100.
Hey!
Red Boy.
Wow.
Hey, wow.
Mikhail Gorbachev.
From Mikhail Gorbachev, too.
Kill, brother. All through my life, as early as I can remember, Star Trek was in my life. Having a TV with only 3 channels and no pliers to turn the channel gave me the original series, seeing 3 and 4 at the movies, The Next Generation during my teen years, The Next Generation movies before I went into the military.
Well, thank you, Mikhail.
R.I.P. Star Trek.
Yeah, it
Thank you,
was
Mikhail Gorbachev.
Thank you, Mr.
I-
Gorbachev.
It
just
is
as tough
sort
in
of
Russia as it is in America, I tell you.
All
is
through
sort
my
of-
life.
Wait a second. It's so sad to have lived through probably one of the greatest eras of pop culture. You know, I grew up in the 70s, 80s. The TV and movies I got to consume. only to live long enough to see it all come
For it to become the
crumbling-
villain.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. Come crumbling down into just
Yeah, because like even the bad ones were still like watchable, man. Like I still remember watching Manimal, and that was some bullshit.
Ice Pirates
Oh.
or just whatever, like the cheesy stuff. I was okay with that. Thank you.
Yeah.
That's very generous. We're gonna do a few more, and then we'll have to go back and catch up. But we have a guest that's been very patient, and she's here to make us all look bad. That's gonna happen. So
Hard. Rossi for 10. I was just trying to troll Chris Limprose. You are a great dude, Chris. My favorite Star Trek episode is The Tapestry. I had a tumultuous childhood, and that episode meant so much to me when I saw it. Much love. Very erect Rose. Big heart.
thank you,
I love
Rossi.
that episode.
Appreciate it. Troll away.
Tapestry.
Whatever. I could be wearing a mankini. You don't know. A few more.
Dave T. Gitt for 20. I first saw OG Star Trek when during its original run on TV. I remember it was a big thing for the family to watch. My dad was working at NASA.
Oh, that's good. Well, Alan, you have
mine
roots in NASA. What's that?
Mine too, I said. Yeah.
Oh,
not,
cool.
Not directly with NASA, but he got a man to the moon. Let's just say that.
That's awesome.
We all know
He
that
was in
didn't
film.
happen, Alan.
Yeah, so he was in film. Yeah. Dave for 20. Star Trek gave me a hopeful outlook on life at a time when nuclear war was a possible thing. Vietnam was a thing. I was enthralled with all the different people on the crew and the cool adventures they had.
Thank you, Dave. Thank you.
Electro Dev for $9.99. As a kid, best memory is watching The Next Generation with my mom. Reruns of the original series ended with credits. Scared the bejesus out of me. Live long and prosper.
Oh yeah, the still photos from the
Still,
end credits.
the Baylock puppet was scary as.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. Thanks,
Dave, for another 20. We can argue over which series is best, but I think we can all agree that Kurtzman Trek smells like sewage, and those series should not. From Discovery onward, we cast you out. Great Satan. Yes. Gandalf. They shall not pass. Gandalf the Wolf for $9.99. I don't understand why Star Trek Legacy wasn't pursued, continuing with Seven and Jack.
Because it wasn't Kurtzman's idea.
Yes.
They could never let that happen, or Kurtzman's entire legacy is scrapped.
Yeah. Because then you can point to like, well, why does everyone like this?
Yeah.
Because it was unrelated to him.
Well, the problem with Picard season 3 was that no one expected to be that good.
Exactly.
So, yeah.
Let's,
Chris, you gotta do one more. You gotta do
one more. Wow.
Sice for 50. Star Trek, the original series, is my second favorite TV show of all time.
Oh, we did this
right
one.
behind.
Never
Well, what's the other one then? Rest
Well,
in
we'll
peace,
do
though,
for
either
50.
way.
We'll read
Yeah,
it
for
again.
50, we'll do it right behind Twilight Zone. James T. Kirk is my captain. Rest in peace. No matter what, they can't take all of the good Star Trek away from us. By the way, that when it's dead, we mean Kurtzman Trek is dead. Star Trek is still alive in our hearts.
Star Trek
Just like
lives
Star
on.
Wars pre-Disney, still alive in their hearts.
I have
Well-
all
shit we
the
cast
good
out.
Star Trek on my Plex server, and it's not
Right.
going anywhere.
Yeah.
Well, I have a question about Darren. What do you think of the changing of the effects? I don't think they ever needed to do it.
You know what? Honestly, they didn't. But look, I'm the original person who pitched the idea of redoing the effects back
It's
in
you!
2003. Because I did a
Thank
version
you.
of the Doomsday Machine with, quote, reimagined visual effects. My visual effects looked almost exactly like the original ones, though, but cleaned up. So I lost the bid to CBS Digital, and the Okudas and Dave Rossi came in and supervised that, and they did an amazing job for very, very little money. And I applaud their energy and their creativity in getting that done. But I'm so glad that we have the original version still available on the Blu-rays, and you know, it speaks well for the history of Star Trek to have them still available.
We have a special guest joining us, but before we bring her on to break up this sausage fest, there is breaking news.
Star Trek lies dead. How did it die? Let's take a look.
welcome to the show. We have to welcome to the
What are you
show. Wait, what'd you do?
What are you
What are you doing? Hey, let's put
Hey, there he is.
Let's put Carly front and center here. And you are dressed as it's either brunette Yeoman Rand or white Uhura. Which one is it?
My girl Uhura. I gotta represent.
Nice. Nice.
She's got the best
Respect.
Now,
How very Star Trek of us.
Carly, you're at Intel_dork, but you're also a different name on X.
Yes. Well, that's my name on X. It's at Intel_dork.
Right. Okay.
Yes. But I also co-host on the Scene Invaders podcast, which you can find on YouTube.
And I see you once a year at Dragon Con, hanging out at the con. I think I might have seen you once when I was sober. I don't remember.
I would be surprised. It must have been early in the day then, if you were still sober.
Exactly. But you are a legit, I mean, I followed you for years. Your meme game is on point. Your stories about just being a nerd and also a responsible human being are epic. Tell us about your Trek journey, when you fell in love, and if you have a eulogy you want to share. And there are so many fan eulogies to share with you, and some of them are hilarious. But tell us.
Yeah, well, I'm sure, as most people have probably already noticed, this is not a communicator from the original series. This is actually from TNG. So I'm sure people will say that. But I liked this better with the dress, so it was a fashion choice. But I have really liked Star Trek for as long as I can remember. My dad was a huge fan. I remember just watching most of the movies with him. He just, even the newest one, the 2009 one, the reboot, he actually liked that one. And it was one of the last movies that we watched in the theaters. But it was one thing that we really shared together. We actually did I think maybe in 1993 or 94, we did the Star Trek Adventure at Universal Studios where we made the little 10-minute video. So I still remember both lines that I had in that. It was pretty embarrassing, but yeah, we were all
the lines. Come on,
lines,
what were they?
What does this button do? And then the second line was, "Be quiet. We don't know who's listening." So, yeah.
Oh my God. What now? What you are like? I've seen you in all kinds of. There was a Scott Pilgrim cosplay you did. You are Dragon Con really has the best cosplay of any convention.
They do.
It truly is the best. But what got you into it?
I mean, honestly, I've just been going to Dragon Con since 2004, and I actually didn't even start doing the whole cosplaying bit until 2019. And ever since then, I've just had a blast with it. It's just fun trying to find characters where I can make myself kind of look like them and then put together different articles of clothing and just put things together that way. But my two favorite ones that I pretty much do every year are Ramona Flowers, both the comic version and the movie version. And then I also do a couple of different variations of Tank Girl that I really like.
We you know what? I can't believe it. We have even more breaking news.
Star Trek lies dead. How did it die? Let's take a look.
Oh my God, what is that? That's so bad.
That's a female Jim Hadar Cardassian half-breeds.
I don't even want to see that as a female. I don't want to see that.
Number one kind of looks like number two.
Oh
Yeah.
Just saying.
Oh my God. But what is your take on modern Trek? Like I haven't watched. I watched the first 4 episodes of Discovery. I watched some episodes of Strange New Worlds. I can't get into it.
Yeah, I tried to watch some of Picard, and I have not watched any of Strange New Worlds. I did hear that was more of a return to form. but it sounds like it isn't. So I'm glad that I haven't watched it. But yeah, no, I haven't seen any of the newest Trek. I haven't seen Prodigy, or I know that got canceled, but oh man, yeah, no, I haven't seen the newest stuff. It's kind of garbage.
Wait, so there's nobody you want to cosplay as from the new Star Trek?
No. No, thank you.
None of those 3 characters you just saw inspired you?
No.
Make a great Michael Burnham.
Well, if I felt like crying all the time, I might could do that one.
Yeah. It's but look, we have another special guest about to join us on the show, and we actually have a lot of we've gotten so many submissions, people sharing their eulogies, and we have one here.
Oh, good. And can I share mine next? I do have one as well.
We have, look at this, friend of the show,
Paul
Chato. Let's watch this. I watch his channel, subscribe to Call Me Chato. This is currently unlisted, so this is a premiere. Let's watch Paul's eulogy for Star Trek. Here it is. I'm gonna boost the volume here.
Custom bridge in the church. It's
oh my
great.
God, here we go, folks.
We gather here today to bid farewell to a once great friend, Star Trek, who lived long, prospered for decades, and then somewhere around the Kelvin timeline began suffering from a series of unfortunate creative decisions from which it never fully recovered. It started with the J.J. Abrams films, bold in spectacle, but light in soul. Star Trek reimagined as a lens flare-powered roller coaster where logic took a backseat to velocity, and the prime directive was quietly replaced by the explode everything directive. We hoped it was just a phase, a midlife crisis with better hair and bigger budgets. Then came Discovery, valiantly trying to be edgy, moody, and important with a capital I, yet somehow forgetting that Star Trek's heart beat strongest when characters argued philosophy, not shouted exposition. Picard followed, reminding us that even our most beloved captains can be dragged back for one last ride. And then another, and another, whether they should have or not. Strange new worlds flickered briefly with the glow of what Star Trek once was, but even its charm could not halt the gravitational collapse. And finally, Starfleet Academy, a franchise gasping its last as it tried desperately to be young, hip, and algorithm-friendly. In those final episodes, we watched as Star Trek, our Star Trek, slipped quietly into that good night, replaced by something wearing its uniform, but not its spirit. And so, with gratitude for the golden years and forgiveness for the rest, we lay this era of Star Trek to rest. May it find peace in the great beyond, where continuity is respected, captains are competent, and the future once again feels hopeful, curious, and just a little bit weird. Farewell, old friend. You deserved better. In the words of Dr. McCoy, it's dead, Jim.
Oh, and of course, joining us on the show is Paul Chato. What's going on, my friend?
Could have done it live.
Beautiful speech.
What is this?
Just tricorder.
Let me get you over there, Paul. What is? Oh, you
tricorder, nice.
Oh, next gen tricorder. Oh my God.
A TNG tricorder.
Oh,
genuine.
Can you give me my prostate exam? Just aim it downward. I want to see if there's anything going on.
I'll do it for you.
Oh, I gotta ask, are you gonna watch Starfleet Academy when it comes out?
That first clip was so beyond. Oh, look at that. Well, you beat me, you bastard.
It's not a contest. I'm just scanning.
That's okay.
Oh, that was
that's brilliant. Love it.
Oh, that's awesome.
That truly is awesome. You know, right from the get-go, the fact that they were under attack and the vessel that they were flying was ripped to shreds. That's modern Star Trek. Like the old Star Trek, it was never shit that just, oh boy, the whole point of this episode is to be attacked. It was never the point of an episode was to be attacked. I mean, there might have
So
been
you feel you're being attacked, do you?
yes. And I mean, I thought, and of course you had the 3 bags of water at the beginning. Well, this should make a good learning exercise. Yes. I mean, anyways, you know what? I'm going to watch the first one in the same way that I watched the first bunch of Discoveries completely against my will. I didn't watch a single Picard, except for the third one, because and then of course I watched the entire first season of Strange New Gonads, and I mean that was terrible. And they killed off the only interesting character, the engineer, the Scotty guy who happened to be Canadian also, as a Canadian actor. How ironic. And of course, he was the most popular character in Strange New Worlds and a male. So what did that mean? Kill him off. That was like, can't have the most popular character being a male character. Anyway, so there you go. Thank you very much. It was a fun eulogy to do. It's kind of semi-serious and ironic as opposed to just big goofy fun. I mean,
you have to make that public now, Paul.
I'm going to.
Yeah,
yes, I was not going to make it public until it was debuted here. So
I want to say thanks to Sons and Shadows Cast for
Jeff.
50 around Romulan ale shots on me. Well, Raging Rhino may join us later, and Yellow Flash. So
nice.
We'll need those.
And for Andorian myself.
Right here, real quick, Badger. If you will.
Hey. $100 Red Boy from Molnar. For Ensign Jeremy Lee Drag. TNG was a big influence on him joining the Navy. He would have loved Picard season 3, and we would have lambasted the rest of Bad Trek. R.I.P. my brother, you are not forgotten. Jeremy Lee Drag, Ensign. Shout out.
Condolences.
Thank you, Jay Molnar, and thank you for your brother's service. Thank you for that. That's great. Appreciate it.
I think Carly had a eulogy as well.
Oh yeah, Carly, did you have one recorded or one that you want to read?
No, I was just going to read it.
Okay, great. Let's do that, but let's also check in Ted Koppel. Ted Koppel came out of retirement to cover all the events here. This is crazy. Let's take a look at another clip.
Star Trek lies dead. How did it die? Let's take a look.
I'm sorry, but Captain, what is that amazing smell?
It's the bacon.
Bacon? Fascinating. Smoky and salty and sweet and soft and crispy all at the same time. I must have more.
Spock, I'd slow down a bit if I were you.
Slow down? I'm making up for lost time. Why do I feel nauseated?
Bacon is awesome. That's accurate.
Yeah, I was about to say that's about.
By the way, yeah, but Vulcans don't eat meat.
Yeah, well, he's half
now.
He's half human, so he's embracing his human side.
That's right.
So how do you transition from that Vulcan, from that Spock to the TOS Spock? That comes right after, right?
It's a horrible transporter accident ahead of him.
Wait, before Verbal Riot, Dante, you gotta go. Did you have a eulogy or anything you want to say?
Not a eulogy, but I'll say a few things.
Oh, Dante, you look very.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
Wrong black guy.
All of a sudden, I have white face.
What happened?
Yeah. Anyway, Star Trek was a huge part of my life growing up. I remember, in the 70s, sitting at my grandfather's feet, us together watching Star Trek together, making these memories. And what's funny is I remember I wasn't like a huge fan because I was too young to really understand what they were talking about. But I will say it was my first experience with science fiction. So Star Trek was the first sci-fi anything that I ever experienced. So it definitely has a special place there. It also has a special place for another reason, because I remember it being part of my formative years. I remember, and I can't pinpoint what day it was, but I just remember one day watching that show and all of a sudden seeing this chocolate goddess appear on the screen in the name of Nyota Uhura. And it changed my life. I knew then I was straight. And no, I just look, man, I grew up with this show. I love the original series. I love the Next Generation. I love Deep Space Nine. And some of the best writing, some of the smartest writing have come from old Star Trek. I wish it could have continued into like future years. It would have been great for my nephews to watch like a new Star Trek and get inspired the same way we were inspired by the old Star Trek. But unfortunately, they're just not going to get that from this new stuff. Maybe if they go back to the old stuff. But anyway, I hate to say goodbye to another franchise I love. Just a few years ago, we said goodbye to Star Wars. Now I'm saying goodbye to Star Trek. I assume next year we're going to say goodbye to the MCU. So I'm happy to be here, but I'm also sad that this is the occasion why we all have to gather. So that's it.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you, Verbal. We appreciate it. And Godspeed, my friend. We'll see you Monday on Versus.
I'll see you guys. I would do the Spock thing, but my hands aren't that dexterous, so I can't really do it.
I'll give you the double.
Normal people can. Screw all you. Talk to you guys later.
All right. Take care. Great. Well, let's get Carly. You wanted to do a eulogy here.
Yes.
Let's play a quick clip before you do that. Just a quick reminder when Star Trek was great.
I like Star Trek Voyager. The Year of Hell led to one of the greatest Star Trek video games of all time, Elite Forces, which actually sold. I like it. Janeway's my captain.
They destroyed Babylon 3.
I was just going to say, it blew up Babylon.
Oh, man. Well, let's get to Carly. You have some things to share with us.
I do. I had a little eulogy here. So, dearly beloved, we are gathered here today to mourn the passing of our dearest Star Trek. Star Trek was born in 1966, filled with utopian dreams, phasers set to stun, and mini skirts that defied physics. It promised us a future of exploration, diversity, and infinite possibility. What it delivered was Kirk's swagger, Picard's Shakespearean eloquence, Sisko's righteous anger, Janeway's coffee addiction, and enough techno-babble to fill a black hole. But alas, like a red shirt on an away mission, Star Trek's best days simply couldn't last. It stumbled through the 70s, its spirit kept alive by syndicated reruns, only to come roaring back to life in the 80s and 90s with The Next Generation, Deep Space Nine, and Voyager. Peak television that dared to ask big questions while still letting us watch Worf pound faces senseless. Then came the decline. The early 2000s brought us Star Trek, the Star Trek Enterprise, a prequel that somehow made the future feel like a low-budget past. Then came Nemesis, a film that damaged the franchise so thoroughly that even Data's death felt like a mercy. The reboot films arrived like a drunken ex at a wedding, loud, shiny, and full of lens flare. And while they may have been fun, they fundamentally misunderstood what we loved about the original Star Trek. The wondrous optimism. Hope briefly flickered with the television shows Discovery, Picard, Lower Decks, Prodigy, and Strange New Worlds. For a moment, it felt like Trek might boldly go once more, but instead, it boldly went everywhere. Too many shows, desperate to chase trends rather than set them. Nostalgia became the prime directive. And now Starfleet Academy is coming in 2026, filled with teenagers and feelings. Finally, a Star Trek for the generation that thinks exploration means scrolling through someone's social media feed. Looking forward to the episode where they solve a galactic threat with group therapy and TikTok dances on the bridge. Star Trek leaves behind a mixed legacy, groundbreaking representation, iconic quotes, the eternal debate over which is better, the even or odd-numbered films, and a merchandising empire that somehow still sells $200 phaser replicas to adults with mortgages. It taught us to dream of a better tomorrow, then spent its final years reminding us that tomorrow is, unfortunately, just more streaming content. So let us pass the Romulan ale and remember Star Trek for how gracefully it aged and not for how stubbornly it refused to die with dignity. May it find peace in syndication heaven, forever beaming into late-night TV slots between infomercials urging us to buy gold and murder mysteries from the 1980s. Farewell, Star Trek. You lived long, you prospered occasionally, and now you're finally going where many franchises have gone before, into the great rerun beyond. Beam us up, Scotty. There's no intelligent life left here anyway. And that's it.
So say
Great.
Thank you.
That was great. That was
thoughtful.
awesome. That was awesome. Wow.
Can anyone tell me, does Kurtzman know how much we hate his Star Treks? Has there been any?
Know.
He's got to know.
He can't possibly know.
You don't think?
I think
I'm
he's surrounded by a wall of people.
Sycophants.
Yeah.
So I'm not saying that there aren't a group of people who are keeping him alive like an iron lung. I'm not saying that doesn't exist. But you cannot tell me that he's not aware of our abject hatred.
We're just racist
for what he's done.
He just dismisses it as racist trolls, probably, like they all do.
Okay.
All the thems, right? They know what we think, but then they just dismiss it because if they actually took on our arguments, he would not be able to defend. He's even said he cares more about his own ideology and his messages than he does about lore and what's like. It's a Russell T Davies type thing. In
his mind, he fixed Star Trek.
The sheer hubris.
Yeah.
Well, we have this massive generation of individuals who have now, at the same timeline, the Kelvin timeline, fixed everything from Star Trek, Star Wars, the Witches,
Lord of the Rings, Halo, Witcher.
Yes, the Witcher. That other witch series. I can't remember the name right now.
Thank God they've created a world safe for crappy shows.
And it's all at the same time. Like it's as if they colluded together.
Almost like it was planned. Yeah. You're gonna get us demonetized, Paul.
Sorry, did I say something wrong?
No.
Okay. You're bringing up
Totally
conspiracy
planned.
theories that are clearly untrue.
Yeah.
Impossible.
Anyways. But again, in that little clip from Starfleet Academy, you've got modern anachronisms, origami chicken, and you've got something's a bitch. I can't remember.
Payback's a bitch.
Yeah, I mean, you have to give Firefly its credit where he filled it with all sorts of weird isms, right? Just to make it sound like it's from another time, or at least one that's not familiar to us. And they were fairly careful in especially TNG to not bring in modern language. But in that short clip, you got two things that are right out of present day and out of the mouth of an alien. Like
Star Wars
was he
sequels
watching
do it
Lucy
too.
shows or something like that?
That's the thing that got me was unfolding like an origami chicken.
Right.
I mean, what visual is that? Where did someone think that people would resonate and relate?
Well, he went to an intergalactic Chinese restaurant.
Well, it's a direct quote from Blade Runner.
Is it?
Is it?
Well, isn't there an origami chicken in Blade Runner?
I can't.
There's lots of origami. Yeah, there's lots of
yeah.
different.
Yeah, apparently that is carried for decades.
It's oh, I know what it's from. It's from Crapville.
But he's an alien. Like, come up with your own isms, right?
Well, I miss frack.
Yeah.
Frack.
Yeah.
You know, just you can have expletives, but just make up different ones or a language. You don't have to know everything that, I mean, like a lot of the dialogue Harrison Ford complained about for the first Star Wars movie, which was called Star Wars. He said, you can write this stuff, George. You can't say it. I mean, it made the world otherworldly. It made Star Wars timeless. Same thing with Star Trek. The best of Trek is always timeless, and modern Trek is rooted in now. I think we are living through the dark ages of entertainment. We're seriously the dark ages of almost a lot of things, you know.
Yeah. Well, and to Paul's point, they used to say like, and what is the human expression? And then they would say whatever the line they shouldn't know, but they would classify it as a human saying and say like a version of it wrong to try. Yeah.
By the way, I found the origins of unfolding like an origami chicken. It comes from Star Trek Beyond, and Scotty says it. Simon Pegg's character.
Oh my god!
So
Okay,
that we
it's
can get
modern.
back to Star Trek Beyond because we love that movie so much in that line.
Mhm.
But why would an alien know that?
Especially in a timeline that's after Starfleet's been gone for like 1,000, whatever it was, a couple hundred years
that's
after
even
their
in the
stupid
future.
dilithium thing.
By the way, Badger, look at the private chat. Something Lori posted. Could you just read that out loud?
Yes. Yeah, we got a Rumble rant here.
No. Read it.
From Roddenberry, Kaylin Roddenberry. Just a hello from the Roddenberry family member. Title of your video chat caught my eye. So this is Kaylin Roddenberry.
It's legit.
Wow.
It's legit.
Okay.
Well, that's pretty
You must
cool.
be fuming at what we're saying.
Yeah,
Or
that
she's
is
agreed.
wow. Okay.
Depends if they have any money in Kurtzman Trek.
Who knows? Who knows at this point?
Doubt it.
Yeah. So we have another special guest joining us. He's waiting in the wings. We will get to full parity at some point. Maybe 50% women and 50% men. Diversity is coming to this funeral. Let's play another clip though here, just to further drive home the theme of this show.
Star Trek lies dead. How did it die? Let's take a look.
Can we get rid of the mole?
I thought you stopped hating that.
I just asked because transitioning, it's like I had bigger things to think about. But if I get another chance to remake my body, then why not get rid of all the things that aren't totally me, you know?
What?
Okay.
Yeah, welcome.
What he's saying is that I have one boob, I need one more.
Well, let's welcome.
He is a boob.
On his hand.
Aliens have boobs on their hand. That's.
I want to welcome to our funeral proceedings here, Danny from Comics and Everything YouTube channel. Hey, Danny, thank you. You've been on Versus. We appreciate you being here. By the way, these worst of clips, I'm seeing them for the first time.
Seriously?
I have not seen this stuff. That clip was horrible.
It was
Some of
gold.
us have been suffering through this for years, Chris.
Oh my!
This has been a slow death for
Chris,
us.
for you, it's the first of worst of.
Yeah, the worst of times. It was the worst of times, and we have a ton more to show. Danny, thank you for joining us.
Hey, any opportunity to put the ears on, man.
Yes,
Hey, look
let's
at
go
that.
full screen. Let's check
That's
out.
great.
Look at that. Look
Bang,
at
that's
that.
weird.
Which Lord of the Rings movie did that come from?
Actually, I made them myself. I am
Oh.
a special effects artist as well.
Alternate reality future Starfleet chevron. I like.
Thank
That's
you.
great.
Thank you.
Well, I'm sure you have a lot to say, and please join the conversation.
Absolutely.
This is going to go another 9 hours to break our record. But what do you've been a fan of, comics and everything a long time. What's your take on modern Trek?
Heartbreaking, devastating. Star Trek is something that's part of the fabric of me and my family. It's something that ushered me into nerddom, into nerdy fandom, into science fiction, into science. It's how I connected with my father, with my late brother. We watched The Next Generation every week together, and I remember how upset my dad was when DS9 came out because it wasn't Trek. They're staying in one place. And then when Voyager came out, he loved that more than anything because they're going everywhere, and the arguments we would have over that. I remember us pulling out the blueprints to the Enterprise, just trying to find a bathroom because they got to use the bathroom, right? Unless they had all their buttholes removed during the eugenics wars. Like, that started to make a whole lot of sense. We did find a head, and it was in Riker's bathroom, or Riker's quarters, which totally makes sense. That dirty sailor. But I lost my brother a little over 10 years ago, around 2013. And it seemed like that because that's when the J.J. Abrams stuff started to come out. It really felt like that's when Trek really started to die off too. It was like, what the hell, man? Maybe you shouldn't have left. You kind of took Star Trek with you. And I keep saying to myself, well, thank God Steven's not here anymore, because Klingons singing, doing boy band stuff, like what the fuck is that? Like, what is that? It doesn't make any sense. We've gone from having these great aspirational, subtle stories that literally taught us about everything from science to literature to this forced kind of morality, which is not a thing. That's oppression. That's not real stuff. That's like beating you over the head like you're a bad person. Like, you end up feeling like worse after you watch it rather than feeling uplifted and comforted and like eating comfort food. It's just really devastating to watch something that's been such an important part of your life, an important part of your family, to just get watered down and trampled on and dragged around like a dead body for whatever Kurtzman's doing these days. I don't know. Who knows why madmen do what they do, but it is a madman type of move, wouldn't you say?
No, Mad Men was a great show.
Yeah, fair enough.
Chris, you are muted. We are
I'm
professionals here.
queuing up clips to show. We have a rare old comedy bit from Paul Chato. I want to show that, but
speaking of the whim of a madman,
yeah. I've got so much. I could make this stream really long, but
oh, you don't have to show it. I was hoping to help you fill the 9 hours.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, I know my
later we'll get
eulogy
to
is
it,
like
but
a little over 5 minutes too.
Darren, there's gotta be, and I want to get Danny to your eulogy, but Darren, there's gotta be some good restored Orson Welles motion picture clips or the trailer.
Let me see if I can track those down.
Okay, I got one here.
I can send you the links.
Yeah, but
I think this is the original movie trailer. Yeah.
Yeah.
A Gulf and Western company.
It's a really old one.
Wow. Listen to the synth.
Travel forward with us. 300 years into the future to confront the greatest mystery ever to threaten mankind. We are aboard a huge starship called the Enterprise. This is the return of Captain Kirk.
An alien object of unbelievable destructive power is less than 3 days away from this planet.
Mr. Spock.
I offer my services as science officer.
Dr. McCoy. Scotty. And joining them on their mission, Commander Will Decker and Navigator Ilea.
I'm sorry.
That you left Delta 4? Or that you didn't even say goodbye?
Get us back in impulse power. Full reverse. Wormhole distortion has overloaded the main power systems. Belay deck. Base order. Fire! Torpedoes!
This, then, is the epic journey of the Starship Enterprise, traveling to the outer limits of time and space to challenge a vast, living machine of destruction. The human adventure is just beginning. Star Trek, the motion picture.
I miss Orson Welles saying rated G.
Where's Orson Welles in this?
Yeah,
he wasn't in that one. That's when they used the score from Black Sunday in the background. That was an earlier one. I'm trying to find the ones that I remastered for HD. Give me a few moments.
I loved the first movie. I just wished it wasn't Nomad again.
Well,
yeah, it's Nomad basically.
I remember sitting in the theater going, darn.
Well, I was a toddler, so it blew my little mind.
Danny, do you have a prepared eulogy?
Just the one that I posted.
Oh, okay. Well, why don't can you give us sort of breadth of that, and we'll hear you live.
Hold on. Now I gotta pull up my. I don't have it completely memorized, even though I had to record it like 300.
What? You show up to set? You don't have your lines memorized? Oh,
it's all good. It's all good. It's all good.
I got it right here.
No, we got 9 hours to kill.
Yeah. But let's go to some soups. We have a lot of soups here. I'll start from the top. Here we go, Badger.
Dirk Slasher for 10.
George is coming back, and we're gonna have him say hi. Here.
Movies America for 5 by Grabthar's Hammer by the Sons of Warvan. Star Trek shall be avenged.
Oh, thank you, Movies America.
Kyle Harlow for 2. R.I.P. Star Trek by Grabthar's Hammer. You shall be avenged. This is a thing. Okay.
Well, you could have used the same gusto with that one as well.
It loses the luster after. Darth Yeager, shout out for 5 Film Threat memberships.
Oh, that's great. Thank you, Darth Yeager.
This is terrorism. Grab
we,
for 2. For fuck's sake, hashtag cancel Disney Plus. Cancel Disney Plus.
But your pipes were just getting warmed
Making me
up.
dance, monkey dance.
I just say it, but I
for 2.
just added ESPN to my Disney Plus.
MF Freeman for $4.99. Love The Next Generation. The best because it proves the future runs on diplomacy, science, and Picard speeches, plus a chair straddling first officer for morale. Yeah, it's the way Riker gets on the chairs.
Riker maneuver.
Graph Web for 2. In the name of all that is holy, hashtag cancel Disney Plus.
We gotta start. There's got to be a montage of Riker sitting doing the chair move.
There is.
Okay,
I'll find something.
We'll play fun videos later, but let's go through some soups here. Catch up.
The Immortal Remus for $1.99. The Kelvin should be renamed the Normie Timeline.
Ah, makes sense. Thanks, Remus.
Polly from Latino Slant for 5. To think we had Montalban as Khan. Now, watching that music number, all I can think is Montalbano. Oh.
She should rename it Ricardo Montalcan.
It's funny.
Or Benedict Cumberbatch.
You know what? If I
Bar
was playing
for
that role, I would put elastic bands around my, over my eyelids, like we used to do as kids to not be racist, Alan.
Wow.
It was so fun not being racist as kids with our elastic bands around our eyelids.
I know. Polly loves it when I do that.
Remember when John Belushi played Kirk on SNL?
That was great.
Remember when
His
Dana Carvey
eyebrow-
played Khan?
His eyebrow game was on point.
No sneeze guard
Jeff
on the salad
from
bar.
Sons and Shadows. Sorry, we do not acknowledge Galactica 1980. It didn't happen.
Yeah.
Oh my god, that was so bad.
Oh,
On
it was so bad.
Like cheesy motorcycles.
Brandon Powell for 5. RIP Star Trek. I've watched The Next Generation, Deep Space Nine, Voyager, and Enterprise. I have fond memories of watching Voyager with my mom and brother. The service is needed. Yeah, the service is needed.
Thank you.
I put Riker a compilation of him sitting down in the private for you.
Oh, thank you.
Sinjin Gamer for $6.99. I'm not crying right now. It's just because my eyes are watering from all the lens flares and idiotic light placements on ships nowadays.
What does everyone think about Riker directing Starfleet Academy?
Paycheck.
It's a paycheck.
It's a paycheck. Yeah, let him
Especially
make
in
some money.
Hollywood today. Yeah.
No one's gonna hold it against him.
Hey,
Polly,
live long and
Yes.
prosper. This hand symbol is a Jewish hand symbol.
My favorite Jewish nerd. Yes.
You see, it represents the letter Shin, which is a letter in the Hebrew alphabet, which is the first letter of Shaddai, which means the Almighty.
L'chaim. Chris Owens for 2. Would have welcomed Tarantino's Star Trek over what we have.
Yeah.
I don't know. Everything I heard about that was not good.
It's Tarantino.
Lots of
Is it-
violence.
first of all, was that real?
Yes.
Tarantino Star Trek.
Yeah.
Was it
There was a script.
He was
Yeah.
developing a script where they return to the piece of the action planet.
Starring Paul Dano. It was going to be a banger.
Is that real? So they went back to the piece of the action planet.
That's,
Yeah.
That is my understanding. Yeah.
But would have been better than Kurtzman's Star Trek.
You know what?
Probably.
No.
That's unfair.
The Immortal Remus for $4.99. My fondest my fondest memories of Star Trek were Data Next Generation episodes as an early 90s Spectrum kid, following his journey and learning so much myself about people. Prosthetic Head 32-bit for 2. The Borg encountered modern Trek and did a fast U-turn.
Yeah.
Do not assimilate.
Hey,
Valiant Renegade.
Hey.
$19.99.
Hey, just
One day we'll return to your show.
Yes, one day. But thank you, Valiant. Appreciate you.
Wishes he could have made it. Have a great show. # RIP Star Trek.
So he's getting back at us for not being on his show.
Church Jack for $4.99. 1975 PBS all night summertime Trekathon. Devil in the Dark, Charlie X, Little 12 black and white TV, little 12-inch black and white TV. May its memory be a blessing.
When he said little 12-inch black, I didn't know
thought he
where
was
where he was
for a
going with
second.
that.
Talking
Sorry.
about something else.
Where was he going with that? But thank you. You brought it home, Badger.
Darth Maul's lower half for 2. Remember what Data said. TV will be dead by 2040.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, recent news, the Oscars are coming to YouTube.
Yeah.
In 2029. So we're gonna read some more soups, but Carly, you have to take off right now. So we'll say our goodbyes. So thank you for hanging out with us. We appreciate it. Take care. I'll see you in Atlanta at Dragon Con. And live long and prosper.
Yes. Thank you guys. Take
Thanks,
care.
Carly.
Take care, Carly. Thanks so much. All right.
Then you gotta remove her from the.
I gotta figure out what I'm doing here. Okay, let's continue.
Robert Hayes for $4.99. Captain is the word given. The world's is given. Warp speed.
Might have been
I
a
think
typo.
that's a typo.
Is the word given?
I don't.
Thank
I
you,
have to
Robert.
say,
Captain, is the word given? The word is given. Warp speed.
Warp speed.
I saw the TOS because I'm old enough when it first aired, and I remember the first episode was the woman who
needed salt.
Yes.
And then the second one was the friend of Kirk and Sally Kellerman, who got the gold eyes, I believe, was the second one. But I remember as a kid, the one that really affected me was the Charlie X one.
Mm-hmm.
Like, as a young lad, that was the first one that I recall really shook me up, because he was treating older women in kind of a vague sexual rape.
Oh, it wasn't vague.
No,
It wasn't vague at all.
Sorry. I'm just trying to make sure this channel does not get demonetized.
Right.
But I remember that one, I mean, also the actor who played Charlie was fantastic. But that was a really wild story for me as a young kid to digest. Anyway.
Yeah. Unfettered young men on the prowl and with amazing powers.
With amazing powers. That's right.
You buy now for $5. Star Trek II, The Wrath of Khan 4K is now on sale for $13. My Grapthar's hammer, what a savings. Polly for another $1.99. Antamano, play on words. Where's the bathroom?
Baño.
Yes.
Baño. Hey, thanks, Paulie.
I should start a restaurant and call it the Rap of Khan.
Nice.
Aaron Lockley for 20. I loved watching the original series, Next Generation, and Voyager series growing up. Just recently, I gave Enterprise a try, and I was pleasantly surprised. DS9 is next for me. For some reason, I just couldn't get into it when I was younger. Same.
Well, let me just say this. Read this last one here. We're going to watch this video.
Graph for 2, for fuck's sake. Hashtag cancel Disney Plus. Terrorism.
Red alert.
All right, what am I doing here? All right, let's watch this video. Thank you, Graph Web. Appreciate you. Let's watch this. I've heard of this. Let's see.
Now, the transfer has been completed. Dr. Pulaski's being shown to her quarters. We're ready to get underway.
Grand. Number one,
So
I will
tall.
leave you at 0300.
Yeah. Now, first words out of your mouth are the most important. You may want to start with something like this.
I had the biggest crush on him.
He's a straddler.
You don't look like
Yeah,
a
he
person
is.
who came here to relax. Mind if I join you?
No, sir.
Is there something wrong, Wes?
Something's wrong?
Counselor Troy's ill.
Sorry to hear it.
There should be a sound effect when this happens.
Or a parody where he's kicking people in the
Okay,
head every
Morta.
time he does it. Yeah.
Yeah, they.
The Enterprise computer system is controlled. We went through some serious times.
He must have caught his nutsack at least.
No, in fact,
once.
Jonathan Frakes is 9 feet tall.
Well, is it John? And by the when I used to work in Beverly Hills on Wilshire Boulevard, there was a
Beverly.
restaurant called Kate Manalini's.
Yeah.
Darren, I think you remember that place.
I do.
That place was legendary, and I remember seeing Jonathan Frakes at Kate Manalini's, and he smiled, the nicest guy. So I'm there multiple times, but he was just nice.
I love Jonathan. He is awesome. He is self-aware. He is funny. And if you listen to Trexperts starting tomorrow, we have a big interview with him and Data and Dr. Crusher.
Nice.
The actors, that is, not the characters.
Okay, now that move was on purpose. That was part of
Of course
the
it
character.
was.
Yeah, he knew what he was doing.
Yeah. He's got to air out the boys when he sits down.
There's got to be an outtake of him catching them.
I'm sure there is somewhere.
Quick from Paulie here.
Funeral for the Oscars, please do. I will be there.
All right.
Well, that would be a good one.
Let's
That's a
We've
great
got-
idea.
Being on being on YouTube means they can go 6 hours.
Paulie, save some of the good ideas for us, okay? We've got to share.
Yeah, but
too.
wait a sec, real quick. Badger, we have like about 20 member chats. I'm gonna see how fast we'll go through these. We're gonna shout out new members, and go through some member chats. So Badger, if you would.
Rapid
Then we
fire.
have a new guest that's joining us, but let's go through these.
All right. Alan became a membership. Shout out Alan Terrell. Ryan Lamb became a member. Anthony Shaddix. Shout out, bro. Trish, thank you for becoming a member. Trish Page. GJ Jensen. Thank you, Jensen. 1,000 member for 5 months. Fun with collecting for 9 months. Film Threat puts the fun in funeral. Live long and prosper.
Right.
Badum member. Yeah. Merry Christmas, guys. 38 months. Shout out. Red French Moon. Shout out for 23 months. Klingon Warriors don't cross legs sitting. Mad About Hatter for 9 months. Big Bullion, shout out, 24 months. Watch Trek for the first time this year. Original series crew are some of the best characters of all time. Kirk, Spock, Bones. After the original series crew, it gets ass fast. Wow. Andrew, shout out, became a member. Full on Apathy became a member. Destiny Captain, member for 5 months. You should get Darren, to play Gene Roddenberry. He's great at the voice. Don't know if he'd do it.
Yeah. Would Darren do it? Would Darren do Gene
That's not
Roddenberry?
You know, when we first brought the show to the network, we pitched it as sort of a wagon train to the stars, where we could represent strange stories of human beings pushed up against strange alien forces that we don't understand. And I think we were able to sneak in a few secret stories about the real humanity in there, past those network people.
I'd like to hear Gene like wax poetic about some of the women on the show. And
well, you know, I've always enjoyed women, and I have to say that I hope that women have enjoyed me. But the great thing about it is that we celebrate the differences between men and women, and it's very exciting to explore those wonderful integrations as we go forward.
Oh my God. Okay.
You know what? I would really enjoy the Oscars on YouTube, because actors, when they go up, they'll be going, and our sponsor is Raid Shadow Legends. And
remember to like, share, and subscribe to the Oscars.
Oh my God.
That's right. Billy Crystal will bring up VPN services, Surfshark, and
Bowl and Branch.
Oh, would that be funny?
Buy gold. But yeah, no,
buy gold.
There is an Oscars YouTube channel. It doesn't get a lot of views, even though it has a ton of subscribers. It's wait a sec, Darren.
Oh no.
What is going on?
This is brought to you by the Oscar, not the actual Oscar, but an incredible simulation. But I want to thank the Academy for ignoring me completely over my 40-year career in the movie.
You can get your own Oscar if you've been ignored.
That's correct.
Which technical award did you lose to get that? So.
No, I didn't lose anything. See, no markings. I'm free. I'm free. You understand?
Pookie Malibu, member for 17 months. Next Generation was my first Trek show. Growing up, Counselor Troy. Yes. Counselor Troy. Bach, Julie Bach, remember? Yeah, there you go. Jules.
Is that blue dress?
He's the head of Otoy, which runs the Roddenberry Archive.
Cool. And Emily Kruger for 4 months. Live long and prosper.
Thank you.
Brandon Thornton gifted a Film Threat membership. Thank you, Brandon. Jensen for another 5 Film Threat memberships.
Thank you.
Fearless Wolf. They're running one last expensive U3 set. If Starfleet Academy flops, Trek gets shelved for 10 years plus. This is the final throw.
No, they get shelved.
Yes, not
Secret
Star Trek.
Hideout gets shelved.
The current shepherds of the franchise, I think, should be shelved.
Graph Web.
This episode will be when they visit the Teletubby planet.
Nice.
The name of all that is holy. Hashtag cancel Disney Plus.
Thanks, Graph.
Berg. Thank you. Became a member. Berg Flicka. Random logo for 5. I hated Kelvin Trek, but liked Chris Pine's performance as Kirk.
Yeah.
At least in 09. He does not get much praise, but he at least showed the role respect. Stitch for 10. Should you ever have the opportunity, visit the Star Trek Museum in Ticonderoga, New York. If you are a true fan of the original series, it is an absolute delight. They rebuilt all the sets using the set plans.
You've been there, Darren.
I am wearing the T-shirt
from
the original series Star Trek tour, and it is the field of dreams for Star Trek fans.
Wow.
You go there, you will never watch the original show again in the same way, because you will know exactly where you are on the ship and everything happening behind you. It is a miraculous moment, and Shatner himself has said he feels home when he's there.
Unfortunately for us Canadians, now that you're going to be vectoring us, fingerprinting us, anal searching us when we come to your country
that
for free. I was going to say, we're doing it for free. You should enjoy it.
Oh, that's right. You used to have to pay for it.
Yeah.
And we're not going to come to the United States again. Like I'm not going to get a chance to see that stuff. I ain't going.
Someday.
A little discomfort. Come on.
Back and forth. The Immortal Remus for $4.99. Have you guys ever seen Star Trek: The Sixth Generation on YouTube? Hilarious innuendo compilation of the Next Generation.
But I have. First of all, we're going to show that later. Look at Atomic Lori. Find that video. I have seen maybe years ago Star Trek: The Next Penetration. That was.
Is that from Axel Braun?
Oh no!
Axel
Great
Braun
costumes.
It's great. Hey, we have so many special guests joining us. This is the Avengers Endgame of live stream.
Hopefully
we are a mere 3 hours into what will be Film Threat's longest live stream
Not
ever.
even halfway.
Not even at the halfway point. It's early days here, but we do have breaking news before we bring on our next guest. Just a moment.
Star Trek lies dead. How did it die? Let's take a look.
We could have told them together. Why did you want me to do it? In times of crisis, people need to know that their leaders are not rattled by uncertainty or overwhelming odds. You're their president. You can give them confidence. You're my president, too. I'm grateful.
Gary?
I'm seeing that for the first time. And transporting in, we have. Wait, let me get this.
You're ruining it. All right.
Yeah.
Hey, Script Doctor. It's been a
Former
long time.
YouTuber Script Doctor.
Good to see. Wait, are you muted? Are you muted? Let's go back here.
Am I here? Can you hear me?
Yeah, there you
Yeah,
go.
now we can hear you. Hey, good to see you, Script.
Hi, great to be back. Missed you guys, but I've been busy, so I'm happy to be here to celebrate the death of Star Trek, at least the current iteration of Star Trek. That is
Well, Star Trek lives on. Current Trek kind of killed.
It
Trek.
lives on, and we, as the fans of the original series from '66 to 2005, will prosper as a result.
I don't know if you wrote a eulogy. We can get to that later, but just tell us your thoughts on modern Trek and why we're even having this funeral.
Well, I think I'd like to say better late than never, because in my opinion, Star Trek died in 2005 in May, when Les Moonves pretty much axed the Star Trek Enterprise, which was unfortunate because I was an intern at Paramount at the time, and I was maneuvering my way to get on that show, and I got really, really close. And then we got the announcement. But aside from that, Star Trek has been basically a reanimated corpse, not quite of itself. I think J.J. Abrams thought he was going to pull a Spock on the Genesis planet effect with his 09 film, and instead did the exact opposite, leading us into a dark path where my theory of, since Enterprise was canceled, that was the watershed moment where humanity no longer felt like we had a guiding star to being a better species. And now we've been off the rails ever since.
Oh man, well put. It is sort of sad to see the sense of wonder, the sense of wonder and awe and exploration and
curiosity. curiosity is almost non-existent these days, especially in the younger
Yes.
generation.
And a conversation about things that matter, that don't involve gender, pronouns, or race. I think it's so, those kinds of conversations are so juvenile that I don't even remember having. I had a diverse group of friends in the 90s. We Next Generation, we constantly talked about Star Trek Next Generation. It was appointment viewing. And what are we talking about now? It's ridiculous. I'm sorry. So, anyways,
I mean, I concur. I really do wish that Star Trek could be a series that inspires people again. I mean, because of that series in '66, we had 2 to 3 generations of new engineers, people that went into the sciences, the maths. A whole number of them work at SpaceX right now. Like that, that's their team. They used to be at NASA and they used to be at independent contractors, and now they're at SpaceX. And the sad part is that, for the last 15 years, there have been, I would say, at least 1,500 writers that know how to write Star Trek that were never even brought anywhere near the orbit of the current regime of Star Trek to
Oh,
write.
they didn't want them anywhere close.
That's right. they wanted to go in a completely different direction. If you take a look at some odd interviews of some of the writing staff from Discovery, and also to a point Strange New Worlds, you'll see a couple of the female writers there talking about how their favorite sci-fi was Ronald D. Moore's Battlestar Galactica. And it's like, yeah, it's a good show, but that's not a Bible or a frame of reference that you would apply to every other science fiction property you're on. Right. I mean, Battlestar Galactica, what Ron Moore did, he was challenging the old series plus challenging some various ideas about genocide, politics, survival, and basically coming to terms with the fact that what would humanity be like? How would they behave if they knew they were an endangered species? And how difficult would it be to get them all to work together when there's such a generational habit of trying to just have our own individual self-preservation over others? That's what that story was. And it's like, okay, we'll just take some of those themes, we'll apply it to Star Trek because that makes sense in just for Starfleet to behave, where Starfleet would be the counter argument to those types of things, especially with the Federation planets. And on top of that, you have, as I've said, as Robert Meyer Burnett has said, is you have people that grew up on Joss Whedon's Buffy with Stephen S. DeKnight and a bunch of other writers there. And they love that form of writing so much, they feel, oh, we should also emulate that for every show, every project that we work on, because far be it that they read classic science fiction literature. Far be it that they read
or any kind of literature.
Any kind of literature. I mean, I picked up on this in 2013 and 14 when I got to meet some other working writers at the time, and I'd ask them some questions one-on-one, and every single answer to a question I asked was identical from person to person to person, which meant that there was no diversity of thought among them. It's just diversity of skin color, of sexual preference, of all these other things, but without different points of view, without wanting to explore different stories and scenarios. If you're a writer room that's in sync with one single narrative, like a hive mind of the Borg, you're not going to give us anything fun, challenging, or culturally significant.
And speaking of asking the big questions, I think it's important we all share this video right here from Star Trek Next Generation.
We will have about 15 seconds of useful consciousness, then about 10 seconds of extreme disorientation, then we pass out. 21 centimeters. Oh.
It's gonna go. Prepare for rubbing speed!
In your position,
Rubbing speed?
Ramming speed.
what would Picard do?
Come.
Morning, darling.
To us, it's a slime pit, but to them, it's home.
You're gonna have to go down there. On my way.
Open your mouth.
The next thing I know, there's a hissing ball of fur coming on my face.
It's all over you.
Yes, Anson, it's all over me. Revelations will be kind.
I've been calling you. Why haven't you responded? Will I ever see you again?
I'll call you the next time I pass through your star system.
There was no you jewel. That's just
He
what I
ghosted her.
Oh my god. That was great.
Oh, that's
That was
very
great.
funny. Oh my gosh.
That
Oh
was
my
good.
gosh. And you know the thing that bugs me is the amount of gear porn that was in TOS, not as
Yeah.
much in TNG. Okay, but they still had the holodeck and they came up with some technical stuff. But you can just imagine in TOS a bunch of guys sitting together and say, how are we going to represent this future? And that's a very important part of it. And apart from sticking giant wires up the tardigrade's ass to get a spore drive out of it, which was very cruel as far as I was concerned from an animal safety perspective, Discovery had nothing.
Well, Discovery put the tard in tardigrade.
Yeah. No kidding.
Oh man, what a big tard it was. But other than that, other than the spore drive where they tortured this alien creature, they had no gear porn. They just had a lot of like sexually ambiguous gear porn, but luckily we didn't see any of that. They didn't get it. They just didn't get it.
Darren has provided. I don't know if we should watch all of these. I mean, I would watch all, but these are the original Orson Welles voiced trailers. They're upscaled. I mean,
They're the TV commercials.
I recorded these on VHS with my RCA Selectavision. I was obsessed. There were like 7 or 8 of them. I would watch them over and over to the point that I can't believe you found these, Darren.
Well, we
this-
got
you have
them,
a wired-
we got them from Robert Meyer Burnett, who had saved them on 1-inch videotape. And then I
wow.
went back in and I upgraded these to HD when I could. But
All right,
anyway.
well let's watch a few of these here.
A living object of infinite proportions and divine power is searching the universe for its origins, determined to find its creator, and about to encounter a 23rd century starship from Earth called Enterprise. The human adventure is just beginning. Star Trek, the motion picture, rated G.
Wow.
Oh, he's good. I'll hire him.
Okay, now to be clear, when we all saw Star Wars in a theater in the 70s, no one knew that movie was coming. No one understood how the world was about to change
Right.
with Star Wars. With Star Trek, that had been talked about, a Star Trek movie. First, phase 2 of Star Trek, a new Star Trek series. Then the movie I read about in Starlog magazine for years.
Yeah.
Years. So I was hyped. Multiple articles. I can't remember. Then I went to the drugstore for buying magazines. Then there was the magazines at the time, Fantastic Films, Famous Monsters of Filmland, Starlog was the big one,
Mhm.
Future Film, was it Future Life? Future Life. Omni magazine.
Yeah.
Remember Omni? Any magazine that had Star Trek on the cover, I bought that magazine and read voracious, like what was coming. So I was pumped. By the time 1979 was December, December 7th, 1979, in the theater, saw this film. My only disappointment was the title sequence. I thought it was, in light of Superman and Star Wars, the titles were just,
they had no more time.
yeah,
They literally
Well,
had no more time.
but
This is the one place I can go and feel young. God bless you all. I was
Yes,
born in
I'm old.
1980.
Here's another version of this commercial. Let's watch it here. Where's the? Oh, sorry.
Picture.
Sorry. Start again.
Star Trek, the motion picture, is all you'd expect and more. The most surprising thing about it is what happens to the people. Kirk, McCoy, Scotty, Sulu, Uhura, Chekhov, Decker, Ilea, and Mr. Spock. The human adventure is just beginning. Star Trek, the motion picture, rated G.
I love that rated G.
Yeah.
I always love that. Oh my God.
We talked to Merv Block, who was the guy who was working to make these commercials, and he directed Orson Welles in recording these voiceovers. And he said that he had a hell of a time trying to get Orson Welles to say a Robert Wise film. Because he had lingering hatred for Robert Wise for what happened on Magnificent Ambersons.
Mm-hmm.
He never forgave him.
Wow.
Is that real?
Yep.
Oh my God.
Yep.
Oh my God.
So it's all connected. All of it.
It's all connected.
Now, because we have you here, Darren, I don't know how long. I mean, I hope you hang out long. I'm trying to. Rob Burnett is supposed to come on anytime now, so love to. But like, you worked on the director's cut of Star Trek: The Motion Picture directly with Robert Wise.
Directly with Robert Wise in the first pass, and then 22 years later, on the 4K version, following his edict. But it was incredible. I mean, the great thing about Robert Wise is that even though he wasn't a Star Trek fan, his wife and kids were, and they helped him understand how that universe worked. And Robert Wise had worked on a movie called my mind is going, Dave. I can feel it.
West Side Story.
No, it was a submarine movie. And
Sound of Music.
No, the other submarine movie. It's Run Silent, Run Deep.
Okay.
And there is a scene in Run Silent, Run Deep when the young commander is dealing with the older admiral, and it's almost exactly the same dynamic as happens between Decker and Kirk in Motion Picture. And so he took things that he was familiar with, and he could relate it to the story of Star Trek: The Motion Picture. And he hadn't talked about the movie for 18 years when we started talking to him about the director's edition. And because he was so upset with what Paramount forced him to do, basically release a rough cut of the film on December 7th, 1979. And the process of giving him that extra 3 months of post-production really helped him resolve that angst. And he said it was the only movie that got away from him, and he was happy to have put the seal on it and finish it.
Why didn't they just give him more time? And I remember at the time, I had a VCR very early on with money I saved from my paper route. I would record every time Star Trek was mentioned on TV, whether it was an interview on Good Morning America, or they did a really at the time, really mini documentary on 2020. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I do. Hugh Downs talking all about it.
And Bijou Trimble was on that.
Yeah,
that I'm sure we can find the clip. But
I think that answers why he had to hit that deadline.
Well, look, no, the exhibitors were expecting a film on December 7th, 1979, and they were contractually obligated to have something called Star Trek: The Motion Picture in theaters, and the exhibitors were threatening to sue the studio if they didn't deliver. So it was set from the top.
Wow.
The importance of deadlines.
Yeah.
Run Silent, Run Deep was my father's sex advice.
Nice.
Oh, hey, I've Tom from Midnight's Edge very graciously sent us a clip with Tarantino talking about his. Here it is. Let's watch or listen.
What was? I know there's a Star Trek project potentially still out there that was this, correct me if I'm wrong, story idea by you, someone else has scripted it?
It was an idea that an idea I had. Then we got together and talked it out, and then we hired Mark Smith, who did Revenant, to write the script.
So where's that at? Just as a Star Trek fan and as a fan of yours, I'm just like fascinated. Is that like what is that? As much as you can say, like, is it in the current timeline? Is it? You're a fan of the original series, I know.
Yeah.
So what is it?
Yeah, it's like I don't know how much I can say. The one thing I can say is, it would deal with the Chris Pine timeline. Now, I still don't quite understand, and JJ can't explain it to me. Whatever, my editor has tried to explain it to me, and I still don't get it. All right, Fred Raskin, about something happened in the first movie that now kind of wiped the slate clean.
Right.
I don't buy that. I don't like it. I don't appreciate it. I don't. Fuck that. All right. I don't like that. You know.
I'm going to lead you down a road. You want the Guardian of Forever to have happened, don't you?
Yeah, I want the whole series to have happened. All right. It just hasn't happened yet.
Yes.
And no, Benedict Cumberbatch or whatever his name is. All right. It's not Khan.
Yeah.
All right. Khan is Khan. And I told JJ, I go,
Khan is a
I
Mexican.
don't understand this. I don't like it. And then like, ignore it. Nobody likes it. I don't understand it. Just do whatever you want. If you want it to happen the exact way it happened on the series, it can.
So that's more in line with what you're honoring the series that you loved and came up with.
Yes, exactly. So. Yeah, I mean that, and ultimately why I would be interested. If somebody asked me, like, okay, well, what is it about Star Trek that you like?
Yeah,
easy. William Shatner. I love William Shatner as James T. Kirk. That's why I like Star Trek.
Yeah.
The reason I like Star Trek more than Star Wars is because William Shatner is in Star Wars. William Shatner, especially as I actually like William Shatner in almost everything, but William Shatner as James T. Kirk is that is my connection. That is why I like it. Like I liked CSI because I liked William Peterson as Gus Grissom. And so the reason I was actually intrigued by the J.J. Abrams version of it is because I thought Chris Pine did a fantastic job, not just playing Captain Kirk, but playing William Shatner's Captain. He is William Shatner.
Yes.
He's not just another guy. He's William Shatner's Captain Kirk. And it's literally, Zachary Quinto is literally Leonard Nimoy's, because they both in the same scene together. You know, he's his Spock. And they fucking nail it.
They did.
They just nail it.
Here you are. It's a done deal. You're directing the next Star Trek movie.
Nimoy.
Chris, are you muted?
Yeah, Chris left. He went to the refresher or whatever the hell we call it in the Star Trek.
Oh, okay. Oh, well, we have the comments.
You know, if only that had at least progressed so that we could, see a little bit of what he was thinking about. Because I think his heart is in the right place. At least it speaks to my enjoyment of Star Trek. And I wonder if he would have brought back Shatner himself.
He said he wanted it R-rated. I remember hearing that.
Well,
I
don't know if that's a good idea. But, these are yet another thing that we won't see in the Star Trek universe.
Danny, you were saying.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't trust Tarantino with Star Trek.
Don't believe him. Don't trust him.
Exactly.
Well, he said himself, he just liked it because of one dude, not because of the.
Yeah.
Exactly. And I like a couple Tarantino films, and maybe I'm just not cultured enough, but I feel like his dialogue just goes on, like he's just trying to show off or something. I always think of Family Guy, where Peter Griffin's talking about why he doesn't like Godfather. He's like, it insists upon itself. It insists upon it. That's what I think of when I think of Quentin Tarantino's dialogue. Like, okay, we get it. What are you, Anne Rice, just describing a shrubbery? Move on.
Well, Danny, it's been great having you on the show. That's a joke.
Well, there is one thing that I don't know if you picked up on this, but as Tarantino was talking about what J.J. Abrams said to him, J.J. says, "I don't care, do whatever you want." That is desperation of a producer that has an IP that is trying to get something made and is desperate to try and do so.
Yeah.
And someone, the powers that be, are saying, "No, we're good with you. You're done. We don't want any. We're just going to run out your contract."
You have to understand JJ's previous modus operandi was that he needed to create enough things that were attached to him so they would be his IP.
Yep.
That has always been his modus operandi. And so he could make his own toys, his own spaceships and everything. And I think that was absolutely nefarious. Now, why the studios let him do that, I don't know. He's smarter
Well,
than them.
it's a reasonable request if you're coming in to, quote, resurrect a franchise. But the sad part is for him that none of the new toys sold.
Yeah. Yep.
No one bought them. So, that's the proof there that no one wanted this stuff.
Well, J.J. Abrams is not one for making things that feel authentic. I mean, even his Super 8, which I think is his most popular film of his fandom, is just a derivative of a Spielberg style type of movie.
Yeah.
And on top of that, he is a very smart producer and he's a great salesperson, but he is not a director and he should not be in the creative process because he has led to a lot lot of the inflated budgets that are plaguing the industry these days.
I know he can
his
get
Star
the
Trek
job,
film.
but can he do the job?
Yeah,
He did some great TV. I mean,
he knew how to produce some really popular TV. I think
Person of Interest was his, which was fantastic.
Lost
That
was amazing.
time traveling jumper, whatever it's called, started with F.
Fringe.
That was great.
Fringe. I love Fringe.
And there's Lost.
Uh,
I mean, he got it off the ground.
Yes.
He didn't
didn't
ride
land
it
it.
with it. Yeah.
So the man is not without talent.
He's got negotiating talent. He knows how to do a room, but again, he's the one that somehow convinced Paramount, who wanted to wrangle in their budgets that, yeah, if we're going to make Star Trek, we're going to do it like Star Wars, and it needs to be nearly $150 million to make, as opposed to the previous budgets, which are between 50 and 65 million to make, because that was how they were able to guarantee not just like cultural impact with the audience, but also return. Because getting returns at box office, even in those days, was still a Herculean effort, for a lot of studios. And now it's so far out of reach for a vast majority of films being produced these days. It's almost a wonder as to, well, where's all that money going to? And if you follow the cash flow, especially with the foreign productions, because those are reported stuff that's done domestically, you don't get to see. But the foreign stuff, you go closer and closer to the line items, and it's all the stuff that is above the talent. So it's stuff in post-production that doesn't make any sense. It is stuff on producers. Heck, for even for J.J. Abrams, when he did The Rise of Skywalker, there's an interview of Oscar Isaac. He's sitting out in the desert. He's like, hey, we're shooting in this desert. And J.J. brought in these giant green inflatable screens to prop up so that he could superimpose a different desert behind them. Why? What is that? That is called like fraud. Like it's straight up there.
That's money laundering.
Let's check.
I mean,
this
it's
out.
not dirty money. It's good money. It's just fraud.
This is probably my favorite of these commercials.
The human adventure is just beginning. Star Trek, the motion picture, rated G.
This is
I
always
need to
what I
see this
think of.
again.
Yeah.
What's that?
That's always what I think of. The commercial for the motion picture is that one.
It's our second funeral for a franchise, and both of them have JJ in common. Significant amounts of damage.
Could there be a connection? Are you saying
There's Filoni's
between
and there's
JJ?
Kurtzman's, but JJ is also
I
the
agree-
commonality.
I agree with
and the
you.
worms,
There's
the
a
worms and the
connection
spice.
between
Is there a
JJ
relationship?
and dead franchises.
I agree with you, Script. Everything you said about JJ, great deal maker, but just not, and maybe well intentioned, but how do you screw up Star Wars?
You don't
what
like
are the-
Star Wars
Very
to begin with.
easily,
Star
apparently.
Wars. That's the
like-
thing. Like, George Lucas, with every new entry, just whether you like them, the prequels or not, they're all familiar but different. They all bring in new ideas. That's what makes Star Wars awesome. And JJ doesn't know how to do new ideas. That's why, like salespeople, I love salespeople because they have no new ideas. They know the product that they're selling. They know how to convince you to buy it. But if you want to give them an idea, or if you ask them a trick question, they freeze like a deer in headlights. And so, like, I would love to be working on a project and have J.J. Abrams be the guy that sells it to the studio and then say, "Thank you, go away now. Don't ever come back near me again until I have something else I need you to sell."
Yeah, the George Lucas formula always included with each movie new planet or planets, new aliens, new tech. Those were the three things in every single one of his frickin' movies. None of those things existed in the J.J. Abrams movie.
And it's like poetry, it rhymes.
You have to
I
like
think
the stuff
he
to begin
I
with.
think he pitched it this way. We're going to kill Han Solo. We just need to figure out a way to get there.
That's how he
No,
got
don't worry
Harrison
about
Ford.
that. Don't worry about the way to get
No,
there. Just
JJ was on record. He like, if you want to do Star Trek, you have to like pretty much all of Star Trek, or at least understand it, even if you like, you know what I'm saying? He didn't even do that. He just like one little narrow bit. And with Star Wars, he even said he didn't like the prequels, didn't like Return of the Jedi, only likes part of the first one, and he likes Empire. So he likes 1.5 Star Wars movies.
Breaking news, everyone.
Star Trek lies dead. How did it die? Let's take a look.
Good to go. Crystal's fully charged.
Ensign Tilly, go with her and make sure it gets to Commander Burnham safely.
He means in case one of us gets dead along the way.
Hurry!
I'm going. Get off my ass. Sir, get off my ass, sir.
You know what sucks? Is
Ugh.
what a waste.
Okay, I have a
of
question
Doug
for
Jones.
Alan. Sorry,
Oh,
Danny.
sorry.
It's okay.
I have a question for Alan. What did you honestly think of John Cho replacing what's his name as Sulu?
Sulu, George.
George Takei. Yeah.
Yeah, George Takei.
George Takei. Was that jarring? Could you tell the difference between the Asians?
He was probably the only dramatic Asian in Hollywood that it seemed like the simple choice. I mean, who else?
You didn't find it jarring?
No, I found it jarring when they decided, hey, we're going to make him really gay in the second one.
Did they?
Oh, and
yeah,
Star Trek Beyond. Yeah,
Star Trek Beyond.
That's the third one.
Oh, you're not talking about John Cho.
I am talking about John Cho.
Yeah.
You're
who
okay.
you talking?
Gay.
In the third one, they show him with his husband.
Yeah.
I can't remember. I guess I blocked it out of my mind.
Yeah.
I found it jarring. I went, he's not Japanese.
Yeah. I mean, outside of that, I mean, but you know, we Asians have a long history of not caring the national or the actual country of origin. You just cast them because they're Asian,
Sure.
and that's kind of
you can't. I know you can't tell them apart.
I can't. I mean, you know,
Alan,
if I weren't the only Asian on this cast, I wouldn't know who I was.
Alan recently met Simu Liu and took a photo. He couldn't tell which one he was.
No.
No.
They were both eating self-heating ramen. I could tell.
Self-hating ramen?
Self-hating, yes.
We talked about that earlier, though.
Yeah,
George
nice
Takei very upset that they tried to make Sulu gay in
of
the
course.
Kelvin timeline.
Really?
He said
Yeah.
Sulu is a straight character.
Yeah,
Well, good for him.
Yeah, it makes no sense. It makes no sense.
Yeah, stick with the source material. That's what he's
Well,
saying.
you know what? To me, it's this Hollywood attitude where the white people won't be able to tell the difference between which kind of Asian we got for this character.
Yep. I mean, look at I love Disney's Mulan, the cartoon.
Yes.
And they cast all over Asia for all the roles. I mean, George Takei is in it.
Yes. Well, yes, it was fantastic.
Oh my.
Oh my.
By the way, for those that do not know, Paul Chato was part of a group called the Frantics that did comedy. This is an old sketch. We'll play some of this. It's every episode of Star Trek. I have not seen this, so let's check this out.
Hey, we'd like to do a little thing for you. Every single episode of Star Trek ever made, and we're going to do it in under 3 minutes. Sort of a CBC production. Dun, 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 dun. Space, the final frontier. These are the adventures of the Starship Enterprise, whose 5-year mission to seek out new worlds and civilization, to boldly go where no man has gone before.
Great legs, Paul.
Thank you.
Ship's log, stardate Shrove Tuesday. Planet Pat Carney. Bones at Shrove Tuesday, that's Pancake Day. How about a couple of flapjacks?
Damn it, Jim! I'm a doctor, not Aunt Jemima.
Spock?
I'm picking something up on my sensors.
Captain, straight ahead! Full Klingon vessels! Spock, Klingon vessels.
Yes, Captain, it seems that we're not alone.
All right, arm photon torpedoes, phaser banks up. Go to red alert, Scotty.
Oi, Captain, we'll give them a run for their money.
All hailing frequencies open. Spock?
Captain, they've opened fire.
All right, we're gonna get hit. Everybody on the ship, lean.
Damn it, Jim! I'm a doctor, not a Del Monte fruit cocktail.
Captain, the Klingons, they just vanished. Spock, the Klingons, they vanished.
Captain, they've opened fire again.
All right, this is it. Arm photon torpedoes, phaser banks up. Go to red alert. Everybody run around in funny colored velour sweaters. Oh, crash! Very cheap special effects. Nice shooting, right in the neutral zone, eh, Spock?
I kicked him in
They
the
seem to be
nuts.
disabled, Captain.
All right, we're gonna need a boarding party. Spock, Chekhov, Sulu, Scotty, Bones, O'Hara.
When was this, Paul? When was this?
Just for Laughs Festival.
Yes, just for laughs in Montreal.
I have been to that once. I've been to it. They still have that weird green mascot.
It's gone out of business, but they will bring it back. Yes.
Paul, did you guys do Boot to the Head?
Yes, that's us.
Oh my God, I love that so much.
Dr.
That's
Domenico,
awesome.
royalty.
That's awesome.
Anyways, yes, thank you. The ending of this is hilarious, but we don't need to see it.
No, there's 2 minutes left.
Okay.
Let's go. We're
But it was
doing
a
9
3 minutes.
hours today. We can take 2 minutes.
Okay.
Okay.
Follow me to the transporter room. Six to beam down, energize. Spock?
I think I'm gonna puke, Captain.
Oh. All right, phasers on stun.
Good joke.
Phasers, not faces. And who are you?
I'm the expendable crew member, sir.
There's something out there, something alive. You've got a script. What is it, Spock?
Yes, Captain. Silicon creatures in the shape of Krang Plaza Chevrolet dealerships.
You meant wait here. I'll scout ahead and make a flop.
Hello, Captain James T.
Who are you?
I am Criticless. Keeper of the universe. You are part of a vile and warmongering race. I have decided to destroy your planets, your galaxies, your Canadian Tire outlets.
No, man. Man is instinctively violent. But we can control our violent tendencies. We're okay, guys. We'll go forward.
Shut up! Kirk, you go on and on and on.
Beats doing TJ Hooker. Bang, crash. Very cheap special effects. Boing, the bridge. I'm alive. I'm back. Spock, Scotty, Bones. How do you explain it?
Damn it, Jim! I'm a doctor, not a physician!
Sweet.
Oh man. That's
Yeah,
so
we
weird.
did that for far longer than our ages should have allowed us. It was fun to do.
When
Did they
was
let you
that?
buy a Miami Vice suit, or is it just your
So,
partner?
so that one would have been 1985.
Wow.
1985. Yeah.
I'm graduating from high school.
That was the year I started Film Threat, 1985. Yeah, no, that's
I was
That was the year I discovered time travel.
Yeah,
five.
exactly.
Yeah, that was a fun bit, and I'm actually sitting here doing the bit. I don't know if you saw me, but I was going, oh, yeah, oh,
yeah, do that
Yeah.
shirt thing again.
I did
Oh,
notice
I-
when you did the shirt thing, it looked like you were laughing in
Oh, I
between.
was-
You were trying not to laugh. You could see your
Yeah.
body. Yeah. It's
The
really
shadow
good.
of your hand on your chest made your nipple look huge. I just
Yeah,
I
that
looked
was a
at
fun
it.
bit, and we could never put that to bed because our fans always wanted to see it, and it was fun fun to do. It was
Nerd
really
humor is the best. I appreciate it.
Breaking news.
Star Trek lies dead. How did it die? Let's take a look.
One of the most important scientific discoveries of our time! I'm out to know one!
First of all, how do you ruin Tribbles for me? Second of all, how do you put H. John Benjamin in there and that's what you pick? Just saying.
That's just secret hideout for you.
overdo it.
What's weird is I've heard about some of these clips. I'm seeing them for the first time.
Again.
It's worse than I thought.
We've all been suffering for years.
Yeah, Chris, you're not a true Star Trek fan.
Yeah, because I did watch bad Star Trek. Oh man, the worst. Hey, let's go to Soups now to kind of and reset. But I have so much more to play, and so much more. There's no yawning in Trek, Darren.
Yes, there is.
And we'll see if George Lucas will make a reappearance. We'll see if we can make that happen. But let's go to comments here. Start from the top.
Arcade Heroes for 2. Thoughts on the Sega Star Trek arcade game from '82?
Oh wow!
I don't
Not only did I love it, it is right here.
Oh,
wow!
Show off.
Look at that.
That is
This is
crazy.
This year's Hallmark ornament, or at least one of them. It is awesome. Let's see if I can get the sound to happen.
Impressive.
Oh.
Oh,
there you go.
Shut the actual F
It's
up.
really cool.
That is awesome.
That is so cool.
I
Except
didn't.
you paid a premium for it playing it in the arcade.
Can you get into it?
Pardon me, what?
But I
Can
do
you get into
remember
the arcade?
the Star
It's
Trek
not
game.
that thing, it's a toy.
Oh, you sure?
There was the Vectrex Star Trek game. That was amazing. I
Yeah.
couldn't afford a Vectrex.
Me
They've
either.
just done a Kickstarter to sell a
To
sort of new
reboot
version.
Vectrex. Yeah.
Reboot Vectrex. I did play the Super Nintendo Star Trek Bridge game. I loved that game.
Mm.
I mean, it was very crude, but I loved it. I don't know. Star Trek games were
Put a lot of quarters in the '82 Star Trek game.
yeah. Thank you for
Rap
that.
Web for 2, for fuck's sake. Hashtag cancel Disney Plus.
What?
What? That's not how that goes.
You're
You're
just
supposed
not
to sing it.
Team
9
player
hours.
here, Badger.
Razorburn for 5. Anyone visited the Star Trek experience in Vegas back in the day? Quark's Bar was amazing. Got wasted drinking the Warp Core Breach. If you know, you know.
I
That was the
desperately
highlight of
wanted
my
to.
trips to Las Vegas. Going to Star
I
Trek.
desperately wanted to. I was living in Hawaii at the time. I was an Army wife and could not get away. And by the time we were back in the continental United States, it was gone and I was devastated.
Oh.
They had two experiences. One was on the Enterprise where you got beamed, and then
Right,
there was
with
one with the
Klingons.
Borg. Then there's the one
DS9.
where you got probed.
Right. The seats were probing you. It was the Borg adventure.
Yes.
Why do aliens always need to probe you anally?
It's
where the
because
soul
they,
is.
you know,
'Cause
it's their thing.
Well,
There's
they're looking
only
for the
2
most
holes
perfect
they could have
gut
gone
biome.
down.
There's
That's
no kink shaming here, Chato.
Okay.
It's the same thing with the thermometer. It's just the most effective spot.
There
Just
you
right,
go. There you go.
Right
Less
to it.
gagging too.
Well,
A little messier, but it's fine.
I every time I went to Vegas, I went to the experience every single time. The bar was amazing. The merch. I remember buying a case of Romulan ale and driving it back home from Vegas. I still have the box, but I did drink the beer.
The beer was the worst ever.
It was not great,
but that's not the point. No, the Star Trek experience was amazing.
Yeah.
The transporter effect that takes you by surprise was so good.
Mhm.
And I had the joy of working with a guy named Luke Mayron, who was the art director for that experience, and we co-taught a class at Art Center. And he was such a huge Star Trek fan, and I impressed on him that I loved the Star Trek experience, and it was so well done.
So well done. And that bar, I will put it to you, that bar,
Yeah.
Quark's bar at the experience is better than the Star Wars land at Disneyland.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
It took up way less real estate.
Yeah.
To give you the experience. It was truly a Star Trek experience.
And I just remember guys dressed as Klingons coming up and being assholes. And it was like they were in character. It was
and
so
Ferengi,
cool.
and I think they had a Vulcan walking around.
Why is this Star Wars land a colossal disappointment? And this experience in Vegas is much better.
You know why? Because there's no Star Wars in Disneyland.
Yeah,
it's not Star Wars.
It's not. It's not.
'Cause-
But like
yeah.
that Quark's bar was so cool.
great.
The Warp Core breach, all the themed alcoholic drinks.
For a while, you could buy the glass that the Warp Core breach came in with the metal structure and everything. You can't get them anymore, but that was amazing.
Maybe
23 years now, and you're just rubbing salt in the wound, Chris.
Yeah,
like,
that's
I'm
right.
never gonna get over
We
that.
always ate at the bar every time we went to Vegas. The rings of Beta Z, which
That's
were
right.
are basically onion rings stacked on top of each other.
Oh man.
Yeah, and they had another drink, the James T. Kirk, which was a Long Island iced tea.
Oh,
Bro,
it's here's why it
one
was
of the
so
greatest
great.
regrets of my life.
It was designed by people who knew and loved Star Trek.
Yep.
And the people who designed the Star Wars land at Disneyland are corporate people that don't know shit.
Well, if they
And-
did love Star Wars, they were told not to.
Yes.
Or to a previous comment, it was JJ Star Wars. And so it was all his stuff.
There was a very long line that you had to wait in to go to the Star Trek experience. I didn't mind waiting because as you walk through the line, there's a name for this in the world of theme parks that is technical, but so much to look at. And who designed all that stuff that you waited to watch?
That was it was Dave Rossi and Mike and Denise Okuda, I believe.
Well, also Robert Meyer Burnett worked on that.
Oh yeah, well no, Robert Meyer Burnett did the editing on the video.
Oh, that's right.
was up.
The video editing, which
Yeah.
I've nudged him, hoping he will.
He
show
doesn't
up.
know anything about Star Trek. I don't know why you're bothering.
Yeah, well, he's a hack.
Yeah, exactly.
He's
But
an
thank you,
absolute hack.
Razorburn, for that. How could that? How it's so now they do these big pop-up bars. There's one in Hollywood, the Scum and Villainy Cantina, which by the way, they're opening a new location in Burbank outside
what I
the
heard.
AMC, Burbank 16. I
Nice.
talked to someone involved. It's going to be 2 stories. They'll do
Wow.
trivia night. They're doing game night. It's going to be what they really wanted the Hollywood edition to be. And it's better because the parking in Hollywood sucks. We all know.
Yeah.
Everything they wanted to do, they aspired to do, they will have at this location.
Well, hell, let's go see.
Well, at the end of next year, it'll open fall 2026.
Just in time for the Olympics.
So I have to get going.
Okay.
The last thing I'm going to say, I was always offended by the fact that the Ferengi were large-eared money grubbers.
They love lottery.
I thought, okay, are they alluding to any particular people?
They're alluding to Latvians.
Latvians, that's what it was. Thank you.
They have very sharp teeth too.
Thank you, Paul, for hanging out with us.
Thanks, Paul.
Appreciate you.
Absolute
All
pleasure
right.
meeting you, Paul.
Pleasure.
Thanks,
Nice
Paul.
to meet you. And talk to you later. And thanks for having me and playing my shit.
Carry
Bye,
on the
everyone.
tradition of
This is a
swag
great
and
show.
of
You guys are doing a great job. Bye.
May the force be with you. Take care, Paul. See ya.
Well, what have we here?
We have another guest joining us, but there is breaking news.
Uh-oh.
There is some more breaking. It just keeps breaking.
Star Trek lies dead. How did it die? Let's take a look.
I just don't think you're the right fit for the kind of work we're doing here, so I've requested to have you transferred.
Captain, but...
This conversation's over. You're dismissed.
Right, but...
This is the end of the conversation.
Captain, if I could...
You can't.
Right, but I had this as
The conversation's over.
Hey,
Yeah, welcome,
we have Christian Toto joining us from the Hollywood in Toto podcast. Christian, thanks for joining us.
My pleasure. I don't have any official uniforms, but this is the closest I have to a Kirk-like color. So
That color is spot on. It's perfect, actually. That's awesome.
I think we might actually be wearing the same sweater, dude.
Now,
who wore it best?
this is our second. You were with us with a Star Wars funeral. This is, I mean, we've watched this upcoming Starfleet Academy. It makes me sad. There really is, I think, room for a show of that type about Starfleet Academy, what it could be, but it's missing modern, it's missing the old school Star Trek values.
Yeah, you know, it's sad because it feels like so many of these new products, whether it's Star Wars or Star Trek, it feels like the creators have no genuine love for the material. They have a genuine love to reboot it, to remake it, to reimagine it, to refashion it. And they don't care who gets hurt along the way, at least our feelings. It's just amazing. You know, the very few projects within the Star Wars universe that felt like the original, you know, Rogue One and The Mandalorian at first, you can kind of sense the DNA in there, even though it wasn't the exact same story, even though you had new characters. And then you watch the newer Trek iterations, and it just feels like something different with that name slapped on it. That's all they need. They just need the IP, the name, the recognition, the marketing, and they're off to the races. It's tragic.
Yeah, I just miss the sense of seriousness, wonder, inspiration. The modern film and TV is kind of depressing for I'm serious, for a new generation of kids watching this stuff. The latest Superman movie, I thought, by James Gunn, was kind of a disappointment. It wasn't a complete failure, but it didn't inspire either.
No, I mean, it was Superman was like the getting beaten up the whole movie for starters. They rewrote the whole backstory to demonize his parents, and it was deeply silly at a time. You know, the original Superman had its comic beats. I mean, look at Ned Beatty for one.
Yeah.
But it treated the material with a I think there was a story about Richard Donner using a certain word, and you guys may know it better than me. On the set.
Verisimilitude.
What's that?
Verisimilitude.
Was that
Meaning
it?
The
Just the
feeling
sort
of reality.
Exactly. And you could see it, taste it, smell it. It's all over those products. And you just don't get that today. You know, I'm kind of late to the party on Starfleet Academy, but I just watched the trailer, and I don't know whether I was crying more over Holly Hunter wallowing in that muck, or Paul Giamatti suffering through that, or just the overall tone, which was just so CW and sad.
You're not late to the party. There is no party.
This is the party.
This is
Well,
it.
I'm the party
Christian,
pooper.
I don't know if you've written a formal eulogy or just want to offer your thoughts.
No, nothing formal, but I will say that, you know, this is a storied franchise, and in pop culture, we don't have a lot. We have Star Wars, we have James Bond, we have Star Trek. And for years and years, the candle has been lit, and there have been dark times, including Star Trek, the motion picture. You know, what's that?
Easy.
Yeah. Sorry, got some defenders in the crowd. But even the recent-ish reboot with J.J. Abrams got more right than wrong, and I thought that was promising, and it had a hope for the future. But even that franchise seemed to stall and didn't have a real engine behind it. And then, of course, Quentin Tarantino entered the fray. Now, every other night, there's a new Star Trek show or TV show or movie or something. And each one gets progressively worse. Each one seems to diminish what they've accomplished over the years. And even the Paramount marketing team seems to diminish Captain Kirk himself, William Shatner at times. I mean, the ultimate indignity. So everything has a shelf life, but it does feel like the template for Star Trek, not to start a war here, it feels sturdier than Star Wars. There's more potential. There's more things you can explore. I always thought the Star Wars was the Skywalker saga, and everything else has been sort of a cheap attempt to kind of spin off that. But Star Trek as an ethos, as a spirit, there's something really noble about it. And I think the best of the Star Trek movies and TV shows did something with that. I just don't see it anymore. I don't think it's coming back. And I don't even think a Quentin Tarantino project would have saved it. That might have been more of a curiosity, and maybe a wonderful curiosity, but it's over. It's over. It's why we're all gathered here today. We're all sad, but you know, everything has a season, and this season's over.
Yeah, it's been we've been talking about this, but now for 4+ hours, so we're maybe at the halfway point of what we planned. But it's amazing the comments we've gotten, the people that have reached out. Even someone from the Roddenberry family commented.
Wow.
It's just, when you look at, I think a lot of it for me as a kid was a way to bond with my father. We'd watch every episode of Star Trek led to a philosophical discussion about serious issues. And I feel like Star Trek inspired us, the sense of exploration, the sense of what was possible, what humanity was capable of. And today it seems in all of this entertainment, whether it's Star Wars, Star Trek, all these franchises we've watched kind of die on the vine before our eyes, it's not providing that inspiration. If anything, it's dulling people's sensitivities, having people lower their aspirations, expectations. It almost feels on purpose. I don't want to get conspiratorial at all, but it's very sad to see, because that spirit, something's been lost.
No, I agree. And the original Star Trek show, listen, we're talking about the late 1960s. TV wasn't as mature as it can be today. The effects were nowhere near what we can do today. But there was something that it was almost like punching above its weight class, reaching out to legendary writers to pen some of those scripts. William Shatner, I don't think enough can be said about what he did with that character, and making him larger than life and so charismatic and so interesting and so heroic. Maybe I don't want to go down this road, but the straight white male lead in the form of William Shatner, what could be better than that? I mean, it just
Michael Burnham.
What's that?
He said Michael Burnham, a strong black, questionable of sexuality female that is Spock's sister and actually inspired him to greatness, or whatever the hell they did.
I stand corrected for sure.
Yeah,
but
William Shatner.
Only 3 seasons, and even the 3rd season lost a little heat off its fastball, but still was Star Trek. It's amazing that things last this long, for sure. I mean, and I think that's a testament. I think, through all the doom and gloom we're going to be talking about today, it's wonderful that it was able to live long and prosper as much as it did. And even the 80s show was a big risk and had some flaws for sure, but I think has aged well and definitely carried on that spirit and had some truly remarkable figures like Data. It was so, genuinely iconic. That ain't easy. And by the way, to revisit some of the earlier Trek films like The Voyage Home, aging as beautifully as any film possibly could, showing the wonder of what Star Trek was about, and having a message too. I mean, great science fiction, great genre storytelling can have a message, can be progressive, can be whatever you want to call it. But when it's incorporated beautifully into the story, and when it's heartfelt and it's not a lecture, something profound can come out of it. And that's what Star Trek did over and again.
Well, speaking of profound, I think here's a video. We might have to, it's 10 minutes, 9 minutes. I don't know if we'll watch the whole thing. We'll step through some of this. It's worth seeing based on the subject matter that we're discussing here. What is this?
It is the way in which we propagate our species.
Please demonstrate how this is accomplished.
Let's see if we can get lucky.
We are dealing with ancient codes involving procreation.
Beg like a human. I need you. That is how the Klingon lures a mate.
But what would I say?
My love is a fever, longing still for that which longer nurseth the disease.
Well, I'm sure you've said that to many ladies before.
An invited transgendered species.
Your bedside manner needs work.
There was a young lady from Venus whose body was shaped like a...
I don't know if we should continue this.
Or maybe we should.
Remember, Gene Roddenberry was a very innuendo-like man.
Does anybody have a cigarette?
But is it? I do like that sense of like, look, romance, sex, a part of life, right?
Didn't Patrick Stewart tell Ronald D. Moore that he wanted the captain to get laid more?
Is that
one of
true?
the anecdotes that Ronald D. Moore is
Yeah.
told that like I want the captain to get laid more.
Well, let's see if there's proof of that in this.
About this long, this thick?
It looks horrible. Tastes worse. He was a bit cocky, as I recall.
Oh, so cocky. Tough little ship. Little? Wrong, number one. It was almost the longest. Too cocky, as it turned out.
Humans sometimes find it helpful to have an outsider set the standard by which they're judged.
To avoid deceiving oneself.
So big. 21 centimeters. Oh, that's good, Commander. That's very good.
Damn right.
It seems that some creatures have the capacity to fill spaces never knew were empty.
I mean, I could go on and on. Should I continue? What does the chat say? What does the chat say? We're just having fun.
They're
together.
laughing.
Okay, all right. Why not?
How small you've become.
It's about to get a whole lot bigger.
Saddle up. Our power systems are failing. Uh-oh.
The growth rate's almost down to 0.
It's as solid as it'll go, Commander.
No!
Have your sensors indicated any problem down there, Lieutenant?
None. Shall I live down the humiliation?
Well, it happens.
A nervous reaction to an impending event of great importance.
Your advanced technology has proven inadequate?
It's a horrible thing to say to a man.
His weakness disgusts me. I hate it.
This has indicated that I am damaged in some fashion. I must find the malfunction.
It can't be activated and deactivated simply.
I can't even figure out what's keeping it alive.
I will not be able to come this evening.
Just because you haven't been stimulated yet.
I better go down and make an evaluation.
I will feel it for both of us.
You will service us.
There it is.
It has moved. It reads solid, sir.
And once it was triggered, it kept going.
It pulses unendingly all through the night.
The power drain needed to hold this position is enormous.
Move to maximum speed.
Just another second. We can't afford a misfire here. Let's just hope it doesn't blow us to kingdom come while it's figuring out how to blow us to kingdom come. It's gonna go.
We can diffuse it before it becomes inflated.
Let it come. Taste my dessert.
What? We're not even halfway.
Y'all have
through
dirty
this.
minds.
What are we doing? And Christian Toto is an accomplished journalist who's appeared on so many other podcasts. I don't want to ruin your career here, Christian, by continuing.
Please, don't stop. Keep going.
Don't stop. They just said that.
Don't swallow it.
We know that she is gagged.
I missed about 2 inches of him. When I was a little girl, my mouth was always landing me in trouble.
Then I realized if I kept it up, I'd be doing it for the rest of my life. So I stopped, figuring he'd get the point and do it himself.
We certainly have a right to exercise control over our own bodies.
Transfer helm controls to manual. And you, madam, are invited to be a witness.
I'll just watch you and be impressed.
His hands were moving faster than I could see.
Increase?
I fear it will snap.
It's gonna blow.
He may have reacted by gripping tighter.
In your position, it's important to ask yourself one question. What would Picard do?
Come.
I busted him up.
I know my ship. Inside and out.
Well, then you must know me inside and out.
Please let me touch you.
He wants to touch and feel everything.
And to interface with my verbal program.
You're gonna have to go down there. On my way.
It's not going to be easy. There are a lot of people in and out of there.
I've been down there dozens of times. I know my way around.
Mind if I give her a hand, Commander?
By all means.
What sort of business do you suppose he is getting down to?
Exceptionally vigorous libidos.
I certainly hope so. Would I love to show you?
Doctor showed it to me too. Rather harmless looking. Like the eye of a hurricane.
You realize the only way to inspect them is to crawl inside.
Okay.
No. To us, it's a slime pit, but to them...
Is this why so much of modern entertainment just seems so? There's no sexual innuendo. There's no heterosexual romance in movies and TV. It's more rare than it used to be.
Well, it's
You
more
need intimacy
visceral to the point.
coordinator.
There's no flirtation. That's the thing. Like, we're not missing any of the innuendo or the flirtation. It's basically, oh, this character likes me, then we're automatically dating now. Where's the will they, won't they aspect, right? That's the stuff that really drove a lot of television.
Right. Like, just drag it out. Have that. It doesn't need, not sex, but this is obviously the show was very innuendo it was fun and innocent, most of it, I'd say.
This doesn't sound innocent to me.
Yeah, well, all right, let's watch a little more. Okay.
Emmett's home.
Just sit down and eat.
Let's just say you don't want to waste any time once you get in there.
Please don't rush this.
Unless you want to use tweezers.
Open your mouth.
The next thing I know, there's a hissing ball of fur coming at my face.
They will be coming.
Not unless you like ammonia tornadoes. I can feel the heat from here.
At this point, I just wish it were over.
Discharge in 6 seconds.
It's all over me.
She must have had an internal explosion.
I'm glad you came.
Yes, of course, it made me feel good when he...
Put your foot where it didn't belong.
If I recall, you had a gesture of goodwill you wished to give to me.
Maybe Will left it for you, a little present.
Something used to stimulate or enhance sexual pleasure.
Last time we did that, I was sore for a week.
Beverly thinks it's going to be tight.
I wanted to stretch myself a little. It's stretched so tight, the tension fills this room.
Sore doesn't begin to describe it.
The deviation caused by a previous probe has been corrected. You may use the equipment anytime you wish.
Maybe a demonstration model for some potential buyer.
And a buzzing sound like this.
Quadruples her sex drive.
Or more.
Or more.
Is this your idea of sex? Nasty.
What about plain old basic sex? You work up a sweat, you have a few laughs, and you make new friends.
Elevate the legs and try to keep her warm.
We will have about 15 seconds of useful consciousness, then about 10 seconds of extreme disorientation, then we pass out.
Is penetration possible?
I don't know just yet. It may be an option. I need to get inside there.
Oh, but if I lift up, you lunge right underneath.
Set a collision course.
Hit them hard and hit them fast. Prepare for ramming speed!
That is not the correct port, sir.
We missed!
Correcting course.
This is gonna hurt a bit.
I've heard that before.
Oh shit!
Fire.
That was fun. That was fun. Folks.
Rest in peace, Star Trek.
Yeah. Yeah. Wow. TNG. Yeah. It was, look, I love both TOS and TNG. They're different. Like, it's like deciding between your two favorite flavors of ice cream. They're both great.
Well, if you like all of it, you're really screwed because I liked Enterprise and I liked Voyager, and there's the whole manner of shows to choose
my
from.
two favorites. So,
I didn't know Benny Hill wrote for that show.
yeah, it does feel like they knew what they were doing.
There's an episode of Voyager where if Tuvok doesn't have sex, he's going to die. He needs Confar, and they end up having to use a holodeck to recreate his wife so he can bang the hologram and not die.
I never saw that episode.
Epic writing. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Let's get to some more soups, but Christian, I know you have limited time.
Do it. Go. Super
Okay,
chat away.
cool. Hang out with us.
Yeah.
Here we go, Badger.
Chris Owens for 2. Ever visited Hilton's Vegas Star Trek experience?
Amazing.
Yes, we talked about it earlier. We've all been, and Quark's Bar was part
Not
of that
all of us.
experience.
Not all of us.
Not all of us. Not all of us.
Just the true fans of Star Trek.
Oh,
Wow.
Yeah, that was that was better than the Star Wars Land Disney opened.
Yeah, and it's just a little section of the Hilton at that time.
That was it. Is there any talk of redoing that?
Nope.
Not in Vegas. No. Vegas
Well,
can't sustain something like that.
I recommend the Scum and Villainy Cantina in Hollywood Boulevard. They're opening a new location in Burbank. Danny,
I have to go.
oh, you gotta go. Okay.
Yeah.
We're sorry to see you go, and you didn't even get to do now. But you put your eulogy on your channel.
I did, you jerk.
Yeah,
I
We
pulled
can
up my
watch
notes and everything.
We can watch it. Well, just we can watch it later. We're going for 8 hours, so thank you, and you'll be back on Versus. And plug your channel, please.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm on Comics and Everything over on YouTube. I go live every morning, Monday through Friday. That's
Danny.
Christian, not Danny, but the sweater's the same. It looks better on him. We all know that. It's fine. But the ears look better on me. So Monday through Friday at 11:30 Eastern time, you can find me over at Comics and Everything. Wednesdays, I'm over on Latino Slant. We have our mid roast, and that's about it.
Well,
We talk
thank
about
you.
comic books and comic book movies and nerd stuff. So come find me.
Well, thank you for joining us today for this
Yeah.
somber and fun occasion. As you leave, I'm going to play a little clip from what our editors put together as the best of Star Trek. Let's take a look at some of these clips. I mean, I look, Star Trek 5 had some ridiculous stuff in it.
You mean the premise?
Yeah, but I kind
But
of
also some amazing scenes in it.
Yeah.
There are a few that are absolutely pure Star Trek, and they're very satisfying.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And that was one of those scenes. It was weird because there were like two phases: original series and then the movies, and they became events.
Yeah,
I mean,
they're a different monster.
Right. Let's get back to some of these scoops. Although now that we've seen a best of, maybe let's watch something else.
Star Trek lies dead. How did it die? Let's take a look.
On your knees, Spock.
What?
Would you like
Was
to know
that-
more? Yes, I would.
What was that?
I
Oh
didn't
my
exactly hear consent in that scene.
Yeah.
There we go. Okay, so we got
Oh
to
my
that
God.
one. Wait, is that someone else asking?
That's someone else.
Yeah.
Well, you've heard the answer.
There were like 3 people that asked this question, but thank
It's a
you,
great question.
Infinity Media Productions. Thank you for the question. Yeah, I think everyone here has been. Yes.
I mean,
Star
I feel
Trek-
like I've been there
Oh,
based on your
Christian.
guys' vivid descriptions.
The young
It's so
Christian and
good.
I,
So good.
we got
Thank
left
you.
out.
Thank you.
Geek Flag with Nate Knows for 2. Live long and prosper panel.
Thank you.
Carlos Banya became a member. Thank you, Carlos.
He is the director of the unification short that we were talking about earlier.
He is?
Yeah.
Oh, that's
Oh,
amazing.
thank you.
Graph Web for 2. This show segment sponsored by hashtag cancel Disney Plus. Thank you, Graph Web. Ryan, can you talk about how the original series Next Generation predicted new tech?
You know who would be
$1.99.
good to join the conversation about new tech? That would be good. Robert Meyer Burnett
Yay.
joining us. Hey, how's it going,
How are you
Rob?
all? Mr. Doctorman, I came at the right time.
You did.
Robert, you're a bit hot on the mic. Eh?
Oh, sorry. I
There we
was
go.
a little, I was loud, so I was on top of my mic.
4.5 hours we've waited for you.
Well, I hope not.
Yeah.
Yes.
We've been doing this for 4.5 hours.
Have you been
Already-
really the whole time?
Yeah.
4.5 hours in. Maybe you can answer Ryan Land's question. We'll all address this. I mean, here I hold. Well, this is actually not a communicator; it's a notepad. But I mean, we kind of hold little communicators and tricorders in our hands. Our horrible devices, which has done, I think, a lot of damage, maybe with social media and some apps, but
Flat screens, stuff like that. Yeah.
Well, I mean,
everything.
You know, the people that made the original series were tasked with extrapolating the future. And I think that one of the great things and one of the reasons Star Trek endured from the beginning was it created a believable future, especially at that time. Everything from the design of the bridge to the way that the hand phasers were multi-use. They were expandable. Communicators, of course, obviously were precursors to things we have now. And on Next Generation, you had pads, you had touch tone, you had touch pads that were actually programmable touch pads. They could be reconfigured to do whatever needed to be done. And I think what's interesting about that is that when it was created, it didn't yet exist, but by existing, it then informed, dare I say, next generations of designers to look back at this material and reinterpret it. Because look, even sliding doors, you know, when you walk into the grocery store or something is something that, and we've had, those are ubiquitous now. So I think that people that spend time really spending time extrapolating on what the future could be, sometimes it goes wildly astray and you wind up with Tomorrowland and Disneyland, but that's still cool in its own right. But I do think that Star Trek does not nearly, especially today, get enough credit. And unfortunately, I don't think one of the things that modern Star Trek hasn't done, because most of its prequels, is extrapolated out what the 31st century or 32nd century is the most unimaginative and really disappointing portrayal of a human future maybe ever put to screen.
It's a
aside from ships that
I
don't have
concur. I concur. It's
Even the most basic things from TOS, like the aspect ratio of the main viewing screen on the bridge is 16:9.
Yeah.
They predicted that. I don't think it was intentional. I think it's just an amazing coincidence that, at the Star Trek tour in Ticonderoga, we just took a commercially available TV and placed it in the spot for the viewing screen, and it fit perfectly.
But I've been thinking about what Chris said a few minutes ago about the hopeful nature of Star Trek. And I think that our culture, especially our pop culture scribes in this sense, they don't like hope. They don't like aspiration. We like, doomsday. We like apocalyptic. We like zombie breakdowns. We don't look to the stars anymore in a way, at least from our
ability is threatening.
Yeah.
Well, you're talking about an inverted sense of drama. It's where the way you get attention is by going in the dour direction, as opposed to having the problem be the dour direction and then overcoming that as an obstacle. Like that's not really done in this state anymore. And that has to do with the fact that the people that have the money aren't interested in buying stories that are of hopefulness. I mean, I've been pitching role models since 2006, and everybody's like, well, how do we make him relatable, or how do we make them like feel grounded and down to earth? It's like, no, we're supposed to be inspired by these characters, not reminded about our failings from them.
I think your point, it's nice to meet you, by the way. I don't know if we met, but I think what you just said is one of the most salient points for all modern fantasy, especially Star Trek itself. The people that created Star Trek lived through World War II and the Korean conflict. And one of the things that allowed the world to survive was idealism. And American idealism. I mean, we weren't even going to enter the war, and we had to pull ourselves up by the bootstraps and travel across 2 oceans. And because of what we believed in, we were able to prevail against the greatest threat the world has ever seen. Today, that idealism, no one believes in it. Yeah. No one believes in the ideals. No one believes in the Camelot ideal of the White House anymore. And unfortunately, the creators are more interested in injecting themselves and their own issues into the shows because they think that's going to make them relevant. What they don't realize is it incredibly dates the show. I mean, the idealism of conquering the stars, it's such a difficult proposition that unless you have that as the basis of what you're trying to do, I mean, we don't even have half our population, especially young people, don't even believe in America. They don't believe in America itself. And really, I mean, it might piss people off, but basically American, the American Republic is what Star Trek was taking into space. And this idea of not necessarily democracy, but bringing the founding fathers, it was a constitutional effort moving out into the universe.
I'm told colonization is bad and we shouldn't do that too.
But it's not, it was never about colonization. You know, I mean, the word call, but you know, I think that what it was about humanity. I mean, when I say to people these days, if I say, you know, there's really only one race of human beings on Earth, people throw back at me, oh, you're woefully naive, you know, to think that you don't understand the struggles of all. I'm like, I understand the struggles of mankind. I do, or humankind. But the thing is, when we move out into the universe, those would be surmounted. They would be much larger problems would be, how do we communicate with a life form that has no understanding of us or no, there's what they think of time or space, and it's all different. And that was the thing that Star Trek posited. And when the people that are making modern Star Trek, well, basically since 2009, don't believe in any of the things that the Star Trek series franchise was founded upon, they can't by definition make good Star Trek. And they don't.
I mean, I think that when you hand an IP to creators today, they like the marketing hook, they like the name recognition, they like the fact that it's got a better chance to succeed because of that brand, but they don't want to pay tribute to it. They want to take it in their own direction, which I think is kind of dovetailing into what you're saying. It's sort of an inward expression of what their neuroses are, as opposed to something more aspirational. And I think that you have to give a ton of credit to the writers of the 60s show, because what they did was just so remarkable and so unique and so challenging. And again, maybe it's the reason why it lasted just 3 seasons. It was too challenging at times, but it was ahead of its time, and it set the template for everything we're talking about right now.
I just feel for young people today that feel lost. Everything is hopeless. They can't afford a house. The climate's going to kill them. Dating sucks. I mean, when you hear about, I feel like, look, I think we all had our struggles when we were younger, but I'm
still having them, man.
Yes. Well, yeah. But what I'm saying is, for young people now, it seems so much worse, and social media just, amplifies all of it.
But isn't that an opportunity for a new Star Trek to recapture that and to shine the light?
Right. You need people that know how to make it.
Yeah. You need people that know how to make not just Star Trek, just know how to make a good show and know how to do it on a budget and on a timeline and know how to select the people that are the best writers. Doesn't matter if they're fans or not, because the best writer will take the responsibility to do a good job on the show. And they're out there. A number of the bad writers have been purged over the last 2.5 years, thankfully. That's why I've been working so heavily over the last 7 months. But again, it's a really tumultuous time right now, because we rarely talk about the forgotten generation, the one that's kind of just after the Second World War, before it gets into the baby boomers. Now, almost 100 years later, we have a lost generation, a generation that doesn't have a cultural identity. I recently stumbled upon an old sitcom from 2005 that I thought was made this year, because that is how little has changed in the last 20 years. It is shocking.
Scripty, I've been endeavoring. I've been involved in this experiment with myself about using AI in various creative roles, and I've been making an AI album. And one of the things that got me thinking is that, when was the last time somebody made a romantic rock anthem for dudes? I was really thinking about it, because I was trying to make, and I'm like, we grew up with rock and roll that was pretty much all about meeting women. Everything. I used to love a Styx song called Sweet Madam Blue. I was a huge Styx fan. But when you listen to all that album-oriented rock in the 70s, it was all about meeting girls. It was all about having relationships. It was all about because I was thinking about where the modern forms. I was studying forms that I wanted to recreate songs, and I was like, has there been a modern, there's rap music, of course, but even hip hop is in a diminishing state now. And I'm like, where's a rock anthem for today? Even if it's Love in an Elevator, but something like Guns N' Roses' November Rain. When I look into your eyes, I can see a love restrained. Where is that?
Where's rock in general? Rock is sort of on life support. So,
but that was rock was all about meeting. It was for dudes. It was romance, man. Rock and roll was romance.
It was masculine romance. That's the thing. It was masculine romance. The last type of weird, not weird, but the last type of band that I can think of that was somewhat big and it didn't last long was Camelot. It was like opera singers doing rock and roll and metal. But today you have to find basically boutique nightclubs that have live bands, original bands getting those songs. And the thing is, music producers don't go there anymore. Don't go there anymore to get, new talent. And if they do, it's basically you're not doing the stuff that got you here. You're going to be playing the songs we provide for you. In which case, you've just completely destroyed the sense of cultural contribution, because that's basically it. We live in a cultural vacuum right now.
And
I
William
just wrote a
Shatner
dream
sang
pop.
Tambourine Man, didn't he? So
going back to Star Trek.
I just wrote a dream pop romantic Star Trek ballad. Just so you know, it's going to be the next thing I release.
Wait, did
It's
you do
called
the
The
lyrics
5-Year
and then have
Dark.
AI do the music, or?
Oh, it's a total process. It is. AI is creating the music. Yes.
Okay.
It is but it takes me 2 days to do one song, using multiple AI platforms and a lot of rewriting, and a lot of it's incredible. It's incredible what you can do. But it's not just writing a prompt and hitting a button. I assure you that.
I'd say modern rock is more like country now. Country is rock at this point. But there
Like
have been
Shabuzi. But I
mean,
like Shabuzi.
But there have been AI bands that chart on Spotify now. That,
Oh yeah, and it's going to be it's going to continue.
Yeah,
I mean, my Star Trek Dream Pop ballad is a duet.
I can't wait to hear. You have to debut part of it on here.
I've got I don't have a finished. Well, I could. I don't have a I can play it for you. I mean, I could do that.
Well, we've been throughout the show. We've been playing clips to kind of prove the death of Star Trek. You will not believe the stuff that we've seen. I haven't seen most of it. Check this out.
Star Trek lies dead. How did it die? Let's take a look.
On your knees, Spock.
She's doing the Riker.
We saw that one. I mean, it's good.
All right, I'll play a different one.
Play a different one. Come on.
Star Trek lies dead. How did it die? Let's take a look.
The bayonet joint on this oxygen sensor is wide open. Are you trying to kill her?
Oh, shit. Get off the assembly. I got it. Sorry, Commander.
Yeah.
What is this?
What did we just see?
Here's another one.
Star Trek lies dead. How did it die? Let's take a look.
I got it. I think it's broken. It's broken. Oh. Yeah. Thank you for fixing it. It was broken.
I remember when white people were smart.
We have like 3 clips from that episode. It's embarrassing. I remember you talking about that episode, Rob.
That was one of the shorts, right?
Yep.
Was it a short?
Yeah.
Where that character dies in the end, or
yeah,
the character injects human DNA into tribbles, causing them to breed exponentially faster than they ever did before, and then is killed by overbreeding of tribbles.
Oh yeah, we saw that part.
We did see that. Christian, I know you have limited time. Is that right?
Yeah, sorry, I got some family stuff that
okay, cool. But
popped
thanks, thanks for coming by. Appreciate it.
This is fun, man. You guys do a great job with this, and it's sad, but it's also celebratory. So you got to lean into that part of it.
All right. Well, live long and prosper. Take care.
Yeah.
Bye now. Hollywood and Toto podcast. Check it out. Christian Toto and Rob. Thanks for joining us. Put you front and center there.
Actually, Rob, we have an important question for you. How many lights do you see?
There are 4 lights.
I'm sorry, there are 5 lights.
It's disappointing.
I'm putting you on the low IQ list here.
Well,
it's his birthday. He's not thinking straight. He'll see 5 lights in a little bit.
I got to share this with Rob because I know that this will get him off.
Phrasing.
The adventure is just beginning.
Oh yes. What you need is Mojo's video. That
Star Trek, the motion picture.
Hey,
rated G.
Do you know why you have those videos, Darren?
Because of you. I know. Yeah. I mentioned it earlier.
Yeah,
you did.
You're credited. Yes.
Oh, I didn't know. That was yeah. That was a 1-inch videotape.
Yeah.
That a friend of mine named I have to give Craig Hyland credit, who used to work for the National Screen Service Corporation that doesn't exist anymore. They printed all the movie posters and everything. He worked at the Seattle. There was 5 branches across the United States, and when they closed, he just took a bunch of stuff, and he took those commercials.
Nice.
And before he knew me, and when he met me, he gave them to me, and he gave me those in the commercials for Alien.
Wow.
And I gave them to you, Darren.
You did.
I passed them along back in 2000, I think.
I had them on VHS. I recorded them in the 1979.
In situ.
There was a series of them. And every month, I had my RCA Selectavision with the pause button pushed. I could keep it paused for hours. I would unpause and record. SNL was the one show you could guaranteed they showed movie trailers during SNL at night, and I would record movie trailers and watch them relentlessly.
Chris, where do you want me to send this to you?
What's that? Oh,
This
the
song.
The private chat. What do you got?
I told you my dream pop synthwave Star Trek ballad duet.
Oh, can we do you have a link or what do you have?
I just have the file, the WAV file.
Oh, the file. Email it.
All right.
Email it.
I haven't finished. It's not finished. There's mistakes in it, but
this is, look, as much as we're goofing around with the funeral for a franchise, Star Trek is truly a dead franchise because the older fans like us are kind of done with suffering with the bad Trek, which is not gaining new fans. We couldn't find. We were gonna do a trial, like a critics court for Star Trek. What's the point? No one will defend it.
You know, just taking the devil's advocacy here.
Please.
There are a bunch of younger reactors on YouTube that have been going through the original Trek episodes and movies and have been reacting to them in a very positive way. And there's a bunch of them. And it's really encouraging that this younger generation of maybe 20 years younger than us are responding the way that we did to original show. And I'm encouraged by that, honestly.
Yeah,
I agree with you. I mean, I think, and what's really interesting is to watch female reactors, because you wouldn't think that necessarily. I mean, I think women have always gravitated to Star Trek. I mean, more so than other science fiction franchises, at least at the time. And they're giving it a fair shot. Like, I loved all the love Star Trek the Motion Picture was getting from a lot of these reactors. And look, we don't need to speak for Star Trek. It speaks for itself.
Yeah.
And that's the one thing about, I hope new shows take people back to the original series and things like that. But really I think this idea, I was 5 years old when I first saw Star Trek, you know, and I fell in love with it. And as I grew, and some would say not, but I matured, as I grew up, Star Trek evolved. Star Trek was supposed to be dead. Then you had the animated series and the motion pictures. Then the novels were coming out between the animated show and the motion picture. And then you had the feature film series, and then the Next Generation and Deep Space Nine. And it evolved the entire time in my entire life. And what I think is happening now is they're trying they think that the way to people's hearts is to transpose Star Trek on other genres. Like, that's why Starfleet Academy is going to be, and you can see in the trailers, the footage they've released of, like, when Paul Giamatti's character shows up and it's completely nonsensical.
Origami Chicken.
Yeah, all of that. But that isn't Star Trek. What you're doing is you're going to make a watered down high school relationship show, and yet you're going to try and make it a Star Trek series, but now if you were making a Starfleet Academy show, it should have been the professors that were both the heroes and the villains. The professors would have been the protagonists and the antagonists. And if you really thought about it, like Professor Kingsfield, John Houseman in The Paper Chase, would have been an antagonist, and the Robin Williams teacher from Dead Poets Society or Goodwill Hunting would have been a protagonist. And the show should have delved into ethics and morality and all of these different kinds of things. And it's also set in the 32nd century, so almost 1,000 years away from original Star Trek, and yet it's more colloquial than anything. And it's so bizarre. There's such a lack of imagination. It's like, yep, even though 1,000 years have gone by, whatever. We're not any different than we were before. And that's where it really falls down. No one's extrapolated, like, if these people existed 1,000 years hence, what would they be like? Especially after traversing the galaxy and meeting all different kinds of, and you'd think too, with this modern special effects, that people like within the Star Trek world, you'd start to be able to display, like, what about intelligent civilizations that are at the microbial level? You think that they haven't met those? Or what about civilizations that are so far removed from humanity that it's difficult to communicate with them? And now with the kind of technology we have, there's no imagination. You know, there's nothing going on in Star Trek that's at all awe-inspiring or thought-provoking, or because the people that are making it are not awe-inspired, or they're not provoking thought.
I think that this microbial civilization you're talking about is the audience that they're going for.
I mean, it's not nutritious in regards to entertainment. It's the worst low of the lows of fast food. You process it, it goes in and out, in one ear, out the other, and there's nothing changed about you for it. I mean, if I were to do a Starfleet Academy series, I would definitely have teachers that are antagonistic and supportive, just like Rob mentioned. But at the 4th season, at the graduation ceremony, that is the revelation where you find out how much the antagonist teachers were on the side of their cadets, because they're pushing them, and pushing their boundaries so that they will survive when they, eventually get assigned to a ship or an outpost. And you have to have the students discover that revelation and realize, oh, you were being a dick to me because that was the only way I was going to actually stand up for my principles, find out exactly who I am, and figure out a way to solve problems in a pinch. Because if I was getting nothing but affirmation, nothing but support, and never being able to be challenged, I would be dead within an hour on a station. And a captain or my commanding officer would have to be talking to my parents about why I'm dead and give a eulogy. And how dare I put that burden on someone who's gone through everything needed in order to be the best of the best to survive in
We're
space.
never going to get
You're talking about Harry Potter. Right.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a general, that is typically a general type of archetype that you have in a school setting when, you're following a class that's going to be graduating.
I mean, on the upside, I have a kid who's the age that this is supposed to be meant for. And, she has zero desire in ever seeing modern Star Trek. But the thing is, I'll show her classics. I'll show her the great movies of the past. And it's all down to story. You get a good story, a classic story, they resonate with that. And it doesn't matter when it was made, who stars in it, what the people look like. A good story is a good story. And that's why I think she'd be more drawn to early Star Trek than she would ever current Star Trek.
The funny thing is when producers do stuff like this, like I have to remember back to the early 70s when they were putting out cartoon versions of existing shows like Emergency +1. Okay. They had a bunch of kids in it because they thought that kids wouldn't relate to the firemen in the show. Right. But that totally doesn't work, because when I was a kid, we wouldn't pretend to be kids. We would pretend to be adults. That's what you play as. You play
you're building heroes.
As the heroes that you're looking for.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Kids, kids want to be adults. They hate being
this
kids.
whole approach to it is just bass-ackwards, because no one wants to pretend to be a student at Starfleet Academy. You want to pretend to be the captain.
Right.
And instead of wallowing in your weaknesses, you want to overcome your weaknesses and become an adult.
Yeah.
Become a full-fledged adult, a solid one. Okay, go ahead.
Yes.
Well, you'd think, though, that this would be easily understood. And I find it strange that it isn't. And this has been going on for so long that, like, children's programming, when we were kids, like, I remember even watching something like reruns of Leave It to Beaver. That show was a morality play. You know, Beaver would or people Wally would do something dumb, and you'd have to take responsibility for it, and then you would learn. And the adults weren't stupid. The adults weren't to be mocked. The adults were the people that had the wisdom. And Beav had to come up to the level of Warden June, he had to realize what he'd done, and he had to step up. And now I call it the Simpsons effect. Ever since Bart Simpson became a hero, suddenly, if you look at children's television in the 90s, it got inverted, where all the adults were idiots and the kids were the ones that were smart, which, by the way, we should be promoting that. I would love to see, like, some 12-year-old who could get involved in some great white collar crime and rip off billions of dollars of crypto. I would admire that because it would take wherewithal and smarts to get away with it. But nowadays, what do we have? What does childhood have to aspire to? OnlyFans?
Well, the joke ended up becoming the norm, and that's the problem.
Right.
Like, it's just you can't really do much with that. And the other part too is where I gotta throw my thoughts on this because it's just a nightmare right now. But the tragedy, especially when it comes to Starfleet Academy, is that for years I've heard that Paul Giamatti wanted to get in on Star Trek. He loves the series. He's a huge fan of it. And now he's in Starfleet Academy and he's being hoodwinked and he doesn't even know it.
Yeah.
Like the thing is like I've been hearing more of those stories because I've been working in Toronto. It's where they're shooting Starfleet Academy. They're on break right now. They're starting back up in January for their second season. And you're hearing all these crazy stories about like they're having so much fun and everything is going great and swimmingly. And you raise the questions like, well, really, like when you go to conventions, especially some of the people who are on Discovery, who are back at Starfleet Academy, you ask them like, when you go to conventions, how busy is it for you? And they're like, oh, it's pretty modestly busy. It's like, yeah, I've seen the video of nobody at your table.
Yeah. Like no one gives a shit for the people who are on Discovery or Strange New Worlds.
And you know how hard that is to do because Star Trek fans are the best fans. They'll go to the most obscure people that have done one episode of Star Trek and go to their table and talk to them for hours on it. And all of a sudden you have, for the very first time in Star Trek history, actors who go to a convention, they get paid their convention fees, but they make no money off their fans for autographs or photos or conversations. They're just on their phones for the 6 hours of the day.
Robert Picardo should know better. He should know better. And I've seen his Cope interview saying he calls out the modern dialogue and everything that we're pointing out that's horrible. And he's got the check cleared. He's coped it in his mind that it's fine. It's a new offering, but it's completely incongruent with every other. And especially playing the Doctor, for God's sake, like the same literal emergency hologram that got his sentience and all the things. So I don't know how they're going to square that away. Yeah. So, and he would obviously be a very different character in 1,000 years of extra experience. So who knows how they're going to make that work.
No writers ever thought about, what would the Doctor be like 1,000 years in the future? Well, he'd be the same. He's a computer program. No,
he's a very evolving. We would all be different.
You know what it is?
Experience. Yeah,
it's that we don't want. Hollywood doesn't want to offend children, and one of the worst ways you can offend a child is to challenge them in some way. But that's what children's television needs to be. It needs to be a challenge to them. To the way they're living their lives, the way they're looking at themselves, their identities, their weaknesses, their hangups, their anxieties. Those need to be challenged, but we can't do that, because they'll feel bad.
Well, there's been an argument in children's television for decades where one half says we're writing for children, another half says no, you're writing for people that are going to become adults.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And the shows when you write for them to become adults end up being the best of the shows.
That's
correct. Yeah, Mr. Rogers.
There was so many
That's
experiences. When we were kids, I remember, I keep going back to, and that's why I hate the bastardization of Arena, the episode with the Gorn. What they've done to Arena in Strange New Worlds is pretty much, to me, unconscionable. But when I first saw that episode, it was the first time where I vividly remember, here you are rooting for your heroes, the Enterprise crew, to defeat whatever horrible unseen enemy destroyed this base on Cestus 3. And then when Kirk is taken off by the Metrons and deposited on this asteroid, and you see the Gorn, when you're 5 years old, the Gorn was badass, and you want Kirk to kill him. As a kid, I'm like, kill that guy. You got to get. And then at the end, when he's about to, and I, as a kid, I remember, yes. And then when Kirk stops, this would be what is known as a teaching moment. And I stopped and I'm like, what are you doing? And Kirk's like, maybe we encroached on their space. Maybe we're wrong.
Maybe you thought you were protecting yourself.
You thought you were protecting yourself. And Kirk and he doesn't kill him. And then the Metron shows up and says, wow, we scanned your record tapes, your banks, your computers, and you have a quality of mercy. Because he probably didn't look into the literature of the great works, and nor would they have understood all of our great works of literature because they don't speak our language. They don't, so they probably didn't look into literature. They looked into science, and they didn't see a whole lot of empathy there. But then they realized that we had the capacity for it. And I remember having my mind blown as a 5 or 6-year-old kid when I saw it the first time, thinking, this is something important. I've learned something today that I didn't know. I didn't grasp it all. But if Kirk wouldn't kill that Gorn, well, I wasn't gonna. It made me stop and think a little bit differently. And isn't that what we want kids to do? But nobody sat there and told me as a child, you have to do this. The great stories allow you to come to those conclusions on your own.
Well, they guide you there without preaching you. I mean, that's why I love Private Little War, because the message of that is not ambiguous. It's basically saying it is irresponsible to use an innocent species as your soldiers in a proxy war. And when you do, you have doomed yourself and them. And there's nothing, and you can't fix it. It's unfixable after that point.
You have to continue it.
Yeah. And it's a great warning episode. And it's one of the things I loved about it.
You've condemned these people.
I mean, we didn't get as many of those types of episodes in The Next Generation, but we did get a few of them. I think Symbiosis is one of my favorite of the second season, because it's about drugs and addiction. Exploitation.
That's season 1.
Oh yeah, sorry, yeah, season 1. Thank you.
I'm that guy.
No, you're right, because again, that's Beverly Crusher's thing. Season 2 is Dr. Pulaski. Season 2 had a couple of interesting episodes. Of course, the best one is Measure of a Man. Showing even in the Federation, as perfect as it appears to be, it still has gaps that need to be explored. And I like those types of.
But that was believable because Data is a machine. And we as viewers, what made Melinda Snodgrass's script so great was that we as viewers love Data.
Right.
But this guy from Starfleet,
he's not entirely wrong.
That's exactly
the
yes.
When he turns the switch off and Data's down, I mean, that just says to me that's the most memorable point in that.
The ultimate culmination of this is Robert Picardo's Doctor, where he's the first sentient being, whatever EMH program, and then because they tried to take his books or whatever, his hollow novels, and that's what is it to be alive, and then you get rights enshrined upon you by us.
Well, I mean, that's a very good point, Badger, because that entire episode dictates, can an artificial intelligence own IP? And that's something we're dealing with right now.
Right now.
But even I think about movies that I really loved a movie that starred Jodie Foster, a Disney movie called Candle Shoe, when I was a kid. And it wasn't an action adventure, but it was about this kind of girl. It was a fish out of water story, really. But yeah, I love that. And even children's programming it did not speak down to kids.
Yeah.
And it wasn't, it was children's programming was look, 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea was a children's movie, and it's one of the greatest fantasy movies ever made. Walt Disney was not making, they made children's movies. Mary Poppins is a great fantasy film as well, but Disney knew not to dumb down their material.
Even into the 90s, Batman the Animated Series, X-Men, the Spider-Man, all those Fox ones. The kids might have loved it, but that shit was made for adults. And now, as an adult, I now watch those, and I get a whole nother layer of writing that I did not notice as a kid.
Yeah.
100%,
man.
Both violent and sexual innuendo and just ramifications that as a kid, you don't even see that shit. And as an adult, you're like, wow, this is kind of heavy.
Well, and this idea that we have to protect children from things that exist, but we don't want. Look, I believe in preserving innocence. There's ways of doing that, and the storytellers of yore knew how to do that.
Right.
You could have look at Warner Brothers cartoons. Look at Looney Tunes. They were one of the great examples of making. If you were an adult, you got it, and if you were a kid, you could love it.
And the invention of fairy tales are there to teach children about the dangers of the world without scaring the shit out of them,
or without actually having to put them in the situation.
Yeah, you would feel
safe,
scared. You would feel scared or weird or odd, but you wouldn't know why you felt. You couldn't pinpoint. But now, as an adult, you realize, oh shit, I was picking up a very real thing. But as a kid, you don't have words for it. It's the correct type of exposure to those ideas.
Right.
Well,
It's
naivety.
Art it unleashes emotions, and it allows children to feel emotions, and we can talk about them, how to deal with it. And we get back to something that we talked about earlier, love. That's the emotion that we're not able to put in art anymore, in television, in movies. And so what do kids have now? I know my daughter always says she wishes Disney would get back to romance. And they just won't.
Heteronormativity, they don't like that. That's the thing.
No.
So you can't have the prince go rescue the princess. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I just say it'd be nice if more younger parents would ditch the screens and pull up the old fairy tale books and read those to their kids. Heck,
pull out the VCR.
Well, I mean, that's a tragedy, right? You've got everything is switching over to streaming now. Physical media is going the way of the dinosaur. And eventually all of those shows that you'd want to share with your children that helped shape a little bit of your perspective on the world are subject to be pulled at a whim. And the other part too is we've gone from a generation in the 50s and 60s where parents' responsibility was to prepare their children for the world, to then helicopter parents, which would watch them from afar and then call out any type of interference in order to save their kid, to bulldozer parents where you wouldn't even allow anything of any conflict to interfere with their children's lives, to the point where now they're incapable human beings to a degree. And then you have the generation after that, which is rebelling against such attitudes, and we don't even know what the outcome is going to be at this point.
Yeah. I mean, that's just it. That's the thing I think about my kid. It's like, can she survive in this world without me? What do I need to teach her next?
Right.
Now we're working on finances right now.
I've been working with actors between the ages of 20 and 28, and many of them still live with their folks. Many of them do not know what happens if they misplace their phone or if it gets stolen. Like they have no idea what to do when a conflict comes in because they've been sheltered their entire lives. They've been told they can do anything they want, but they haven't been put in a position where they have to be challenged to try and achieve that. Because I think, yes, it's a good thing for a lesson to teach a child that if you put your mind to something, you can achieve almost anything, especially if you know what you want to do, but it's going to be hard. And if you really want to do something, let's go one step at a time to try and get you there so you can realize how hard it is and really think about, do you want to do this or do you want to change direction?
And they have to fail occasionally.
Yeah.
We need the Kobayashi Maru.
Yeah.
You need the point is not the
Living in
failure.
impossible
It's make a
situations.
choice and fucking stick to it.
You're not wrong. It's a test of character.
Also, too, children are losing the ability to interpret what stories actually are. How the idea of what a parable is, and to glean meaning from stories beyond just the superficiality of what's actually happening on screen. And I find that strange. I mean, the thing about when we were growing up, when I was a kid, and Darren, we're watching Twilight Zone, and you're watching Star Trek, and you're watching Outer Limits, and even the sitcoms like Leave It to Beaver or My Three Sons. You had the parents were heroic figures, and people were learning from them, and they were also entertaining at the same time. Even the Brady Bunch and the Partridge Family carried on those traditions that started with shows like Dolby Gillis or whatever, and you brought them into. In the Partridge Family, it was the same thing. In the Brady Bunch, one of the kids would have some dilemma and do something wrong, and then figure out the right thing to do, and have to come to terms with it.
Even Married with Children would sneak in a little bit. The Bundys would unite as a family at the end of the day, even if they were snarky. And it's a bizarre place to be now because everyone's navel gazing. They're not looking outward for meaning anymore. They're looking at themselves, and they're seeing themselves reflected back on their screens. And this idea of a quest for knowledge or understanding of the world we live in. I mean, that was the thing that Star Trek instilled in me. Boldly going didn't mean into the universe. It meant into your own life. You had to go out and take chances and go places and do things and meet people. And that was, I feel that it's so weird to me that childhood has become inverted. Like literally we couldn't stay home. Why would anybody want to stay inside? We were out. A latchkey kid.
Yeah, I mean, we were out in the world exploring and going places and doing things. What was at home? The only thing that was at home, there was a few hours a day I couldn't miss TV, and usually it was either Star Trek or the Twilight Zone or Sci-Fi Theater. That was it. Everywhere else was like, I'm getting the hell out of here. I'll see you later. Nowadays, you can't you could barely pry people out of their bedrooms, and screens. And Star Trek was one of the things that instilled in me a desire to go forth, go somewhere, go do
I
something.
don't think Discovery or Starfleet Academy is going to be inspiring nuclear engineers or NASA or any of the other people that say, like, I went into the Navy to fly planes or whatever just because of that.
No, it's
Well,
going
look
to
at
be a
that-
couple steps short of Glee in the 30-second.
Look at what they decided to lead with. That clip they released of Paul Giamatti, a ship getting attacked, which has now become generic in the Star Trek universe.
Don't forget Jay Din.
Yeah.
The new Jay Din character.
Kadim Dion.
Well, but I would
Jay
love
Din.
to. I would love to have seen the first scene from Starfleet Academy as a cadet getting dressed down.
Yeah.
You know, if I would have sold that show, I'm like, give me the Whiplash scene.
Well, and there's no physical fitness at all, I don't think, in Starfleet.
That's. I mean, you know, I do think that woman that's in the Starfleet Academy trailer that shows up, that comes into the front where the three of them, I think she's Morn's descendant. Morn, who used to hang out on Deep Space Nine 1,000 years later.
Oh, Morn. Yeah. Sorry,
Morn.
yes.
She's
The guy that
Morn's
sit there at the
descendant.
bar. Yeah,
They're
yeah.
Morn's descendant. I don't know.
Definitely. Or Gorn. I've heard it both ways.
Rob, did you see the Starfleet Academy?
Yeah, we just talked about it.
You were just talking.
We were just talking.
You watch it?
Yeah, the 4 minutes with Paul Giamatti.
No. It was
different one.
It was
Show
the
him.
Yeah, it was the Jay Din.
Let me show, it's like a character intro.
Oh, I just saw a quick clip of him being introduced, and then the actor who plays him.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah. Let's watch it to refresh everyone.
Very eloquent.
It's only 15 seconds. Here we go. Okay, here we go.
I'm Karim Diane, and I play Jay Din on Star Trek Starfleet Academy.
I am a Klingon warrior. The trick is not to let go of the past, but to let the present in.
You know what's funny
what is that?
Yeah, you know what's funny is his body is not built for that low voice.
What's funny is he's dressed like a kid from Richmond Hill, and only people in Canada would get that joke. So,
Well,
doing the
you know what's
Batman voice.
I would say that clip exemplifies everything wrong with modern Star Trek, because I want to see a Klingon in an academic environment, which is something we've never seen before. And all he's doing is spouting Klingon
Bullshit.
platitudes we've heard 150,000 times before. You know, I mean, and because that's all they know. They don't like here you have an opportunity. You have a show called Starfleet Academy. Show a Klingon in an environment where he's in school. That is inherently interesting, and inherently you could do something we've never seen before. What does it look like when a Klingon goes to school? Especially on Earth. We know that, you know, Worf went into Starfleet Academy, so Worf had been through it, but we just have him spout like half-baked Klingon philosophy.
Yeah.
How much more interesting would it have been, especially for not just fans but non-fans, to see this Klingon get himself involved? Like, what if he had to debate another person on a topic?
Right.
And he was, you know, and you see it because the Klingon believes that the field of battle can be in a debate tournament too.
The Klingon culture is now
I
in
will
conflict.
defeat him in argument and slay him in front of all the people in the
I
audience.
mean, but he would have to learn. It would be really interesting to walk up. How cool would it be to see a character like that completely dismantle somebody in an academic environment? Because that Klingon would make sure that, like, I'm in debate class. Debate is battle. Debate is honor. Debate has rules, and I'm going to go in there and I'm going to be the best debater at Starfleet Academy. Having it be a Klingon, well, yeah,
I knew that was coming.
Yeah.
I know, but that's what I mean. It doesn't have to be debate. It could have been anything. It could have been anything where you saw a Klingon exceed to just wipe the floor with somebody in an academic environment, because that's what a Klingon would do. And they're going to already, he's like, well, let me be the Klingon philosopher. They're not making him. Let's see what a Klingon warrior poet can do. Let's see that. But no,
it shows you Klingons are part Asian because that's a fortune cookie.
Yeah.
Right.
Best we got was the inverse of that in Voyager, when you get flashbacks of B'Elanna Torres, but that her whole thing was like, I don't really know how to be a Klingon because I wasn't raised in that culture. And
yeah.
But yeah, no, that would have
At
been
least that's an
also-
interesting character trait to
it
be in
is.
conflict with your culture, but to completely deny the culture and and essentially dumb it down for for modern audiences.
Yeah, and we're not going to get a fun story of the one Klingon in Starfleet and how the rest of his family and house feels about that because he's not joining the Klingon Empire.
Yeah. How about that one Klingon on the Enterprise? I mean, somehow they were able to make it work there.
Yeah, it's like, that's why I joined Academy 1,000 years ago. A Klingon joined Starfleet. That's why I'm here. That's probably what we're going to get.
I'm sure. Academy. And they'll have to refer to Worf.
Yeah.
Because we always refer to people from 1,000 years ago.
It doesn't look like how we've established Klingons look. They went with the natural African-American hair of our time. They all look straightened hair. They all look very specific. Doesn't matter what color you were playing a Klingon. You all wore the same prosthetics. You all did the same hair type. It just, again, the verisimilitude. I look at it and there's just like something that throws it off, and it's the hair is different.
Again, Christopher Plummer was the last Klingon to
Tony
appear.
Todd. Yeah. Well, the example I use, very black man, may he rest in peace. Played Klingons a bunch, but it's a very specific look that you do, very specific makeup and a way of talking.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. I don't think there's a mandate. Star Trek should be the Tiffany standard. It should be the gold standard of science fiction on television. You know, you have someone like the creator. Who would have thought the creator? Well, I would have because of X-Files, but the creator of Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul can make a compelling science fiction show about a lone woman in Albuquerque, you know, and people are watching that as their science fiction instead of Star Trek. And that's odd to me.
A lot of these clips that we've been showing throughout the show today, I'm watching for the first time. It's even worse than people have told me.
By the way, no, it wasn't. Star Trek saying it was always woke. No, it wasn't. It was progressive, and there's a huge fucking difference.
Right. It was liberal.
Huge, and we've explained it multiple times what the difference is. Used to make you think, and now it tells you what to think.
Here's another
things.
Secular human.
Star Trek lies dead. How did it die? Let's take a look.
I got it.
Star Trek lies dead. How did it die? Let's take a look.
We could have told them together. Why did you want me to do it?
In times of crisis, people need to know that their leaders are not rattled by uncertainty or overwhelming odds. You're their president. You can give them confidence. You're my president, too.
I'm grateful.
Well, that's coded.
Why did she have a bird of prey on her face?
No, isn't it, I think she's half Cardassian. Is that, am I
half
right?
card? Oh, she's a half breed. I understand.
Why is it that Michael Burnham was always the smartest person in the room that had to give advice to the new president of the Federation?
She had to be.
Yeah, I mean, that was one of the things about Discovery. By the way, Discovery was probably the most segregated of all the Star Trek shows.
Mm-hmm.
It was borderline in a way racist and sexist in a way that 60s Star Trek never was, in that it segregated its characters based on race and sexuality.
Mm-hmm.
It was really weird.
Yeah, and we were supposed to be beyond that at this point.
Chris, I got to duck out for a little bit.
You do?
I will try coming back in maybe about 40 minutes. If you guys are still going,
we'll see you.
She'll still be going.
Yeah, we're here for another 3 hours.
Yeah.
Good.
Come back. Come
All right.
back.
I'll see you in a bit.
See you in a
Thanks.
bit. Okay. Take care. See ya. It's really sad what we're seeing. I don't know if you've noticed around the world, people are mourning. It's all over the world. The galaxy, actually, people are mourning the franchise.
This is a moment in history that will probably never be repeated.
It's very upsetting. I'm struggling to not cry now, so it's going to be an upsetting day.
It's really hard to know how to sum up your feelings because this is such a new experience for most of the nation.
People can't come to terms with it, I don't think. So No, it's just very emotional.
End of an era, start of another one.
Star Trek is dead.
Was that the funeral from Princess Diana?
No, that was people are talking about Star Trek. So, hey, we have some more new guests that are joining us. Let's take a look at another. What?
Nothing.
I know. I
5
got
hours.
the joke.
It's getting to me. Yeah.
Look. We're 5.5 hours in.
I know we're
a 9-hour stream.
punchy here.
Let's take a look. Let's take a look at another special report. We have someone joining us, and then a special guest just for you, Badger.
Star Trek lies dead. How did it die? Let's take a look.
Madam President. Madam President. Welcome. I am so pleased that you've come. We are eager to begin diplomatic discussions.
Nothing to discuss. United Earth is ready right now to rejoin the Federation. And nothing could make me happier than to say those words. Thank you. Thank you all.
Blaine from
What up?
What a welcome for Blaine.
Yeah, Blaine.
It's perfect.
Comments from earlier.
Right, exactly.
You're a bit hot on your mic.
A little hot.
Am I loud?
But this is, I think we were talking earlier about just, are there even any writers today that could write Star Trek in a positive way at all?
Not under 50.
I'm under 50 and I can do it.
Okay.
Yeah, I believe Scripty could do
45, 40.
I'm under 45 and I can do it.
I know. Blaine, do you have any thoughts? We've been watching clips all day and looking at fun stuff and also awful stuff. What's your take on modern Trek and why so many believe that the franchise is dead?
You're muted.
Oh, you're muted. You're muted,
Now,
Blaine.
now you're not. You're cold.
Now you're muted.
How about now?
There you
Yeah.
go.
Perfect.
Good. All right. I got a new mic. I'm still fighting with this thing. But yeah, I think a lot of people are pretty spot on with that. I was telling my wife when you messaged me and were telling me that you guys were doing this, I was like, I think I've already purged like almost all Star Trek out of my mind at this point. There's so much lore and stuff that I don't remember because I've stepped away from it for so long and I just kind of don't care anymore. And it's sad. And, you know, we've seen this over and over, whether it's Star Wars and I was here for y'all's funeral for that, and or if it's Doctor Who or name the franchise at this point that they've just, you know, completely bastardized or torn to pieces, and it's a bummer. But as far as like people that could write it, I think that that's the thing is I'm sure that there's a lot of people out there that could write modern Trek, but they're not being allowed to work in the industry right now. They're not being given those chances. I would be willing to bet that there's a lot of people out there that could handle it. It's just that we're not seeing their work in general.
Also, the problem too is that it was taken over by people that did it as a business decision. And I understand that, but when Bad Robot got the franchise, you know, back in 2007, they were expecting to not just get a Star Trek franchise, but get all the marketing that went along with it and get all the money that's coming. And they even tried to curtail any kind of sales of Star Trek merchandise. I don't know if you've talked about that, but it has come out that they're suddenly under the Skydance administration, they have jerked up the licensing fee of all Star Trek products by like 2,000%. So a lot of the people that were making great Star Trek merchandise are not able to do it. They can't afford the license. And it's really interesting. You know, Lego just recently released the Enterprise D. They did their first Star Trek Lego set, and it sold out. It sold out around the world. And that was the Enterprise D. You know, the Next Generation was introduced in 87. And Star Trek The Next Generation is the most popular Star Trek episode. And so you have merchandise. There is viability in the Star Trek franchise. And I think nobody would embrace it more if it was good than the rest of the world. You know, the world knows what's good or not. If there's a franchise that comes along that captures people's imaginations, they'll go. You know, Jumanji got reinvigorated. I wouldn't have thought that would have happened, but it did. The Final Destination franchise came back in a big way after 14 years. It made a ton of money theatrically. And who would have seen that coming? You know, so if you want to resurrect a franchise, all it takes is people that believe in the franchise that they're resurrecting, that they love. I mean, producer Craig Perry loves the Final Destination franchise and was able to shepherd that movie. That movie was a hoot. I mean, it's only Final Destination, but it did exactly what it was supposed to do. And if you had a person who loved, everyone says they love Star Trek, but do they? People want a job. I get that. But what you really need is somebody like a Ryan Coogler who went to Sylvester Stallone and said, I have an idea for a Rocky franchise movie. I mean, that took balls to go to Sylvester Stallone and get an IP like the Rocky franchise wrested away from the man whose franchise it is. And he allowed himself to be relegated to a secondary role, which nabbed him an Oscar nomination for Best Supporting Actor because he believed in Ryan Coogler and Ryan Coogler's passion for the franchise.
Yeah, that was some pitch, right?
Yeah,
Right.
he pitched it because him and his father, apparently his mother was very sick. I don't know if she passed away at the time, but he and his father were bonding over the Rocky movies, and he came up with this idea. He used his indie clout he got with Fruitvale Station and made, sixth Rocky sequel? That was amazing. That was amazing. And that was because he loved it. And not everybody who loves everything is going to make everything great. I mean, Mark Steven Johnson's Daredevil was not the greatest movie in the world, and he loved the franchise. But if you found, I just don't think that there's anybody who works in Hollywood that loves Star Trek, that wants to do it.
You know, I took my daughter to the Percy Jackson preview 2 weeks ago that Disney put on. Cast and the directors and the producers were there. The moderator asked all the cast, what got you into this? And every single one of them said, I read the books when I was a kid. The director and the producers, I read the books to my kids. And it just shows you that here's a franchise where everyone involved read the book, understands the book, and loves the book. And they want to do, and that's all they talked about, was they want to do the characters justice. They want to do these stories justice. It's not that hard to do when you have source material available to you right now and people who love that source material.
Right. Well, and you're fighting this thing now of all the self inserts and the politics and all of that stuff as well, where it's like that becomes these people's priority. And even if they were people that marginally cared about Star Trek, it's like they're more concerned with these other things. That's where their priorities lie, not in actually creating something that wants to make the fans show up. And, I was kind of stewing on this, earlier, and, I have young kids, and I was watching Star Trek for years at the point where their ages are. My daughter's 11, my son's 9. I'd been watching Star Trek for a long time. I have never shown them anything to do with Star Trek because the modern stuff has just kind of soured me on it all.
Show them the old shit then.
Well, no, I agree.
TNG and the original.
I agree. I know, 100% agree. I think it's just that weird thing, where it's kind of like where a lot of us are with Star Wars too, where you're just like,
yeah, but that was our mistake. So Star Wars is dead, but that's Disney. But we still have the 6 movies and the expanded universe and everything before the Great Satan.
Yeah, right. Yeah, no, and I completely agree.
We have another guest, a very special guest, about to join us. Let's play a short video as we bring him on here. I'll see how much of this we can stand. I'm not going to play the whole 4-minute, 32-second clip.
Star Trek lies dead. How did it die? Let's take a look.
Ended. Welcome to the show, Tom Connors of Midnight's Edge. Tom, good to see you here. Just wait, can you hear us?
I
Tom?
can. Can you hear me?
We can hear you great.
Okay.
First, before we talk Trek, what is going on with your channel?
I guess I'm canceled, and I'm Script Doctor. Yeah, they decided because of a channel that's been inactive for years, that a channel that's been active for 8 years should be punished because of quote unquote reused content. Yet, I don't know the definition of reused content. Is that the same as something you would get a copyright claim for? Or, yeah. And this is just me coming up with my best guess because they didn't really tell me.
Okay, well, we hope it gets worked out. There's got to be some other people that have bigger channels than all of us.
Well,
who
everybody's
can-
been signal boosting it, and I appreciate it. And that's all we can do now until they actually.
Which
respond.
channel, Tom? I'm
Midnight's
totally out
Edge
of.
After Dark. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, this seems to happen every once in a while. I think it happened to Geeks and Gamers and Jeremy. It's just a mistake. I'm sure in your case, it's a mistake. So we hope we get that cleared up. Before we talk Trek stuff, I don't want to talk Trek stuff with you and everybody here. I know that recently you and Badger had some issues. I want to see if you guys want to work those issues out here. I'm trying to move Badger over here and see if you guys just want to look, just whatever. I mean, Tom, you and I had some issues. We worked it out offline, not in front of people. We're good. But
Badger has no issues. Badger has to read Superchats. Keeps hearing that Tom wants to fight me, which I find humorous and don't care about.
I keep hearing about it all the time, and all I have to say that is I'm proud to be the Kirk to your Khan because, yes, I may yell like Kirk, but like Khan, I hardly remember you, and I live rent-free in your head, Mr. B.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't think about him until he's brought up in Super Chats, but I hold no ill will. I hope his channel gets sorted out. I'm sorry that Superman lost 42 million theatrically and that some people like Fantastic Four more. So says Forbes. But other than that, it is what it is.
So said Flash made 100 million too, but anyway.
Yes. Through ancillary means like streaming and merchandise
What's
and other
all
things
this
months
love?
after it came out.
You sure you guys are all?
I must
again
kill you, Beaver.
I'm feeding off the awkwardness going on right now.
Yes.
All right,
else?
let's put it aside.
I'm sure
I
that
got more
Kryptonian
beef
message will get retconned any day now.
I got more beef with Paul Chato, who keeps sending me unsolicited pictures. So
Of what?
You do not want to know.
Well,
It's Chato.
He
Well, we
keeps
already saw
saying,
the shirt thing
does this
from
look
him.
infected? Is this big enough? Should I, consult a physician about pills, perhaps? And I'm like,
Should I stop
asking
rubbing
me.
it? Should I?
Yeah, ask your wife, not me. But yeah, no, I'm sorry, I don't have a lot of time tonight, but I'm glad to be with all these wonderful folks and this Beaver guy here.
Well, let's talk Trek for a moment. We did a Star Wars funeral. We said goodbye to that franchise. Maybe we spent a little too much time waiting. I think Star Trek. I watched the first 4 episodes of Discovery, and I was done. I tried to watch Strange New Worlds. I did not last long. Probably a line that was in Next Generation. I did not last long. It's really sad, and it's sad to see. I mean, Rob, I think the reason they raised those licensing rates, they're trying to cut people off. And classic old school Star Trek. There you go. There's a beaver. That stuff sells. Same thing with Star Wars. All the classic versions of everything sell. They're not selling new Star Trek toys. Okay?
I can't recall seeing any Star Trek toys recently, like in the last year.
No.
Yeah. Well, what's your take on modern Trek, Tom, and the state of the franchise?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of ironic that we got the Acolyte and we're going to get Academy so close together because they're probably both the actual final breath of both franchises. But unlike Star Wars, which is still in the same timeline, I can at least have some hope for Star Trek because, as we reported over at Midnight's Edge for a long time, these are separate licenses, separate timelines. As we famously were known for the whole 25% deal, which finally got, confirmed by so many people that work behind the scenes there. I mean, at least there's maybe a future, and that kind of leads into my eulogy. So I suppose I can jump into that real quick. If
Yeah,
you want.
let's put you front and center, Tom.
Because
right
I
there.
mean, I'll do my best Kirk here, but we are assembled here today to pay final respects to our honored dead, and yet it should be noted that in the midst of sorrow, this death takes place in the shadow of new life at Paramount. See, I'm getting misty already. The sunrise of a new world in a sky that looks like it's almost dancing. A world that our franchise gave its life to protect and nourish. It did not feel this sacrifice a vain or an empty one. We will not debate this profound wisdom at these proceedings of our beloved franchise. I could say only this. Of all the shows I've encountered in my channel surfing, this was the most humanist. Thank you.
Bravo, Tom. Bravo.
So maybe
Thank you for
there's
that.
a future. Who knows?
Thank you for that. Yeah. I'm late on the applause.
I mean, I kind of ripped it off, but
It's all good. It's all good. But any thoughts on the current state of the franchise? As I know you got to leave.
I'm hoping that Kurtzman is gone. I mean, it sounds like this new movie has nothing to do with him. His name has not come up anywhere near it. J.J. Abrams' name has not come up anywhere near it. From what we keep hearing is that it will be in the original timeline. So I don't know if Robert knows anything about this at all, but he's muted.
You're muted,
much
Rob.
at all,
Muted.
But I know I
You're
love
muted.
you, he says.
Rob, you're muted. Yeah.
I'm. You're
No,
still muted.
You're muted again.
Now
I think he's doing it on purpose.
I know. Sorry, I did click this. So I know nothing about I've so checked out with Star Trek. I mean, it's really interesting. I'm much more interested right now to see what somebody like Terry Matalas is going to do with the Vision series, because I've only heard great things about the Vision series, and what Terry did far exceeded what they expected, and which doesn't surprise me because Terry's interested in making a real science fiction show out of it, and the idea of, we know that Ultron's coming back, Vision's in it. I've always loved the Vision character, and if you had a real creator that does a good job with dealing with AI and artificial, like he did with Data, or Terry Matalas goes all the way back to Deep Space Nine. So that it intrigues me to see when a creator jumps off and does something new. And I people want Terry Matalas to go back and do Legacy. I don't want to. I want to see him do new stuff. I think that's, and whatever they're going to do in the new timeline with these guys, I hope they can make a Dungeons and Dragons type movie that's that entertaining. Maybe it'll get people to come back. But what I'd rather see is the closest thing to a Star Trek movie that we've had is Interstellar. Why doesn't someone want to make an Interstellar like Star Trek movie? Why is it all goofy shit? I mean, I don't understand.
Everything's all Marvel-fied.
Or
with that Marvel humor where nothing is taken seriously.
But Kirk, Star Trek always had humor, but it was always character based.
Yeah.
You saw the clip of the music. Again, you're ripping off Buffy the Vampire Slayer. It's like, do these people know how to make an original science fiction show? Have they read a science fiction novel?
I mean, my gateway into Star Trek was Star Trek 4. Because it works on its own as a comedy. You don't have to really know anything about Star Trek. If you look at it, just stepping back, it's just basically it's a comedy about fish out of water situations, right? You got people from the future who come to the past because they need a whale.
Right.
The fact that it's Star Trek is secondary. I mean, at the end of the day, though, it got me into the franchise, and I think it's a good gateway because you don't have to really know anything about Star Trek beforehand. You don't really... maybe the Spock thing, it helps a little bit, but outside of that, it's wrapping up that former trilogy, so you're just ready to go hit the ground running. And, otherwise, TNG is always a good place to get in, but the original series is always a great place, too. The fact is there's so much Star Trek compared to Star Wars is even better, because even if Star Trek were to be truly dead today, you could spend your entire life going back through Star Trek and still have plenty to go through without repeating yourself over and over again like you would with Star Wars, right? So
we have another special guest joining us, but please watch this clip. It's relevant to what we're talking about.
Star Trek lies dead. How did it die? Let's take a look.
Michael Piller had great respect for the integrity of the universe. He understood that this isn't just silly science fiction, that Star Trek is a period piece. It's an invented period, but you need to observe the traditions and the continuity and the styles. And he immersed himself in it, and I think that's one of the reasons why he did such a good job.
Everybody is always trying to maintain continuity, but given the 50+ years of Star Trek, it literally becomes impossible. Given the volume of things that are out there, it's just impossible for everything to sync up perfectly. A literal impossibility to maintain continuity. Given the 50+ years of Star Trek, it literally becomes impossible.
Shake my head. That's all I got to say. At that clip.
Alan, I didn't know you worked on Star Trek.
Neither did I, but
when
apparently
did you quit
I
wearing
do.
glasses?
Welcome to the show, the DA, Derek Anderson. Hey, man.
Hey, how do I sound? I'm sorry, I'm in the car.
Everyone comes in hot.
You sound like you're AI.
Oh, hold on. I don't know how to turn myself down. I'm in the car, bro. Couldn't get away. Yeah, I know. I had to join and pay my respects. Let me try to turn the volume. Is it better?
It's a little hot, but those two contrasting clips, one about Michael Piller and the other one about with Kurtzman, you see those contrasts right there. I mean, it's so obvious.
Well, if you approach Star Trek as a history of a non-existent land from the future, and you treat that history the way, say, I don't know, they treat Tolkien's history until Rings of Power. I mean, it's not like Star Trek doesn't have dozens of books documenting its history, its timeline. You can Mike and Denise Akuda literally wrote the 2-volume hardcover encyclopedia of Star Trek. It's not like you've got a Wikipedia, by the way, Memory Alpha, which has been completely polluted by modern Star Trek and all of their discontinuity, and they've tried to make heads and tails of it all, which has actually ruined the site. You can't go to Memory Alpha anymore and find anything that makes any sense because they've had to figure out ways to shoehorn all their.
You could be talking about Star Wars too in Wikipedia, same shit. You could go back and forth between legends and whatever, and they ignored all the already established books and manuals, and
it's frustrating because, if it was good, it wouldn't be a problem, but it denigrates so much of what came before.
Memory Wave Beta, I think, is the one that still has continuity of the OG Trek.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
You're trying to,
continuity. Encounter at Farpoint, first episode of TNG. Dr. McCoy is in that episode. Mm-hmm. I freaked out as a kid watching it.
Yep.
And Encounter at Farpoint is much better, I think, than people realize. Yes, the first 2 seasons were rocky, but by 3rd season, TNG cooked. TNG
don't you want a show to get better?
Appointment viewing.
Yeah, but don't you want a show to get better? I mean, come on.
Yes, exactly.
That's the point.
And the thing I loved about TNG is you didn't necessarily need TOS to get it. Like, yeah, you had that cameo, but it wasn't predicated on that, right? Like, the whole show wasn't like, gosh, it's too bad Kirk isn't here. Like, it had nothing to do with that. The only thing that was a returning character was technically the Enterprise, and that was what, name only?
Well, I mean, I think the first season, I may be wrong, but the first season felt like it was the production design of the original series. And then the second season, it just kind of grew and evolved. And I think the 3rd season is when it still remains Star Trek, but it became its own entity. It became its own story. And, I think that's the way things should evolve when you extend something like that. The thing that got me about Kurtzman was the idea that the continuity is so immense, so impossible to manage, we're just going to get rid of everything.
Well, he speaks as a lazy man, and writing is not a lazy job. Like that, it's the exact opposite. And to say, 50 years, that's impossible. It's like, dude, high school history has you covering like 200 years of American history, 1,000 years of world history, and that's all done in a single semester. If you can't figure that out there and you're complaining about 50 years of television, like you're in the wrong business, man.
The Akudas also wrote a book called The Star Trek Chronology that literally is an entire history year by year of the Star Trek franchise.
Yeah, I've got it on my desk. Like just
where you could just look at that and go, oh, Okay, here we go.
No, what he's really saying is I'm too lazy to watch the shows.
That too.
Or read the books, or listen
Or
to
read the
somebody that
books,
can help guide him towards, another how to integrate a news story into the existing franchise, as it were.
He probably said to himself, "Kirk feels so overrated."
Yeah. DA, I know DA is having some trouble with the
He's in the
mic.
car, so.
He's in the car, but come on when you can, DA. It's all good. He's got other plans tonight. I don't know why you would make plans during a funeral.
I know.
To pay your, but
He's
it's all
not a
good,
true
DA.
fan.
We're
Not
just
a-
busting your balls. Rob, I got that audio file you sent. I don't know how to. It's a big file. I can share. I think I can share screen where the audio file is, and I think DA dropped off.
Well, I could share. I didn't realize I could probably share it with you.
Yeah, share it. I want to hear it.
I'll play a little. I mean, you don't need to hear the whole thing, but I'll play a little bit of it.
Yeah.
Hang on, I gotta
Share
go to
here.
Just tease us a little bit.
Present.
Yeah, I'm doing a whole show on this AI experiment that I have been on. And let's see. So what I have to do is share my screen, right?
Sure. Share screen.
Share video file.
Share screen. Yeah, and I've got to put don't share screen, but I also have to allow, and then I have to share the audio. Also share audio tab. Yeah. Okay, I've got that, and let's see. Here we go. So can you see that?
Yes. Here we go.
Let's see if you can. Let's see. I don't know which one I want to play you. There's multiple iterations of the song, but here you go. Oh wait, hang on. Let me start from the beginning.
These are the voyages I still wait for you out there.
Enterprise drifts like a ghost through sapphire nights I can't forget. Kirk's chair cold now, but I still feel your hand slipping away when the bridge lights dim. Spark never said a word about the way we used to breathe the same thin air. McCoy poured one last bourbon and looked away when I couldn't hide the tears. Transported, took you down to some violent world and never brought you back to say. I stood in the rain on that planet tasting salt that wasn't just alien rain.
Captain's quarters empty, no lights off forever, just the echo of your skin. We made love like we knew the universe was already ending, and it did. I won't cry anymore for the nights we lost and yesterday's dying stars. But every warp trail I see still tears open the shape of your scars. You're gone somewhere down lithium heart gone cold.
Well, there you go.
Well, who wrote the lyrics? That was crazy.
Well, I'll tell you, it's a process. It's an actual process, and it takes me about a day to get the lyrics to where I want them. And it's a combination of, I use multiple. I'll tell you how I did this. This is really interesting. So for anybody interested, I've been making over the last week an AI album. And I did it as an exercise to see, after watching a lot of Justine Bateman on this show and hearing everything about AI slop. And I'm doing it not just musically, but also how filmmaking as well. And I wanted to see, is it possible to make something? I'm not a music producer. I don't play any instruments at all. And I was like, could I make any valid music that I would be proud to share with people that I felt was mine using AI? And so I thought, okay, I had to start with an idea. Like, what am I going to write a song about? So the premise was, I'm going to write an album about things I like, mostly movie related songs. So one of the first things I came up with is I want to write a ballad about the 4 films that Kurt Russell and John Carpenter made. You know, Escape from New York, The Thing, Big Trouble in Little China, and Escape from LA. I didn't want to use Elvis because it was a TV movie. So I thought, okay, who would ever write a ballad about John Carpenter and Kurt Russell's collaboration? I don't think anybody would. So that was an idea that I thought, okay, and I wanted it to be a ballad, and I knew I wanted it to be a rock song. So then what I started to do was I jotted down ideas. I'm like, oh, I want to touch on all 4 films, okay? And I wanted to have certain things mentioned. So I wrote that down, typed it out, and I put into a prompt into Grok. I said, I want to write this song in this style. And then it spit out lyrics. And it gave me a song. It gave me a song that had 4 verses, bridges, choruses, and all that. And I looked at it and I'm like, this is an interesting starting point. So then I started rewriting the lyrics, and then I fed those lyrics back into Grok, and then did this back and forth probably 20 times until I got the lyrics the way I wanted them. And so once I had these lyrics in, then I put those into Suno. But then I started to figure out, okay, what do I want this song to sound like? And so I got a few artists that I wanted to be redolent of one of their songs, like a rock and roll song, like a bar band rock and roll song from the 80s. So I put in a bunch of like 4 or 5 different bands that I liked. And I wrote, what do these bands have in common? What instruments do they use? What time signatures do they tend to play in? And then I would get that back. And when I got all this information together, I started going, okay, I want these guitars. I want these synthesizers. I want these drums. And I want them in this time signature. And then when I had all this stuff down, then I went back into Grok, or sometimes Chat GPT or Gemini. I was using all 3 of these to see which I would get the best results from. Grok, I got the best results from. And then I would say, write me a Suno prompt, a style prompt that will that will give me the sounds I want. So then I would put that in. So you've now got my lyrics that I've done, and now I've got my Suno prompt, and I hit create. And then it creates 2 full songs. And that's when the work really begins, because then you can go into an editor and you can open up, you can break out, Suno will break out all the channels of audio for you. And then you can start editing the song. And then I do once I figure out how to do it, I think I did 45 iterations of the Kurt Russell and John Carpenter song before I got it to the point where I'm like, okay, now I'm done. It took me 2 days to do it. And I've done 10 songs, and I'm going to release the album. Now, if you want, then you can make videos like this. Whoever did this took a long time.
Sold your soul to Skynet.
Yeah, this
Rob.
is like speaking of AI, there's so many good Star Trek. There's like Star Trek at the Disco, Star Trek Miami Vice. If you haven't seen this, we'll play a little bit, but not
Chris,
all of it.
I would say one thing though. When I was making my Star Trek song that you just heard, the premise that I had was, what if there were 2 people like us going out, this guy and this girl, and they both loved Star Trek, and they watched Star Trek, and they related to Star Trek, but for whatever reason, they knew they couldn't be a couple. And they've been thinking about one another for a long period of time, because I didn't want to have lyrics that just were rhyming things about Star Trek. I wanted to have something that was more universal. So I was not doing what they're trying to do here. That was something I was trying to move away from.
I'm looking at Spock's tattoos. They're very
This is amazing.
This is, yeah.
Oh,
All right, you get the. This is amazing, and there's other ones we can take a look at, but
I like the one in Vietnam.
yeah, we'll show that. There's another one where it's Miami Vice with Star Trek characters. Tom, I know you have limited time, so you gotta move it on. But love watching you on Flashcast, of course, Midnight's Edge in the morning, and After Dark. Please keep us informed on the There's got to be a way to get that fixed with YouTube.
I really hope so, and thanks a lot, man. And yeah, hopefully we'll be streaming a lot more in the future. And I want to thank you for having me here. And yeah, I mean, it's a sad day for Star Trek, but hopefully, there's a chance that things could get better someday. So let's just hope Skydance has the best in mind for Star Trek.
Well, I think the way things have been going, there are going to be a lot more funerals for franchises. I mean, like, we'll just do all the franchises.
I'm looking forward to the funeral for Doctor Who. That's going to be a fun one.
Oh, no, that may be the next one, Doctor Who, because that is definitive. Marvel has, I'm looking forward to the Doomsday trailers. So, yeah. But
yeah, we may have a Marvel funeral in a year.
In a year, we'll see. We'll see where it goes. But I don't know what I've heard. I've heard good things. So, take care, Tom.
Yeah, thanks for having me, guys.
May the force be with you.
Indeed, and live long and prosper.
That too. All right, take care. See ya.
All right, Badger, you can breathe again. It's a
yeah. We've got. I apologize to everyone watching. We have a lot of soups. Can we do some soups and then we'll get back to the conversation? Please stay as long as you like. Let me know, everybody, how long. But this is just fun talking about this stuff. It's a big topic, Star Trek. And
a great funeral is one where you're talking about the positives, not so much the negatives. So
right. Well, yeah, it's kind of like you appreciate what we lost. Watching a lot of those clips earlier, we really lost something. Something profound that had a positive impact on culture.
It did.
Inspired, I know when I was a kid.
Yeah.
When I was a kid, motion picture, that was Star Wars was a surprise. No one saw it coming. Star Trek I read about for years in Starlog magazine, other magazines. There was a new series, Phase 2, that went away. The motion picture. I mean, everyone was hyped. That came back. It was the biggest thing ever. Nothing like it ever before that. So let's do these. Let's go through these.
Duke Devil 95 with a 50. Thank you for this. Started watching Star Trek in 1980. Everything since 2005 is hollow and lacks the soul of Trek. But we still have over 700 episodes of real Trek. My buddies and I are rewatching DS9 every week on my channel. Celebrate good Trek. Yeah, Blaine. Celebrate good Trek.
I need to. You're right. You are right about that. I need to.
Thank you, Duke Devil. That's really generous. We appreciate it. Thanks.
Brandon Pow for 20. I've been watching the original series for the first time. It's been great. Question. I have the 2021 complete DVD collection. Any reason why the episodes aren't in order? One DVD will have 1, 3, and 5, while the other will have 2, 4, and 6.
Oh, wow.
That's odd.
Rob, did you know about that?
No.
That's weird.
Sorry. Well, hang on a second. I can tell you why. So here's the thing about Star Trek. There is the production order and there is the broadcast order. Oh. And for those of you who the second pilot for Star Trek was called Where No Man Has Gone Before, it was actually the third episode aired. And the first episode shot after the pilot was the Corbomite maneuver. But because the Corbomite maneuver had so many special effects in it, it wasn't finished till episode, I'm not sure, 9 or 10. So that's why the order, there's the production order and there's the broadcast order.
This happened to Firefly, and it famously led to like the reason it didn't is because they played it out of order. So there was like key context missing. From it.
And so that's been like the first episode of Star Trek that was aired in the United States on September 8th, 1966 was The Man Trap. And that was not even the second episode filmed. It was like 3 or 4 or something. And that's why the numbers are all over the place. I would imagine they're probably in broadcast order on the DVDs. I don't remember. It's funny because somebody just sent me, they were going to get rid of the beautiful DVD box sets that they put out of each series, and he said, do I want them? And I didn't have them anymore, and I regretted giving them up, and he sent them to me, and I got them today in the mail, and they're in beautiful condition. But I'll have to look because now I want to know. But that's why they are out of order. And it's interesting too, because it really wasn't until they started Relitio as full series. I mean, when I was growing up, I didn't know which season was which. I mean, with Star Trek was the only show that I did because I read all the concordance and the different manuals and things. But now everybody's really keen and they understand what season by season storytelling is. And people can tell, like Next Generation has a really really interesting progression through its 7 seasons and who was there and who wasn't. Like season 5 has a different Next Generation logo that like the jumping out.
I like the tractor beam thing. Yeah.
Yeah. And it's interesting. I mean, but yeah, that's why this DVDs are that way.
Jeff for 20. Happy birthday, Robert. Yes, keep up the great work. And rip Star Trek. R.I.P.
Sons and Shadows. Thank you so much. Thanks, That's great. Let's go. We got a big one here.
Ooh, another one from Gorbachev for 100. RMB and Alan on the Star Trek panel. Let's go. Now go find me a nuclear vessel.
What? That's generous. Thank you so much.
Victor.
Computer.
Geek Flag with Nate knows for 2. Star Trek got an STD and died a slow death.
Oh, thanks, Geek Flag. That's great.
Noido Dev for 5. Did anyone watch the old BBC show Hyperdrive? Star Trek inspired comedy makes more sense than bad sequels.
I never did.
I never did. Wow.
Never even heard of it.
The Orville was supposed to be a comedy show that it very quickly just turned into a good Star Trek show and named being called something else.
I loved Red Dwarf. Red Dwarf was awesome. That show was so unique and original.
Yeah.
And never heard of Hyperdrive.
Snakes and Funerals, remember for 34 months. Best Star Trek content I've seen in years, Paul. Yeah.
When Paul was on. Thank you
Very
for
funny. Immortal Remus for $4.99. Star Trek Nemesis is not everyone's cup of tea. I was curious to see a sequel series set a century later with new characters in the aftermath of those events. Play Star Trek Online. That's the best I can offer you.
Oh, yeah.
Thanks, Immortal Remus.
Jeffro Maddox for 2. What's everyone think of Futurama Star Trek?
The episode?
You might as well.
Yeah, that was great. I love Futurama.
Not well, she.
Love Futurama. Thank you, Jeff.
Jeff again for 5. I have a Star Trek game for TRS 80. That's my dad got me when I was little.
Wow.
Yeah, that's awesome.
That is old school. I do remember playing the text-based Star Trek game at my dad's work in the 70s. And I just remember getting so excited. You have left dry dock. I was so pumped. And it's just text.
Right.
Did you have to download it on a cassette tape?
Oh, my God.
Star Trek Bridge Commander still has an active modding community.
Yep.
Does it really? Oh, that's awesome.
And there's Star Trek Elite Force.
There's this flashlight where you can play a bunch of the old games. There's the one which is the next level of that where it's just a grid pattern. You're the Enterprise. You have to direct the coordinates, and then you scan and interact with things, go to the neutral zone. It's so antiquated, but it's so much fun.
Websta for 10. My introduction to Star Trek was my grandparents' VHS of Star Trek, The Voyage Home. I love the scene with Scotty trying to use a modern computer. Hello, computer.
Hello.
Good times.
That's great. Thanks.
I love a grandparent's VHS copy. I mean, I have a VHS copy.
Yeah.
Full on apathy for 5. Amazing stream. Beautiful people, outstanding guests. It's a shame George Lucas showed up trying to clout chase like he's a somebody. Yeah.
George Lucas, thank you.
Skull Leader for 10. My first Star Trek computer game was pure text based on Cray 1 in 1980. That memory brings me more joy than the last 10 years of travel.
Old days of gaming. Thanks, Skull Leader.
Yeah. Full on apathy for 5. I won't lie. After seeing Patrick Stewart's scenes in extras, he seems more based and down to earth.
Well, you've worked with them, Rob, when you did the next gen DVDs.
Yeah, no, he was great to us. I got to sit down with him for 4 hours total, 2-hour interviews. Where it's funny, I sat down with him, and the first thing I said, we were in New York, and I said, I don't really want to talk to you about Star Trek. And he was like, what? And I said to him, I go, what do you really know about Star Trek? And he thought it was hilarious. I go, what do you mean? And I said, well, if you were discussing the geopolitical situation between the Klingon Empire and the Romulan Star Empire during the Battle of Narendra 3, what would you say? And he was like, I have no idea what you just said. And I go, see? I told him, I said, what we want to do is we want to know who you are. People want to know who you are. They know Star Trek way more than you'll ever know Star Trek, but they don't know who you are, and they don't know about the experience of making Star Trek. They know about watching it, which is something you don't know about. Because he can't by definition be a fan. The biggest Brent Spiner told me he'd never seen an episode of Next Generation. He's like, why would I watch them? The only time he said, and I actually believed him at the time. Now, this is for the 25th anniversary. He said he was contractually obligated to go to the movie premieres, and that was the only time he saw Star Trek. But Michael Dorn, Worf, watched every episode. He's a total cinephile. So he was really like, when Gene Simmons came on the episode The Drumhead, he was totally excited because he knew who Gene Simmons was. Everyone else was like, Gene Simmons of Kiss? Because Mick Fleetwood had been on Next Generation. But when Gene Simmons came on, I mean, she of Spartacus, Michael Dorn knew that. So he was really, really excited.
Wow. Yeah, I was trying to find the footage of it, of Ronald D. Moore talking about working on there and working with Patrick Stewart. And when he actually did have conversations with him about it during the filming. And it was something along like, is there anything else you'd like to see focused on? Because he laid out his plan. He's like, I'd like the captain to get laid more.
Yes.
And that led to some of the, Picard's vacation and things like that. All right. The Immortal Remus for $1.99. You will service us. What's that from? Oh, the board. Flying blind on a rocket cycle for $5. It's bigger on the inside. Oops, wrong franchise.
I love the Flying Blind on a Rocket Cycle. Flash Gordon. That movie, Ornella Moody in that movie. Chef's kiss. You know what I'm talking about.
Naked in that one too.
You're talking about Flash Gordon?
Yeah. Come along,
hottest woman ever.
For another $5, since it's TNG, I guess we won't get She's Gonna Blow from yes.
That's right. Thank you.
Oh, Dr. Fauci's Pardon Prison Butt for $5. I would love to see an R-rated Tarantino-directed Star Trek where they revisit the Mafia planet Sigma Lotia 2
Sigma
from the
Iosha.
original series. Oh, Loosha, excuse me. The script writes itself. Yeah. Do you want that, Robert?
I was
Mafia planet?
I was kind of hoping to. Again, when Star Trek did overtly silly episodes, the thing about that was it had a really interesting premise, that, and it dealt with the Prime Directive in that a previously existing, the Horizon left behind its Chicago mobs of the 20s book, and this imitative society decided to base, because these people were from the sky, they were from the stars, they based their whole society around it. So while it was an easy way to shoot on the back lot and make it work, it actually had a really interesting sci-fi premise that dealt with the very heart of the Prime Directive and why you shouldn't interfere with cultures.
There was
a fun romp too. So
there was a pitch for, I believe, Next Generation that they would return to Sigma Iosha, and the whole culture had changed to imitating original series Star Trek.
Yeah.
Really?
Which would have been a fascinating episode. Yeah, they after 80 or so years, they changed it because the people were so eager to copy things they'd been exposed to.
This kind of relates to something, a weird aside. I used to do film junkets when I worked at G4, and I went to the junket for the movie 2012. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Remember the Mayan calendar,
Junkie
2012, the world's gonna end, or whatever. So I went to this
The Noah's
junket,
Ark movie,
and they had a whole panel of experts on the Mayan calendar in 2012, and I asked a very provocative question. Last question of the day, I asked everyone on the panel. I said, "What if the Mayans, in their mind's eye, did not foresee the end of the world? They actually foresaw, and they saw in their minds, the trailer to the movie 2012. And then they thought the world would end. And then and everybody laughed in the room. And some of these guys on the panel were really pissed off because it was kind of making fun of them a little bit. One guy came up to me. We got in this whole philosophical discussion about this. I said, what if you took the movie Star Wars and showed it to people from the 1700s in colonial America? He goes, oh, that's interesting. They would see Luke as Jesus, Darth Vader as the devil. They would ascribe their thinking at the time and transpose it onto the story being told, not understanding everything. So it was like a really weird rabbit hole to go down.
Long before Independence Day happened, I had a pitch for a story that aliens come to Earth and kids basically scare them away by showing them science fiction movies.
That would be great.
Where we
That's
defeated aliens from outer space. They said, if you don't want this to happen to you again, you better get out now.
Yeah. Home Alone. You just played the monster movie.
Yeah.
I remember we talked about that in one of my high school classes because we were sending another satellite that was going to go beyond the galaxy or the solar system. And the teacher asked, what would you put in there? And everyone was saying, put Star Wars in there. And is that what you want aliens to watch?
Yeah.
When they come across the satellite.
The thing is, the whole premise of the movie Star Trek the Motion Picture, V'ger,
right?
They repair it, send out its mission, and all Kirk does is wipe the dirt off. The whole misunderstanding. It's over a spelling error. It gets so then they call it V'ger instead of Voyager. It would have been okay. Is this? I don't want to ruin anyone's.
Well,
no, this is fine.
Just spoiled the ending of the movie.
It does bring up a fascinating aspect because we've been broadcasting our television and film to the depths of space for about 60, 70 years at least. And a lot of those shows do have us defeating aliens. And I ask myself, well, what if aliens saw that and said, you know what, let's just not go to Earth. We might get blown up.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. Chris, I actually talked to Doug Trumbull about this thing in motion picture. We talked about it for about 3 hours once. And I realized that V'ger doesn't actually know what it's called until it comes within range of Earth, human languages. So it only starts calling itself V'ger after it scans the Enterprise. So
yeah, because it wouldn't know our language.
It doesn't know our language.
Right.
So
I love that. See, you learn something new every day. I didn't know that.
I like overthinking things.
Absolutely.
In detail.
The most recent storyline in Star Trek Online is V'ger comes back to help us against the Mirror Universe Terran Empire because they have the mirror version of V'ger, who's of course evil, and so it's entity versus entity. It's a whole thing.
Rejuv.
Yeah. Jim Heimer for 2. Where can we find that video?
On the
Which
internet.
video? Jim, let us know. We will put all the links to the videos in the description of this later when we index the episode.
Dr. Fauci's Pardon Prison Butt for 2. Can we talk about In a Pale Moonlight?
Great episode. You know, that's one of the great episodes. That's a Deep Space Nine episode, and in that episode, they need to get the Romulans to join the Federation alliance to defeat the Dominions, the Dominion Alliance, and they have to assassinate a high-ranking Romulan to get this to occur.
Right.
And Cisco has to compromise all of his principles, all of Starfleet principles, but it really harks back to the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few or the one. And you know, the funny thing about that episode is it's the framing device is Cisco is doing a log about this. He's recording it. And at the end, it's very haunting. He says, I can live with this. I can live with this. And you realize he's always going to be haunted by it for the rest of his days. Even though it might have turned the tide of the war, he still had to violate everything he ever believed in as a human being. But sometimes you have to do that in order for the greater good. And it was an astonishing episode of Star Trek.
The Immortal Remus for $4.99. That spot clip reminded me of another YouTube out of context parody called Broke Trek.
Thanks. It's great. Immortal Remus.
Graph-web for $2. For fuck's sake, hashtag cancel Disney Plus. Thank you. The Lib Review for $5. Here's the real question. Did Star Trek predict new tech, or was new tech influenced by Star Trek?
Ooh.
Both.
Maybe both.
So a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B.
Both.
I feel like time machines need to be involved in this one.
Yeah.
Right.
No, I think definitely, because the people who designed the Enterprise, what was the name of the corporation? It was the Rand Corporation. Am I right? Correct.
Are you talking about like what
They didn't design the Enterprise.
Who designed the Enterprise? It was
Matt Jeffries.
Yeah.
Right. So it's designed to be real. They were forward thinking. I mean, the transporter is the only thing where you're like, I mean, that was a story device. It was simple to get from point A to point B. So.
Well, I think the people at least one guy at Motorola says he literally invented the flip phone because of the communicator.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And he said this.
And the communicator was just invented as a means of interesting forms of communication to the ship. That was it. Like, it was like, we need to talk to the ship. Well, how do we do it? Well, we have telephones. Well, we also have car phones too. Those are relatively new at the time. What if we just took away the car and just used the phone and had it be a direct line to the ship? There you go. No dialing required.
Major Chai Chai for $5. Star Trek lives on in the U.S. Space Force. Its 6th birthday in December 20th. Space Force has an ops center called the Spock.
Yeah.
Wow. You know that. That's great.
That's
Thanks.
wild.
Jean Hugh gifted 5 Film Threat memberships. Thank you.
Thanks, Sean Hugh.
Thank you. Dr. Fauci's pardon prison, but for 5. Female writers entering male spaces like Star Trek often ruin them, subconsciously viewing male hobbies as time sinks that steal attention away from them.
But there have been so many great women that have contributed to Star Trek.
Dorothy Fontana is a prominent one.
So many. Like, yeah. Yeah. So-
Margaret Arman.
Fearless Wolf for 5. Rob, if the AI helped write it, you've got to sing it live. Deal's a deal.
I did try. I know I tried to sing all of my AI songs, even the ones that are female singers. I just couldn't do it. I was singing into because the way that the songs are structured, I could auto tune my voice, but it wasn't. I tried. It wasn't right. I tried for the first 2 songs, "Run Lola Run" and "The Ballad of Curtin John." I tried to sing. It was. By the way, thank God nobody could hear me because it was hilarious. I'm singing at the top of my lungs right here on this microphone at like 2 a.m.
Hilarious.
Attack Story for 5. When that lady told Spock to kneel, isn't that an HR issue? Thanks everyone for the stream.
No, it's okay when it happens to men.
Yeah, she was just practicing her Riker maneuver. Was she?
Yeah.
She was inventing the Riker maneuver. Because
Yeah.
again, it's 100 years before.
Thread for $4.99. When I was a kid, I pretended to be Luke and Kirk. Action figures were of adult characters, not children.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
GraphWeb for 2. The show segment sponsored by #Cancel Disney Plus.
What? That means
Thank you, GraphWeb.
I actually think it's sponsored by Cancel Paramount Plus.
The Alex Zorba, member for 40 months. True Star Trek lives forever on my Blu-rays and 4K.
Hell yeah. Thanks, Alex.
Mortal Remus for $4.99. Star Trek's Discovery's initials were appropriate because it did end up being STD on the franchise that caused the infection that ultimately killed it.
Wow.
Dragon Wise for $19.99. DS9 is my favorite. Cisco is my captain, and the Defiant is my vessel. In the Pale Moonlight, one of the greatest episodes of Star Trek, the real Section 31 was a way to show the moral quandaries involved in maintaining the UFP.
Oh, great. Thanks, Dragonwise.
Criffing DBK for $19.99. That piece of the action sequel pitch was my spec script, but Vic Tapak died the very day I finished the requested second draft.
Oh, man.
That's sad.
Is that true? Wow. Thanks. Well, I'm just surprised people involved in Star Trek are watching this funeral play out.
That's a different Vic Tayback, right?
Criffing A.
Yeah.
Why they caused it.
Ryan Landis for $1.99. Rob, can you recommend some good the original series or Next Generation books?
Oh my God.
Can I?
Go for it, Rob.
There's actually a lot of great books, Star Trek novels. But in terms of like the original series, you can't go wrong with the Reeve Stevens books, Federation and Prime Directive. Federation's actually a crossover with Next Generation.
Prime Directive is better.
Yeah, Prime Directive is better. Prime Directive is great. Vonda McIntyre's book, The Wounded Sky. Pardon me. Diane Duane's book, The Wounded Sky, is a really great book, and her book, My Enemy, My Ally, which is a sequel to the Enterprise incident, is really good. Peter David's book, Vendetta, and his next generation novels, Vendetta and Imzadi, are really, really good. David Mack's Mirror Universe duology. One is set in the TOS era. One is set in the Next Generation era. Sorrows of Empire and Rise Like Lions are both incredible books.
Don't forget Greg Cox's Khan books.
Yeah, his Greg Cox. Although I have a problem with those books, they're good books, but I have a problem in the sense
I love him because he throws everything in them.
Yeah,
that's what I love about him.
He does, but he tried to explain why we didn't go through the eugenics wars and that they were secret. You know, which it was right.
I think
make that a secret.
Really well done.
But if you really want to read a really interesting book that people forget about, there's a book by John Ford called The Final Reflection that's about Klingons. That's really, really good. And then in terms of just romps, Shatner's original trilogy of novels that he wrote with the Reeve Stevens, it's usually called the Odyssey trilogy because you can get it as one thing. It's the Ashes of Eden, The Return, and Preserver.
Right.
And part of those books are what are touched upon with the Unification short that was made. Those are all really good books.
And there's a book that you received recently. It's a book on record.
Oh,
I gotta show it to Darren because I've never seen this.
Wait a minute. I had it right here to show it, and now I'm looking around.
Okay, yeah. I want Darren to see Darren's face.
I want
to see it's right here. It's right here. I do not know. I cannot speak to the veracity or how good this is, but it's Star Trek, the motion picture era Star Trek. It's Dinosaur Planet.
Yeah, no, these were originally TOS book and records that were repackaged for Star Trek, the motion picture.
Wow. I didn't know that.
It was either Peter Pan records or Power records.
Yeah, these are Peter Pan.
Yeah.
And then I also want to say, since you're showing me, Chris sent me as a gift this great Folio Society edition in hardcover of 2001: A Space Odyssey.
Oh, nice.
So slipcased as well. So thank you for that.
Wow.
And I gotta say, Folio Society, those books are amazing. They're so great.
Yeah,
I've read one Star Trek book. It was Q and Law, where Q romances Loaxana Troy.
Yep. I think that was by Peter David, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
Yeah.
Taryn High King for $9.99. City on the Edge of Tomorrow doesn't get talked about enough. It's truly groundbreaking.
You know why? Because it's City on the Edge of Forever.
Yeah.
Also, isn't there I know there's a graphic novel that did the original script for that.
Yeah, the Tiptons wrote it.
Yeah.
They adapted Harlan Ellison's script that was rewritten.
Yeah.
And it proves that it would have never made a good Star Trek episode.
Right.
They made
great movie.
Although the brain trust over at Star Trek Discovery went ahead and made it canon.
Yeah.
And they ruining one of Star Trek's great episodes and turning the Guardian of Forever into a mobile device carried around by Brass from CSI, Paul Guilfoyle, which just, it's not Doctor. This is another thing. The people at Star Trek Discovery tried to be clever, so they went back and redid the Guardian of Forever using Harlan Ellison's original idea of what the Guardian of Forever was, as opposed to what it actually canonically is in Star Trek.
Right.
Now, I appreciate what they were trying to do, but they were just trying to piss everybody off.
Yeah.
They were just doing that to show how clever they are. So F them.
Grim for $4.99. William Shatner told me he never watched The Wrath of Khan at the Wrath of Khan screening.
I believe that.
Absolutely.
He doesn't
Is
like
that-
to watch himself.
Yeah, a lot of
Is
people.
that true?
Yep.
A lot of actors are like that. They don't want to see their movies. They don't want to see.
Shatner's always been like that.
He's always been like that.
We were only luckily able to get him to watch Star Trek V when we had him do a live commentary with us on it at a show, and he hadn't watched it.
Yeah,
he had to rent it to even watch it a couple days beforehand.
But he
Although
did do a
I
director's
wrote
commentary for Star Trek V. Like,
He did.
I recorded it.
Yeah.
In Anaheim, there was an event where William Shatner, they showed Wrath of Khan
At the
then William
Grove.
Shatner, at the Grove, exactly. Did he watch it there, or
No.
did he just come in late?
No.
Yeah, speaks. He at the premiere of Free Enterprise, he watched Free Enterprise, and he said, he goes, "That was really funny, but it's too long, Rob."
I think I told you the same thing of the first cut.
Yeah, well, yes.
GeekTruth64 for 2. Hell yeah. Happy RMB could hop on for this. Yes.
Well, why don't you say happy birthday here on the stream? Geek Truth.
Happy birthday.
Joining us on the show, on the stream here. Thanks, Geek Truth. I watch your channel you do amazing DVD breakdowns. So I have to
I appreciate you having me on. And yes, I do talk about physical media, kind of like RMB does, although he's way more versatile than I am. When you were talking about novels, you forgot about this one, Star Trek X-Men.
That's a yo. And they did a comic book. There's a comic book and both written by Michael Jan Friedman.
There we go, both of those.
So you got them. That's the classic one is really good. That
one's done by Mark Silvestri did that one.
And I noticed you've got some Exo 6 figures in the background. Very very nice.
God.
Very nice. Those are great figures.
Not as many as you, Robert.
I'm a couple behind though.
Well, I've got 2. I don't want to get more than that because I'm going to get more than that.
Yeah, they're but you should get Krug and Chang.
I think I've got Data because they're re-releasing him. I've got him pre-ordered. I think after that I better stop.
You have a healthy collection there. Very impressive.
Thank you. Yes, I just started cataloging it so I can figure out how many I have. So
I have no idea.
Oh, you don't want to get into that.
I can't. I'm literally surrounded by stacks of discs I have to alphabetize.
I started buying duplicates, so I was like, I got to start cataloging these because I'm wasting money buying things I already have. So,
yeah,
I've done that so many times.
While y'all are talking about showing things, Chris, I heard you talking about earlier about being into like NASA when you were younger and being into Star Trek and everything. Before I came on, I went and grabbed him. I have an uncle who was pretty high ranking in NASA and actually ended up like overseeing when the Columbia disaster happened with that shuttle and stuff. But he saved me. I guess every time that there's a launch, they would give all of the people working for NASA basically like a piece of memorabilia, and I grabbed some of them. I've got the Apollo 11 sticker as well as just tons of others. He collected them for years.
Wow.
And just they're so retro and awesome. And I've kept them around. I've a lot of them I haven't even opened or taken out any packs or anything. And just I don't know, the character and personality for this stuff. But they used to, he used to send me, apparently NASA would do collections of all of their like photographs and stuff. And he would send me all of this in the mail when they would put them all together. So I've had all of this stuff since like the early 90s.
That's
and
cool. I keep expecting to see the excavation on the moon on TMA-1.
Right. I have so much stuff over here. Right.
Well,
yeah.
I got you.
I can't believe we live in a time where people think we didn't go to the moon, that it was faked.
I still give him crap about that. I'm like, come on, go ahead and tell me, dude.
I mean,
Kubrick had the cameras. It was all shot on site.
How did that even become a thing that people think we did not?
I don't know.
Because we stopped
People just
going
doubt
there.
everything. Yeah, I have family members, and that's what they say. They're like, "Well, we haven't been back, so we never went," and that's their reasoning. I'm like, okay.
The radiation belt. How did we get through it?
Quickly.
Right, yeah.
Like
The Van Allen radiation belt.
Well, people don't get also the difference between heat and radiation and things like that. And there's scientific principles you have to look into. But now you have other countries who have photographed the Apollo landing sites, and they would be the first people that would want to discredit us.
Absolutely. Do you think
By the way, the
Russia
answer to
would
this-
let us get away with that?
Exactly.
Never.
There's holes in that radiation belt, so there's a certain time that's
Of course,
appropriate. There's
yeah.
a launch window that you go through it, and it's expensive. At least that's what the aliens told me to say. They said, "Don't come back."
Chris, are you all right? Chris, come in.
I'm sorry, I'm looking at videos and wondering which ones.
Yeah,
we
I'll show you guys something.
Oh, let's see it, Alan.
Yeah, this is my dad's. Sorry, what is that?
That's your dad?
Yeah, there you go. There you go. That's my dad's rocket engine. This is
cool.
This
Seriously,
is the second stage rocket engine for the Apollo rockets.
Really? So he worked on all that too?
Yeah, just the
that.
rocket. Just this.
Right, just the rocket. That's amazing, though. That's my uncle. When he was working for him, he ran the wind tunnel in Virginia, and I got to actually go into the wind tunnel and stuff. It was awesome.
Robert, do you need to jettison?
I do. I actually have to leave the show.
Yeah.
Well, before you go, I have one last treat. It won't take that long, Rob. Real quick, I want to share with you one final thing. This is Star Trek Pirates.
Oh my God.
Yeah, you got to stay and see this, Robert.
Yeah, I've seen it. It's great. Play it.
Okay. Look at that. I love the logo.
Beam me aboard, Scotty says Kirk with a grin. His shirt's torn and spotty, the storm's never thin. Spock with his logic, those ears like sails, says emotions are mere landlubber tales. The boat lay thunder where no man dared. Raise the sails and be prepared. Through storm and battle we're sailing, yo-ho. Raise your swords to the sky, warp speed, ho! Bones in the galley complaining again. Damn it, Jim, I'm a doctor, not a deckhand, my friend. Scotty's in the hull yelling, shall they take more? That's in the ship as we battle ashore. Oh, the tribbles, they're everywhere. In me boots, in me beard, in the cook's own chair. Boldly plunder where no man dared. Raise the sails and be prepared. Through storm and battle we're sailing, yo-ho. Raise your swords to the sky, warp speed, ho!
Yeah.
Wow.
So this is going to be probably the future of all this stuff. We'll be so sick of the slop that they're giving us. We'll rather watch something like this. This is very
Badger looks
creative.
so defeated at that.
What's that?
I said Badger looks so defeated.
Well,
watching
Robert.
that.
Star
Robert's
Trek
already
pirate.
suckling at the teat of Skynet. It's over, folks. It's over.
It's not that AI is the best. It's just that what we're producing is the worst.
No, I think that the technology for film production, especially in the pre-production phase, is amazing. What you're capable of getting now.
It's an intriguing tool.
You can pre-direct a film. A film director now is going to pre-direct a film himself or herself or themselves, sitting down, and when they go in, they're going to have their entire film already. You'll be able to watch it.
Will be pre-directed, pre-edited, so they have a lot. Ideally, the goal is, we'll have a lot more efficiency with our shooting.
100%.
But I'm worried that it's going to become a type of crutch in the future, just the way that special effects has become a crutch to make up for basically not making the dialogue and the writing scenes around special effects as best as you possibly can. That's my fear.
Well, I think you'll be able to tell, though, like with a Pixar animated movie, it's very iterative and they can see what works and what doesn't.
Mm-hmm.
I'm hoping that it'll actually go the other way and make scripts better. You'll have time to improve things. I mean, I've been playing around with it myself. It's pretty extraordinary.
You'll be able to make the movie before you'll be able to see the movie before you make the movie. And doesn't Spielberg do that?
But one person this new software, I think it's called Storyboarded, is it's incredible, and you can do everything. You can sit there, you can pick your lens size. You can take a storyboard and turn it into a shot, and it'll move. You can have it handheld. You can have it.
And as a former storyboard artist, I say fuck that.
Well, I mean, but it's great though if you want to sell your project and get something made.
Yeah, but that's not how it works. You know that any collapse of the time it takes to do a job will not be used to give the artist more time. It will actually be taking away more time.
Yeah. Well, I think that as a storyboard artist, you'd be able to use this effectively for who you're hired by.
No, the director would use it, or an art director would use it. They would cut out the artist, and that's what's happening even now.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
it's true.
Yeah. So I don't embrace our new overlords, not yet.
And look, GeekTruth, he's on the show. And
I don't know what soups. And he's such a cheapskate too. $2. Like what the hell's with that?
We read them all. $2 or $100. Thank you. Hell yeah.
Hey, RMB.
Happy.
Did you ever think we'd get Enterprise D on a steelbook?
No, I never did.
Me either.
Although I have to say that I really wish that was in 4K.
Yeah, we definitely got gypped, but they did put Discovery on 4K for the people who like that.
Oh, thank God.
And Strange New Worlds is 4K as well.
And Strange New Worlds, yeah.
I don't know if Lower Decks is 4K. You know what? I have to say that I did buy the Picard box set because our Next Generation stuff was in there, the big red box.
I'm just waiting for the XXX version, Strange Nude Worlds.
There you go.
I never thought I did have to make custom art because the box set for the complete Blu-ray was so terrible.
Yeah,
getting the discs out, so I made my own.
Yeah, that's cool.
Listings there, so I don't know. Sorry, I just like to show off physical media a lot, so I just figured I'd pull some stuff and throw it out there.
Rob,
and as well, you should.
Rob, thanks for coming on, staying as long as you could. We hope to see you Monday. I wanted to talk to you about the Spielberg trailer drop, but we get
I know.
Disclosure.
What a strange. That was not what I was expecting.
Yeah, I did not. The animals look like.
You would think Spielberg could actually train deer to do what they do in that.
What's that?
You would think Spielberg could actually train deer to do what they did in that trailer.
Or
I'm with Darren. I was quite disappointed.
I got a bad feeling.
Yeah, same.
Especially after spending 2.5 years working on Robopocalypse.
Oh. Yeah. You know what it reminded me of? Knowing. Does anybody remember that movie Knowing with Nicolas Cage?
Yeah. I love Knowing.
Yeah, that's what it kind of reminded me of. The vibe of the trailer anyway.
Yeah. Knowing's great. I love it.
And knowing is half the battle.
Yeah. It's got a great ending too.
Yes.
Well, I was not super impressed with that Spielberg trailer.
I didn't like the way it looked.
What?
I
Didn't look like a Spielberg film. That's the
It
thing.
didn't at
No.
all.
No.
Yeah. It didn't really feel like one either.
It looked like
to
a
me.
streaming movie.
Yeah. Remember when he
You
did
know?
stuff practically?
Yeah, right.
But even when he didn't do stuff practically, it looked good.
Yeah, Jurassic Park.
Yeah.
Yeah. What? I don't know, man. He's not at the top of his game.
We'll
Yeah.
see.
Yeah, we'll
Trying to
see.
get no money.
Jury's out.
Yeah. But we got an Avengers Doomsday trailer coming Friday. I'll be at the theater.
I'm so
Which
excited
one?
for Avengers
Mm.
Doomsday. I don't care what anyone says.
You can make a drinking game every time an X-Man shows up.
You
Right.
shared a video, Rob, that kind of explained how, and I predicted this.
It was Screen Crush's video. It
Yes.
was Colton at Screen Crush. I've watched that video like 6 times.
Okay, I predicted like the events of Endgame. They screwed things up, and now they have to fix it.
Yeah.
The multiverse was created from that their so-called fix.
Yeah,
Now they got
yes.
to go back and fix that.
Yes.
I like their explanation. I think it makes sense. I think it's great.
Well, when he said that, he made the point. So in Avengers Endgame, when Steve Rogers goes back in time to return the Infinity Stones, and then Old Man Rogers shows up right afterwards with a shield and gives it to Sam Wilson, he didn't go back in time with his shield. It was destroyed in the battle with Thanos.
Yeah.
So I've always thought to myself, well, where'd he get that shield? Like, he could have come back in time from anywhere. Like, we know that he's with Peggy Carter, but have you seen the first teaser or whatever? With Steve Rogers coming back?
Yes, I've seen
Okay,
that footage.
well, if you think about, so you've already seen Doom get Franklin Richards. We know that's part of the thing. Steve Rogers has a kid. Thor's got his adoptive girl baby, and then I saw a video. I just love all this. I'm excited about the MCU again. This guy on Instagram said today, he goes, if Steve Rogers was back in time when the events of No Way Home happened, well, that means that he remembers who Peter Parker is. And I've been saying to John, I said, I will bet you $1 million at the end of Spider-Man Brand New Day, that post-credit scene is Steve Rogers coming to get Peter Parker. Because they were both there, they were at the funeral. They were at Tony's funeral, and then he went back in time, and nobody remembers who Peter Parker is. So I'm sure Steve Rogers, I'm so excited because watching that Screen Rant video just got me totally excited about the Marvel universe that I haven't been excited like that for 6 years.
It got me excited, but here's the thing. How are they going to explain all the loose ends from phase 4, 5, and 6?
They don't have to
ignore it.
They don't have to
ignore it.
There's
Tony Stark's snap and his method to reset everything is what spawned those things. So he could
If
say
a phase 4 and 5 fall in the woods, did it even if they just don't mention it, it doesn't matter.
There's the scene with Shang-Chi and Bruce Banner.
It doesn't matter because once they collapse everything at the end of Doomsday, it's all moot. It's all a moot.
Well, doesn't Loki's thing just totally ruin all that? Like, Loki was that was terrible.
I don't think they're going to mention him being the head of the TVA, or he's just going to show up mysteriously.
Well, no, I think Loki's going to be the god of stories, or what he is. He's left at the end of Loki season 2. But all they have to know about is in Endgame he disappears.
Yeah.
And then no one's seen him since then. So what happened in between all of that? We might know what happened, but these heroes don't. And it won't matter.
Exactly. If anything, phase 4,
phase
4, 5, and 6 are the inciting incident that leads to the reset of the universe. Like, that's how they're going to market it, so that you have to buy all 40 Marvel films in one big box set, so that, because again, they're never going to say, let's just ignore this like Highlander 2. They're going to say, no, we made these movies. We want everyone to buy into them as a complete set, because it's the longest, most entried franchise ever in the history of film. So we just have to create something that justifies the existence. Doesn't matter if the fans like it or not. Just has to justify the existence enough so that the completionists have to get it.
Well, that's the inciting incident in Doomsday. We see them coming out of a movie theater and saying, "What the hell was that?"
It is the longest.
We got to fix it.
I think it's going to be because if you think about it, if you just go by the Russo brothers and their 4 Marvel movies, they were all bangers.
Mm-hmm.
So you have to, by any method of if you're going to look at the metrics, you have to assume they're going to make another banger. There's no reason to assume that they're not going to deliver.
Sure
a great
there
movie.
is.
Well, there's
Sure
only
there is.
half
It's called
right.
Electric
That's
State.
not
James Gunn.
Well, you can look at their other work, yes, but I don't think in terms of what they've done in the MCU, you know, they've made 4 movies and they all were very successful and they all worked, and I would hope that they would have learned their lesson, just like as phases 4 and 5. They went out in the wilderness and they got their asses handed to them, making Cherry and making Electric State and The Gray Man and all that stuff. None of it worked, that TV series and all that. So now they're going to come back with their tails between their legs.
I have
I've got a lot of
prediction.
weight.
I
behind,
have
like all the MCU stuff that's happened to, like when they've been gone. You know, they have to come back and try and handle all this stuff that they didn't want or they didn't create. So
I hear a lot of
But they don't even have to deal with that. That's why
just ignore it.
when I watch Screen Rant's video, I'm like, oh, Colton's making a point. That's why they're re-releasing Endgame in the theater.
Yeah.
In September, because they're going to add there's no post-credit scene on Endgame, so they're going to add a post-credit scene. So whatever happens, and Doomsday was supposed to come out before Spider-Man Brand New Day, but they pushed it. So Spider-Man Brand New Day comes out first. So that's why I'm excited. I think we're going to get, and by the way, I still believe that Doomsday is going to be split into 2 movies. Everyone thinks I'm crazy.
There's 3 movies then.
Well, you got so Secret Wars. I have said when the Russos released that picture, that black and white picture, the cryptic picture on the set where one of them was sitting by themselves and there was the light shining onto the wall. Onto the wall, there's a lattice structure that looks like the Avengers logo, and there's 3 of them. And if I couldn't see when I watched the bootleg Steve Rogers credit, I couldn't read the end. There's the countdown clock at the end of that credit. And the countdown clock apparently says, like it said next week it'll be this week it'll be 19 weeks. It's counting down from 19 weeks to 28 days, which would be the end of June. Well, Doomsday is supposed to come out comes out in December. But they were originally going to release Doomsday, then Spider-Man Brand New Day, and then Secret Wars. I think Doomsday has been split into 2 movies.
Well, and it would make sense. They're spending so much money on this movie. It would make sense.
Yeah.
Couple things I want to know. Dune Part 3. It's got to move. It's got to move up. It's got to and I spoke to someone who works at WB, promotes, Oscar campaigns. They don't want to push it. Because they pushed Dune Part 2. Both Dune Part 1 and Part 2 got screwed, Oscars-wise, awards-wise, right?
Yeah.
They got screwed because of release date. I think they moved Dune Part 3 up. I think they move it to late November.
100%.
Or something
100%.
like that, because they got to clear. Yeah, but if this doesn't hit, I hope this doesn't happen. A year from now, that'll be happening. That'll be wait, I gotta edit.
We're thinking positive, I see.
Yeah. I gotta save that. I gotta save it, and then it'll be like this. This is what'll be happening. We'll be doing that. But I don't think so. I don't think so. I think that if anything, Marvel has proven they can pivot. I've heard changes. People were freaking out because of the Captain America. I think that's just
that Echo and Ironheart. That pivot was so good.
Yeah,
they're doing so well.
Fantastic Four was just a great movie there.
Gobstopper.
Right. Well, the great thing that's going to happen after Doomsday is that it is going to eliminate these Star Wars special editions. So that's why in 2027 we get the original movies.
Is it the originals, like the original?
Yes.
It's the first one.
Yeah. See, that's the picture. Look, see the 3 Avengers logos that the light's shining down
on?
on?
There's one in shadows.
Yeah, but that's not lit up.
Yeah, but
you could say they knew they were going to re-release Endgame. But then why, if the countdown clock at the end why does it say 19 weeks and 28 days or whatever? Is that because I didn't see that? And if that's the case, that's late June.
I wouldn't put it past, because Back to the Future 2 was a summer movie, and the conclusion was in December.
And Matrix was 6 months apart. Matrix Reloaded, Matrix, and I just love the fact that these movies are very iterative. I'm sure there's so much story to tell, and they did get almost a year to push it.
Yeah.
So I'm betting. I still am betting. People think I'm absolutely nuts. I have no insider information at all, but that's what I got from that light shining on those 3As. Somebody
How many lights are in there, though? How many lights are in this picture?
Right.
True. Well, actually, there are really 5 lights. If you look up above the light, there's 4 more lights. But that's what I think that meant. I think that picture meant that there are 3, and that's what the clock is clocking. That's what it's counting down
Really?
to. Yeah.
Really?
But I don't know, because in the bootleg version I saw, I couldn't read the numbers. But then someone did that AI upscale, and they had the numbers, and I was like, why does it say 19 weeks and 28 days, which puts it at the end of June? That has nothing to do. Spider-Man Brand New Day comes out in July. So if there was a month between the two of these things, if Marvel really wants to come back, how insane would that be if they announced they're releasing 2 Avengers movies and Spider-Man and Vision and
that first movie better be great. That's the only thing.
Yeah,
Right.
well, that's the stuff. Yeah.
Rob, I'm with you. It makes sense because they're spending so much money. Why not, rather than they're gonna look, it's got to be north of 3 hours. Just extend it, break it into 2 films, end on a cliffhanger and the release date and a little post credit. They could do that. Like,
because look, they've kept the fact that Chris Evans is in this movie a secret pretty well.
Yeah.
Well, up until this week.
Right.
Until this week.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Trailer's literally out already for it.
Right. And I'll say anecdotally, my wife, who doesn't care about any of this stuff, watched all the old ones. And when she found out he was coming back, she was actually like, oh, really? Like, I think, and I was like, okay, that kind of gives me a normie perspective of people outside of our sphere. If my wife cares remotely, then there might be more people that just simply him being in it will make them show up for this thing.
Well, and he was so great in Infinity War and Endgame, and then that's the last we saw of him. And old man Steve's still around, but he's never been seen.
Wait, I have a question. Okay, before, and I know, I'm sorry, Rob, Blaine, and Script. I know the 3 of you have to go, but let's talk about this for a second. And this ties into franchises. To me, Star Wars is the story of Luke Skywalker. It's Star Wars as Han, Luke, and Leia. Star Trek original series is Kirk, Spock, McCoy. Okay, and Marvel is Cap, Tony Stark, Thor, throw Hulk in there. It's these core characters. We care about their stories. So when we went 4, 5, and 6 with, oh, who are these new people? They're tangentially related or not at all. We don't care. We're not invested. Cap comes back and Blaine's wife's vagina blows up.
Yeah, but hard to disagree with everything you just said, because they could have picked likable characters that people liked and that would have been just fine. With Spock, I love them all, but I would rather have Picard, Riker, and you could have just kept going. There's other loved characters in the properties.
Riker, Picard,
Yeah,
and
but Chris, there's something too that they made trilogies of those core characters. So there's 3 Iron Man movies, 3 Captain America movies, and 3 Thor movies. So you had 9 films that cemented these guys. You love these guys. I mean, you've seen more of them in terms of film franchises. How many times have you seen the characters appear that many times in their core franchise films?
True.
Because you've got 4 Avengers movies. You've got each character has 3 of their own movies. So that's 7 movies that the core 3 characters were in just, and then they've been peripherally in Spider-Man movies and other, so that's like Doctor Strange was in. I can't believe they haven't made Doctor Strange 3 yet, because he's another pivotal core character that he hasn't even been announced as being in Endgame or Doomsday yet.
Technically speaking, they still need to technically make us Doctor Strange 2, because the Multiverse of Madness was hardly a Doctor Strange film.
It wasn't. It didn't directly connect to Doctor Strange, the first movie. And also, but Alan, Simu Liu. You guys follow each other on social media. You guys are friends. Did you ask him about Shang-Chi 2? It was announced. It's not being made now? What's going on?
I know. Well, we'll see. We didn't talk about that, but I'm sure he'd like to do a Shang-Chi 2.
Well,
But he's an Avengers
Talk
movie.
about anything.
Well,
Yeah. Well, my daughter insulted him by saying you were barely in Barbie.
Base.
Well, what do you think of that? Look, these franchises are built around core characters. You take the core characters out. Think of TV. When they spin off something from another show and try to do the Arnold show or whatever from Happy Days.
Chris, franchises are built on hope.
But also, Chris, sometimes it works, like Frasier and Cheers.
Stargate Atlantis, they caught the core
Right.
characters
Rarely-
again, but we're kind of new, but
rarely
kind of the
does it
same.
work.
It
It's
is lightning in a bottle. And the other part too is that Marvel did not do any benefit to themselves when they didn't actually put in the work to make some of the next generation characters interesting, likable, and enjoyable to watch.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's how it comes down. There's no creative reason why Captain Marvel, Miss Marvel, Shang-Chi, and the Eternals couldn't have been great movies.
Also, why did they make a Captain Marvel made $1 billion, and her follow-up film had 2 characters from television nobody knew?
Right.
You took $1 billion character and you saddled her with these 2
You know
TV
why it made
characters.
$1 billion? Because they released it right after Infinity, and everyone thought it was
Sure.
important, and she got all that momentum. But as a
But
story
they-
and a character, she's unlikable.
Yeah, I mean, but they could have done something different, and that movie, and also, what happened to the MCU was Disney Plus.
They tried vertical integration, and they
they just figured anything with Marvel. Marvel isn't Marvel because it's got the name Marvel on it. Marvel became the MCU because those movies were great.
See, they had Star Trek fans.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, that's
They
a big
probably
thing because
did.
even like with the normies, like we're talking about, even movies that a lot of the people in our sphere and everything hate, like Captain Marvel, my wife, for example, still liked it, even though a lot of people don't. And I know a lot of just folks outside of the sphere that like the movies like that even a lot of people push off of.
I thought
So it's
Captain Marvel was okay. I enjoyed it.
Right.
When I saw it, I mean, it was interesting because I wanted to see the Skrulls, and I liked. I mean, Jude Law. That was an interesting. Her relationship was. It didn't go very far.
Right.
The stakes weren't big. And then they didn't develop her. Although I love when Don Cheadle says, "Hey, we're all about that Hey, new girl, we're all about that superhero life." That's still one of the great.
Carol Danvers was way more interesting as Miss Marvel in the comics. Once they made her Captain Marvel, it made her less interesting.
Because they never could figure out how to lick that character.
They actually nailed her in Marvel's Avengers: Earth's Mightiest Heroes cartoon show. She's actually really
All these
well
puns.
presented there. Yeah.
That's Star Trek.
Damn Star
She
Trek.
didn't give birth to her
You're
own
still
lover.
stuck
like
on the
on
Star
that
Trek.
cartoon.
Thing.
Terrible.
Yeah.
Well, I could keep talking to you guys all day. I
Yes,
don't
I
know.
must go.
Okay.
But before you go, I'll give you one more chance. How many lights are there?
There are 4 lights.
Sorry, there are 5 lights. 5 lights, clearly.
Are you gonna have some boiled taspa for me to eat? So
Literally see 5 lights.
All right. We'll say goodbye to Blaine and Rob and Script. Plug your channels though before you go, please. The 3 of you. Starting with Rob.
You can find me on YouTube on the Burnetwork, or find my Instagram channel, which seems to get, or my Instagram feed, which gets a lot more love these days. So that's cool.
All right. Looking forward to your late night musings, Rob.
I've got a good one, I think, tonight.
Yeah, you can find me at youtube.com/scriptdoctor and on Twitter X there. And also, if you're interested in learning about screenwriting and the techniques and the types of scripts that are circulating around Hollywood, you can sign up to my Patreon, and I'll be discussing those on my Saturday show, Script on Saturdays, which will be returning after the new year. So be on the lookout for that.
Nice. And you can find me on Criticless Cast. We'll be going live tomorrow night, actually at 7, talking about Krampus, which is going to be really fun. And I'm going to be going to check out Avatar tomorrow. I think I'm going to be back on this channel on Monday talking about that with you guys. If you'll have me back, that'll be fun. So we'll see how that goes. But yeah, I'm over on Criticless Cast, and download Criticless in Android and Apple app stores and go review some movies and TV shows and stuff, because that's what all the cool kids are doing. So
And
definitely
Blaine,
get over there and do that.
I can tell you will be on Versus on Monday to talk
Sick.
Avatar.
Awesome.
So you guys, everyone else stay. We're going to take a quick break. This is a short intermission. We made an intermission video.
7 hours.
No, we're 7 hours in. We're gonna go
crossover.
at least another hour. Don't leave.
I just
Everyone can go to the bathroom except Alan.
Y'all be good.
We'll be back in about a minute. Blaine.
See you Monday, Blaine.
Script. We'll see you soon. We'll be right back after this message.
I'm going.
Welcome back to the Star Trek funeral. I just want to say we are continuing. We're in hour 7 of our global event. Let me bring everyone back here. Alan Ng is back. Hey, Alan.
Hey.
We have GeekTruth64 has joined us. We have Darren Doctorman is here. Badger is still... he's going to the bathroom here, so we're checking with him late in a moment. I almost had this,
duty.
this was fun getting into a whole Marvel discussion, because
Yeah.
that may be that really, like, this movie. Everything is riding on that franchise with this next movie.
That one movie.
I did not expect an MCU rabbit hole, right there, but that was interesting discussion.
And I'll make a few quick announcements. We will be back on Friday with our normal Film Threat live cast. We're reviewing Housemaid with Sydney Sweeney. Also, I'm getting some inside info about Supergirl. They did a test screening on the WB lot. I have information. I'll share that on Friday. What?
No,
Darren's like,
hey, we're
shaking
gonna break
his head.
news again.
I don't know.
I'm gonna break some news. It's interesting news.
You're gonna say something great, and it'll sweep the internet, and you'll get no credit for it.
No, everyone will say they heard online or on Reddit. So, but I want to let people know who have hung out with us. You can get the Final Frontier shirts celebrating the life of the franchise, and it's a 1-day sale only, 24 hours. Use code Star Trek is Dead for 10% off store wide at shop.filmthreat.com. That's right, 10% off at shop.filmthreat.com. The offer code is Star Trek is Dead, 10% off. Get yourself a shirt. And look, Badger is joining us. He's back. There we go.
I saw
By the way,
what you
now's
did
a
on
good
that.
time for everyone to subscribe to the Film Threat YouTube.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, if you've not subscribed to Film Threat, please do.
We are inching our way to 169,000 subscribers.
Hey,
Alan's magic number.
Yeah.
That's where we want to go. That's where we definitely want to go. And then on Christmas, all day on Christmas Day, we will be doing for 24 hours a Star Trek Yule log.
Oh,
here's a
God.
preview. You got a quick preview. That's going to play 24 hours, a Star Trek Yule log.
And then we
Throw
should
out your
mention
TV.
Christmas Eve. We are reviewing all the Christmas movies. There are three in the theaters on Christmas Day, and
We are reviewing those movies.
one of them
So-
is pretty amazing.
Yeah. One is one of my favorite movies of this year.
Yeah. Mhm.
And there are other ones. So I think I played pretty much all the videos here, but let's go to Soups as we're going to stay on for at least another hour, I think.
Chris, but before you go on, I just want to sort of counter the negativity about Star Trek.
Please.
I know it's against the rules, but
No, it's not
It's a
against
celebration of life. Okay,
My-
you could,
my day job is working for the Roddenberry Archive through the company Otoy, which is a technology company that makes computer rendering software and things like that. And we've been working for several years building virtual representations of pretty much everything that you've ever seen in Star Trek. We're building sets, we're building spaceships, we're building props. And come visit us at roddenberry.x.io, and you're able to go through and see a whole bunch of representations where you can walk through sets. You can go through a bunch of stuff from Next Generation, from Deep Space Nine. Pretty much every iteration of Star Trek is represented at this point, and we're expanding every week. And I just want to say that it is one of the last bastions of the Star Trek that we all grew up on. And of course, the Unification short from last year is something that we produced. And we have wonderful interviews with Nick Meyer, Bill Shatner, Walter Koenig. It's a great repository for original Star Trek joy. So just putting that out there for people to enjoy.
I love Unification. That was so amazing.
Yeah.
Thank you. That was. I don't get choked up at stuff like almost ever. I check my emotions at the door with things, but I kind of got choked up the last few minutes of that for sure. So
I'm glad.
Yeah, and I've been to the Roddenberry offices before and seen some of the things that are just in the lobby are jaw-dropping. Things from Gene Roddenberry and just amazing. There's got to be. Is there a museum?
There isn't at this point. The things that the archive is doing are mostly computer based and online. But who knows what the future is going to bring? I mean, we're constantly adding things, and we'll see how it goes.
I remember going on a trip to Washington, D.C. as a kid, and one of the highlights was going to the Smithsonian
Sure.
And seeing the Enterprise, that model, it's, I mean, it was huge. Well, for me as a kid, but amazing to see that, and how much respect people had for the franchise at that time.
Yeah,
I think we take it for granted that these things, but you know, you and I, Darren, remember when this wasn't cool. That you were starved to get, like, I think 82 was like a banner year. We were like, I can't believe how many genre movies came out in 1 year that year. And that never happened.
Did a whole documentary about it. The greatest geek year ever, 1982.
That's correct.
And previous to that year, it was a slog of like, oh, there's like 3 sci-fi movies coming out this year. I'm going to look forward to all 3.
Right.
And if 1 or 2 are not great, like, you know, it was, and now maybe, you know, maybe we're just kind of spoiled with the fact that there's something new genre-wise every week, either on TV or the internet. Or
well, it's an interesting dynamic that the stigma was removed from being a fan.
Yeah.
You know, and you know, for all the women who say, well, I've been a fan for this forever. Well, where were you?
Yeah.
I didn't know they were around when I was growing up. They hid it, just like we hid our fandom from everybody else. And it's interesting to, you know, see different people's journeys through fandom and you know what they've experienced.
Yeah, I think I'm a little bit younger than some of you guys, but when I was growing up, like, Star Wars was somewhat acceptable for most people to kind of like. But if you said you like Star Trek, that was like the nerdiest thing that you could say. And you're just like, all right, I better not share that I like Star Trek because I'm going to get
you became a pariah.
destroyed. Yeah.
Yeah, but it was weird. I remember, like, just hiding the fact that I was a nerd. I mean, I got glasses when I was like in the 4th or 5th grade. And but I was a reader. I was an avid reader of comics and novels. And that I kind of had to keep secret. But when I ever met anyone, didn't matter who they were, whatever, I met anyone that liked the kind of things I liked, instant friends.
Well, you would be walking up to people saying Queen to Queen's level 3.
Yeah, just
just to see what their response was.
Or Darmok.
Or
yes.
I mean,
that hadn't come out.
It hadn't come out yet, but yes.
Well,
same thing.
I'm a little younger.
I like both, and it would be very hard to find people that liked both. It's normally kind of tribal. So,
entirely tribal.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like both as well. Yeah.
But I think Star Wars, probably more for normies. But then Star Wars, from that, there are other kinds of.
Well, and I'm into the expanded universe of both. Like, that's where you're like, well, it's a Skywalker. It's like, well, there's also like 100,000 fucking books in expanded universe. Same with Star Trek. Like, say what you want about Star Trek Online and Elite Force and the other games in the series and books and comics. It's like the universe itself and lore and the cultures and all the stories. That's what I like about both of those worlds. Like being in
Star
those
Trek
worlds.
got destroyed by that Coda trilogy that they put out, where they destroyed the Star Trek expanded universe, just like Disney destroyed their expanded universe as well. So,
yeah.
But Chris, you're right. The popular culture really accepted Star Wars much more because they celebrated the fandom at the time. I remember seeing in making of Star Wars special that was on TV. They talked about the fans and that it was a great thing. You know, people were disco dancing and everyone was having a great time enjoying Star Wars. But whenever you saw a Star Trek fandom, it was always covering a convention and basically people making fun of people at the convention.
Well, you mentioned disco.
Yes.
I think I can show you a little something here. Let's take a little look at a disco. Wait, you can probably hear it on my computer. But let me share here. Club Enterprise.
Oh my, yes.
This is the real thing. Wow. Now we're talking.
Nice.
Oh man.
It's getting hot. Club Enterprise is the galaxy spot. Mirror ball shine. Warp core up. The villain's here. And he's got fun. Oh, when the Kirk struts in, gold trim and flare. Swagger so smooth. Pot in the air. Sparks got a rhythm.
Those clothes are accurate.
Dancing in logic, disco delight. See the hoorah glides with the starlit spin. Singing beats from deep within. The cons in white with a devilish grin. Setting up for 5 was just warming in.
Oh, David Marcus in his sweater.
He came to dance, not just collide. Genesis flames, groove, rebirth, and Savik stepping with disco world. And 7 of 9 breaks through the haze. 4 in sync with the spotlight blaze. Kobayashi Maru, she shrugs with sass. On this dance floor, everyone.
The computer doesn't know how to play trombone.
No.
Who comes back for fever, wild and free? He's got Kirk caught in a dance off spree. From Space C2, this
Not a merry man.
time. The final frontier's got a disco shine. Ooh. Fever, God's breath of fever. Ooh. Fever, God's breath of fever. Who's got the fever? Fever, God's breath of fever.
But I can live with it.
Who's got the fever?
Right there.
God's breath of fever.
Wow.
All right, we get it.
I can't.
I needed the
wait
Riker
for-
maneuver.
Yeah, I can't wait for a year from now when the likenesses will be perfect.
Yeah,
You
it's,
know, because right now it's sort of in that weird land, but it's going to be perfect in a year or two.
it's also kind of scary because I mean, you know, there've been the controversy over the Tilly Norwood AI actor, which was all manufactured bullshit.
There's no controversy. It's just BS.
Yeah, well, true, but this is only going to get better. I know that, like, for example, I talked to a friend who's an indie producer who said they're giving away time on those stages, the volume stages,
right?
Because no one cares about those anymore.
No, it's
They don't
yesterday's
need-
news.
They don't need it. So volume stages, and also like just in general, you know, stages for shooting film. I mean, isn't all of Avengers Doomsday on green screen, the whole movie?
I think so. Alan
Most of the
Cumming,
movie?
who played Nightcrawler, said that he's like, I don't even know who I'm acting against. I think he came out and said, I don't even know who I'm in this movie with. I'm standing in front of a screen with nobody around me.
They basically puzzle pieced it so that they can put different characters in different scenes.
Is that going to work? I mean,
They apparently had to do that because there's so many characters and like scheduling conflicts. Yeah.
I talked to Channing Tatum at an event recently about Roofman. I asked him about Gambit. He said it's going to get he said it's going to be great. Gambit has great moments. Of course he's going to say that
we won't see.
But I think all this, Rob could be right. It could be 2 movies. 2 movies.
I
in
think it
one
has
year.
to be.
I mean, for that much money, they might as well chop it in 2.
They
It
need
was
something
great.
like $2.5 billion to break even just for the fucking first one. So I don't know.
Well,
If
that's
that-
why you make it into 2. So
Yeah, so I don't know.
I know,
think,
I know Rob doesn't really have information directly, but that's speculation. lines up. It makes sense. I don't know.
I mean, the amount of characters in it is insane to try and fit into one movie. I mean, you're basically bringing people back for what, 30 seconds of screen time, it seems like, at that the size cast they have.
Well, let's not forget Infinity War. Because I think it's roughly the same amount of heroes, maybe. I might be wrong there. But I think
it's got more than
balanced it
Endgame.
out well in Infinity War.
Well, even with AI, the idea that you could recast movies. Have you seen this? I don't know if you guys have seen this one.
I know some of you relax and have fun with it, man. You're missing the show. Just another tool. A guitar's a tool too, you know. Depends whose hands it's in.
You think it'll change music?
Sure it will, but so did electricity, baby.
What in the name of AI is this?
Captain, I believe it is the 20th century singer, Elvis Presley.
Hey, baby, you can take me into orbit anytime. Stars in your eyes got me floating free.
How far are we from the estates of these actors licensing a family member to be used? There was a movie, this was a while ago, it was announced, never heard it happened, that they had licensed James Dean to be used in a new movie.
I beg for the Butlerian jihad.
That's right.
Yeah, true. Well, but I mean, look, Darren, you hear what people talk about at studios. You've seen one of your jobs obsolesced practically.
I've seen things you people wouldn't believe.
Yes. But what I mean by that, like, it will create some jobs. It's gonna
get a hell of a lot worse before it gets better.
That's what I believe.
I think they are going to try to wring out every bit of value from this technology and try to eliminate as many jobs as possible to get there. And then the backlash will happen and things will begin to revert a little bit. But I think it's going to be a long time getting through this.
Yeah, executive salaries are not cheap.
Yeah, that's correct.
This shit about, so the prompt, yeah, I get it. And that's going to last for like a year or two at most. And then it's going to be so good that you will just have someone explain and it'll be done in a second. Yep. And that new job will also go away.
That's correct.
Well, I think it's interesting. You think that the people who are in charge of the franchises would take it as a challenge to create something that's going to be better than what a fan can create.
But they don't need to be better.
Yeah.
It's got to be better to compete. Otherwise, if anybody can just create whatever they want, then therefore
that's what we have in Star Trek right now. They're basically creating whatever they want, and it's fine. For the vast existence of the franchise. And
I think Starfleet Academy looks like one of the worst things I've ever seen.
Yeah,
in my
so
life,
do I. So. But that doesn't mean that they didn't get a second season. It's so screwed up and upside down that things have to fix themselves naturally, I think.
Well,
before anything happens good.
Here's what's happened. The people that are the shepherds of these franchises hate their audience.
Right.
And what existed when there was television, whether it was cable or whatever, was a feedback loop. The feedback loop was a show would not even all the episodes of a series were shot when it began airing. And you would see what people said about the show. You'd see characters emerge and become more popular, who they had a couple scenes in one episode. Then suddenly, well, this character is really popular. Let's give them more to do. Let's give them a B storyline in an upcoming episode. There was a feedback loop, right? Of the feedback loop were two pieces of feedback. Ratings don't lie. And the fact that ratings are hidden, right? We don't know what ratings Star Trek gets on Paramount Plus. Is that, they can talk about these streaming charts. I think it's bullshit. It's all self-reported. Disney Plus self-reported. Our shows did this. The Nielsen's Love 'em or Hate 'em was shared data that everyone could see. The box office, everyone can see. And the feedback loop was what people thought of a show. And as you mentioned earlier in the funeral, Darren, that even you posted on message boards about Next Gen, said give it some time. Like, and Next Gen got so good. I mean, and I wouldn't even debate or argue with anyone that says I like Next Gen better than the original series. That's fine. I don't mind hearing that because it had more of a chance. You know, it lasted longer. Technology was better. You know, it had, and that's amazing. That's lightning in a bottle striking twice. Well, with the benefit of ratings and fan feedback, and I got the sense that they, to a degree, listen to fans. To a degree.
Yeah,
This
I think,
is what they're like.
if Starfleet Academy, I didn't realize that they had already greenlit a season 2 when it hasn't even come out yet. I mean, that's quite evident that it doesn't matter if people watch it; they're just going to put it out anyway. So therefore, like you said, if there's no fan feedback, then why should they care about how many people watch it?
Right.
Yeah, because it's streaming and it doesn't count. They don't have to report anything.
Yeah, you're dealing with people at the top that don't give a shit. The Ted Sarandos that don't give a shit if The Witcher is accurate to the books or the game continuity. And then you're giving it to people who actively dislike and or don't care about the property and just see it as their, they take out the occupant and they put their own ideas because they would not get their shit greenlit without it. So they take something already established and they attach themselves. Tale as old as time. Unfortunately, we've had 10 years of it and it's hit every single franchise. Fuck it. Even when they say they care, the head of Amazon said he promised his son, Dad, don't fuck it up. Bezos. And guess what? They fucked it up.
It is kind of crazy that because they'll take on a franchise and the whole idea is like, well, this has a built-in audience. But then they don't want to be beholden to the audience. We can't have it both ways. If you don't want to be beholden to an audience, then you need to create something new and then build something out of it.
Well, that's the problem with the subscription model, because with Paramount Plus, they're going to get a steady stream of income regardless of who subscribes and what they watch. And so the money's going to be there. They can produce it, and there's no critical element that says, is this good? Is this bad? Are we giving value for the money people are subscribing? No, they're just throwing out content in there.
Unless we hashtag cancel Paramount Plus.
No, and obviously if they listen to us, and this goes for every single franchise, if they just listened to us and they stayed in the same vein of the expanded universes and did good stories and told the same beats, all the things we liked, would they get a shitload more subscribers and thus more money and all the things that you'd think they would care about? Yes, but as Darren said, they don't have to. They can just get by with what they're having. It's profitable. And even though we say how much fucking more profitable, and it would be, we're still making billions.
They can't take the risk, and they won't.
Right.
They won't take the risk.
They won't, because they don't. And that goes to the full circle, Luke, of they don't give a shit.
And they don't need
but you know that they can create something, because the Orville season 3, most Star Trek fans
every once in a while something slips through. A Terry Metalis. Say what you will. They turn their eye for a second, and someone that does give a shit gets a little bit of power. But then very quickly they don't learn that lesson.
I have a ton of more videos I could show. I'd love to look. Do you remember, Darren, the Star Trek, the motion picture McDonald's meal? Where you could, they had a thing you could make the Enterprise. I made it.
It was the first franchised Happy Meal. They had a Happy Meal 6 months before the movie opened, but this was the first branded Happy Meal, Star Trek, the motion picture.
And you could, like, it was cutouts. It was cheap, but I made an Enterprise.
Pretty cool.
They had little plastic rings, and they had a little roly communicator with a cartoon on it.
Yeah.
And, basically crap. But the box art was really cool. As maybe we'll see in this commercial that you have.
I'm gonna find it. I gotta find it.
We're finding it.
Oh, we have a guess.
Which movie did they do the cups for? Because they did like cups for one of the original series movies.
Well, they had glasses at Taco Bell for $3, which are awesome.
I got those glasses.
Yeah,
I had them for Superman. I rebought one of my Superman glasses I had as a kid at the Pasadena Rose Bowl swap meet.
Yeah.
Okay, I got
my cabinets are only filled with movie glasses.
Paul, how was dinner?
It was fine. I'm waiting for my sourdough to go through the first rise, and then I got to do a stretch and fold. So I'm with you for another 15 minutes if you want me.
Nice.
That Canadian sourdough.
Yeah,
You have
that
to
wasn't
do
a
your stretch
euphemism.
and fold. I'm just so impressed at your stamina. So I thought I'd pop in, say hello again. Thanks for having me.
Yeah.
Well, these
We've
guys
done
really...
this 2 other times before, so yeah.
I've been listening to the show. It's been impressive. Very entertaining.
Impressive. It's funny, but our
fast.
first record-breaking live stream was our Oscar watch party when Will Smith slapped Chris Rock.
Nice.
That was
we went
insane.
another 3 hours afterwards.
By the way,
history.
This is officially our longest live stream.
Congratulations.
The Star Wars funeral was 7 hours, 18 minutes. We are 7 hours, 32 minutes.
Wow.
And we have super chats to read. I'm going to find that McDonald's thing. Give me a minute.
Man, I should have got a party popper.
Vamp for a minute.
I have all my Burger King Star Wars glasses.
Yeah. Yeah. I love them.
I've got the Star Trek 2009 J.J. Abrams.
I have
Burger
one of
King
those. I have the
glasses.
Chris Pine one, which is fine. But I don't buy the Spock from 2009. Don't like
Not
it.
a Zachary Quinto.
You don't like Zachary Quinto?
Not at all. His voice is too thin and wispy.
I like Zachary Quinto. I think he's okay.
I'm sure he's nice as a person.
Wispy?
No, not
Too
like
wispy.
that. There's no.
He didn't have the
there's no-
gravitas?
There's no bass in his voice, the
Mhm.
way that Nimoy did. Here we go.
McDonald's Star-Lord. These are the vehicles of McDonald's Star Trek meal. Let the child boldly go where no child has gone before. 5 exciting boxes covered with action scenes, games, jokes, all based on Star Trek, the motion picture. Inside, a regular hamburger, fries, soft drink, a McDonald and cookies.
All physical effects, folks.
McDonald's Star Trek meal.
The great Gary Owens, by the way.
Yeah.
I want to know what jokes were on the box.
What were the jokes?
Oh, they were bad.
Oh.
My friend Alan Spencer for my 40th birthday, I think, gave me a stack of these empty boxes.
You still have them?
I do. It's incredible.
Are you married?
You still have, for 2001, you had the box with the artwork that they had the meal on the flight to the moon. And you made it as a placemat.
Oh yeah, no, I made those of the liquid lunch,
liquid lunch,
corn and carrots, and yeah, I made a recreation of that.
You could turn that into a prop.
I wish I could.
Oh,
yeah, look at that. There we go.
Oh, here's the riddle. What do they call a sick Klingon? An ailing alien.
Ooh, nice.
Oh no,
magical.
This is not
That's
good.
not even good enough for Laffy Taffy.
No.
Yeah, that's bad.
Bazooka Joe.
No,
Yeah,
Bazooka Joe. I was just thinking to say that, a Bazooka Joe writer. Yeah, they needed to get the person who wrote the Archie books.
Oh
for
man,
those.
Archie's here, Veronica too.
Man, those little comics were funny. Great for the washroom. We have like stacks of them.
Oh, here's the I'll pull this one up. Yeah, here's the Happy Meal toys you were talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's the there's the
There was a board game. They had decals that you could put on windows and clothing. Yeah, it's a load of crap.
But also, it was a different era.
Yeah.
But
It was great
remember-
crap in that time. In
Do you
1970.
remember the shirts we had back then? They had those iron-on shirts. It was literally rubber.
Yeah.
That was ironed onto a shirt. It said Star Wars 77.
Yeah.
I don't know why it said
No,
that.
it didn't say 77.
What?
Because there was only one Star Wars then.
Yeah.
Remember?
Right. It was like the year or something.
But I remember I had a Superman shirt that was the back of the record album S. and there was glitter in the rubber that was ironed on, and it was awesome.
Well, I got to share this. This is the Klingon version of that commercial. Let's look at that. Wait. So, and there was controversy over the Klingons being redesigned even then.
Yeah.
So I like the design, but
me too.
McDonald. For you parents who don't speak Klingonese, he's saying, "People of Earth, unite and bring your kids to."
Did he do Wakanda Forever? Look at this.
No, but I think he's speaking Chinese for some reason.
No, look at this. It's Wakanda Forever.
McDonald. For you parents who don't speak Klingonese, he's saying, "People of Earth, unite and bring your kids to McDonald's for a Star Trek meal." That's a regular hamburger, fries, soft drink, a McDonald and cookie sampler, and a Star Trek prize. Oh, yes, 5 different boxes based on Star Trek the Motion Picture. Action scenes, jokes, games. He says, take it from a father who knows his kids love him. McDonald's Star Trek meal available for your kids now.
Wow.
I don't think that was actually Klingonese.
Sure it was. As much as anything from that time, that was Klingonese.
They wrote an entire storyline about how that was like a genetic disease that got released amongst early Klingons for a while, and that's why they didn't have head ridges.
No, isn't that Deep Space Nine or?
That was
It's
in
Enterprise, right?
They,
With,
yeah, it was in Enterprise.
And they got Brent Spiner to come back and play the ancestor character of.
Worf is part of the group, and they ask him what happened. You know.
Oh yeah, no,
That's
that's
in the Tribbles
that's on Deep
episode.
Space Nine on Trials and
Deep Space
Tribulations.
Nine,
yeah.
But that is a great explanation. Was we don't like to talk about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was.
I thought Enterprise did a pretty good job because they tied it into the eugenics stuff.
Yeah, the eugenics
and
war.
Khan, and basically the Klingons were trying to get the powers
The augments.
that the augments had,
Yeah.
and they were trying to give the Klingons that ability, but that ended up turning them humans.
I hate when they try to get rid of the eugenics war. It's one of the coolest fucking time periods, and the warlords separating the Earth and whatever. Super powered human beings, like
you can tell. I hate to say this, but this was back in the day when guys made all the stuff.
Yeah,
because it's goofy, stupid shit. And then at some point, we were no longer allowed to do goofy, stupid shit, and that's what we're seeing now. Guys have a certain sense of humor. Sometimes it's really horrible, but that's what you need for these kinds of things. It's really hard to put your finger on it.
Just not the humor from the Happy Meals box.
Well, I mean,
you don't need that.
There
Are you saying
was
Star Trek was a boys' brand.
well, there was a video that we showed and talked about and sort of spun off with Hanna-Barbera had a conversation, and it was like,
oh yeah,
this is where it all began. Where is that, Alan? We have to find that. But you should see it. It was a Hanna-Barbera having a meeting with executives, and they're like, why are there no girl
Or why does it have to be a boy? Or
why does it have to be a boy? Can't it be a girl? And they were like, you can't really do like kinds of jokes that guys would do about like whatever, boogers, farts, or things that we think are stupid or funny. I got something more here to show you. This let me add this to stage here. We got to look at this. Check this out.
Captain's log, stardate 5121.0. Received an urgent SOS that a renegade Klingon was separated from his ship and floating in deep space. Turned on the telescanner. Searching in the area, we located the Klingon. Dr. Bones McCoy monitored for any enemy craft. While Scotty manned the transporter console, Mr. Spock and I beamed out to capture the alien.
You're just chanting Star Trek?
Yeah.
Yes.
It's weird.
It sounds like they're reversing it. It sounds like they're doing Trek, Star, Trek, Star.
It's all running together.
This was we're talking about the history of fandom earlier. This is like the history of toys, fandom, toys and fandom and franchises.
I put this at 1974 or 75.
Yeah,
because that's when it came out. That's when I remember getting it for Christmas one year.
Wow, lucky you.
The Mego
I was so
reproduction.
lucky. It was great.
It's hilarious. Okay.
These videos are great. Oh, you know what?
Captain Kirk disappears.
A friend of mine had this, and we were playing with this. I remember
We
this.
then brought the Klingon back through the transporter, holding him under guard
That's very
using
gay.
phasers and keeping in contact with the Enterprise
Oh, his
deck
pants
using our
down.
communicators. Another mission accomplished for the
Those look
Starship
great.
Enterprise. The Star Trek Enterprise gift
Yeah.
set, complete with action figures, by me.
It was,
By
it was
Mego.
the housing was all cardboard. It looked
Yeah.
like a trailer camp. I remember
Yep.
playing with that.
It was for the
There you go.
Gorn. Didn't they just like reuse the Cleon uniform and then use a lizard from the Spider-Man set?
That's exactly right.
There
Yes.
you go. The Barbie version.
Wow.
There you go. Oh,
Mint
that's
in a
awesome.
box. I am not taking this out.
MIB.
Don't.
It's
Don't do it.
Worth nothing.
Oh my god.
But I ain't touching it. I love Star Trek.
It's amazing. I mean, that speaks from a certain time, the early 70s through until Star Wars happened, which was a desert. And occasionally we had these little blossoms of fun that we were given to enjoy, either Star Trek more or, even the time of Logan's Run. But it's such a magical time that will never happen again, where they spoke to a very small aspect of the populace, and I felt seen for the first time then.
Yeah, I think
Oh,
the
well,
toys
but-
when I was growing up were terrible. They had the Playmates toys, and I just thought they looked awful.
They're awful.
and
Yeah.
I think
Terrible.
All the stuff
there
is
for a long
awful
time
now.
they were awful.
Yeah.
All the stuff they make now is awful.
No.
Oh,
Now is a golden age.
Well,
These-
it depends.
These 1/6
Dream rises to the top.
These 1/6
the Exo 6
figures,
Yeah.
they're amazing. They're amazing. If we'd had them when we were kids, I mean, we wouldn't have never been able to afford them. But
That's true.
it's amazing. We live in a time where we are getting everything we wanted when we were kids, and it's incredibly expensive.
Yeah, but it's us
is-
that's buying it. It's not kids who are buying it.
Right.
This is
Well, that's
this is
true.
from Ross. These are the figures.
Yeah.
I mean, they're cheap, $2.99. They look like they're in little coffins.
They look.
They
I
are.
like I always thought they looked like shampoo bottles.
Yeah, I
No
remember
art-
those.
No articulation, so cheap plastic, expressionless, dead eyes,
They're hollow.
and there's just nothing to them.
I mean, those are the shitty ones that are for kids to begin with, but I routinely find the ones that are supposed to be for us, McFarlane's and Black Series from Star Wars there all the time.
Shang-Chi's are like $2 at Ollie's.
Yeah.
So,
I'm rushing out to get it now.
The entire Acolyte set from Black Series was there.
Yeah.
Really?
They got dead eyes like a doll's eyes.
like a
All right,
doll's
hey, let's go to soups, and when we get to the last soup, we're done. We already surpassed our longest live stream
this all
ever.
day.
Let's see how fast we can get. Let's see how far we
I
go.
feel like a marathon cheater who took off,
took a
and
taxi,
came
son of a
back.
bitch.
Yeah. Oh my God! Oh, this has been a really rough
Pizza
run.
grease? What is
Oh.
the Dirk Slasher for 10? Tell George I said hi. Thanks.
We were hoping George would come back, but no George.
Royston S. Bailey for 2. Thanks to Lucille Ball for making Star Trek original
Yes.
series possible. Yes,
Correct.
Okay.
that's true.
I'm
Desilu
going to
Productions.
address this.
Oh, here we go.
Though
Almost
Lucille
made it.
Ball did own Desilu, and she arguably knew about the existence of Star Trek, she did not care one way or another about Star Trek. This has all been overblown and oversold to an eager populace wanting to believe that she was the queen of all that is Star Trek. That didn't happen. It was her production people that struggled to get another pilot made, and she said, "Oh, that's fine." Originally, she thought it was a show about USO tours, a Trek with stars in it. And this has all been forgotten over the years.
So she never told Gene Roddenberry that, he should absolutely make the show?
No.
So I feel like you told me Stanza doesn't exist.
But why not let us have these lies?
Because we don't want to live in a world of lies, do we?
Yes.
Funeral.
Yes.
No, Paul, we don't. No, we want to fight for the truth, and this is the truth.
I
Even
still
though
believe
it
the
hurts
frantics
a
are
little bit.
viable, Darren. Stop it.
What is it? What is that they say? A harmful truth or a pleasant lie? Which one do you want?
Yeah, I choose the harmful truth, baby.
No.
And I do want to remind everybody there are 5 lights.
Well, yeah, no, there's 4 over there, and there's 1 on Chang's eye.
I'm just glad to see Coffin Kermit get lit up. You know,
Oh, yeah, there you go.
Coffin Kermit.
That's
So,
what I always call him Coffin Kermit.
it's basically rewriting history that really a woman was responsible for Star
thanks,
Trek,
Darren.
not Gene Roddenberry.
Yeah.
So she got more credit than deserved.
Not Herb Solo, who was running her production company. No, it was Lucy, who loved Star Trek. Unfortunately, that's not true.
That's all right. I appreciate the truth. I didn't know that.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, there you
that's
go.
fine.
Okay.
And Marshall Lucas
Sorry,
didn't single-handedly cut Star Wars either. Let's just take all their fucking credit away. Regis for 10. Lego released an Enterprise D model for the first time last November. It sold out in 8 hours.
I was so irritated. I didn't get it. Yeah, it sold out
Yeah.
immediately.
Yeah, I don't know anyone who got it.
I bet it's on eBay.
Yeah, I'll bet.
You know,
We'll look
as
it
they
up.
say, chicks love the D.
The Diani.
The
Thanks,
Karim
Regis.
Diani.
Thanks, we just read.
John Thomas for 5. Robopocalypse, as in the novel. I liked the book mostly, though wish the vignettes were integrated better. Is it going to be a movie?
Not now, it isn't. We spent about 3 years developing it for Spielberg. He was going to direct it, but he could never find a good script. He went through several writers, and we did visual development on it for a long time. And pretty much, I think he was using it as a carrot for 20th Century Fox to, he was promising them to release it, and he was expecting them to pay for the Oscar bid for Lincoln at the time. And as soon as the Oscar nominations came out, he dropped the project entirely,
Bastard.
and we were all sent home.
Bastard. I
We
thought.
got the Electric State.
Oh well. So Spielberg was not responsible for Lucille Ball. Damn.
That's right. No, Lucille Ball wanted Robopocalypse. She
There you
fought
go.
for
See? She.
from beyond the grave.
Doge Pal for 2. Don't be fooled. Star Trek Lower Decks still sucks.
I'm going to give a light defense of Lower Decks just to be a contrarian. It's not Star Trek, but it's kind of fun. It's like the Robot Chicken Star Wars.
Shame.
Right? Nobody watches Robot Chicken Star Wars and like this ruins Star Wars. That's how I view Star Trek Lower Decks.
Yeah,
So
that's because
my light defense.
they don't push Robot Chicken Star Wars as being Star Wars canon.
Correct.
Whereas they do.
Well, true. Up
Lower
until
Decks.
they did the Strange New Worlds crossover,
Yeah.
I was able to pretend it's just its own little cartoon. Yeah.
By the way, $500 for the Enterprise.
That looks
Lego.
amazing.
It's not that hard of a. That's
not
$400 was what it was sold for originally. So that's not that big
$4.98
of an
with a
upcharge.
coupon.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
And if you use Klarna, you could pay $46.60 a month.
79 sold. This is called the Scalper, ladies and gentlemen, and the deepest pits of
Yes.
hell are reserved for them.
Thank you, Doge Pal, for
But
$2.
it's not a good set. Look at it. They put their effort into the Millennium Falcon. The Millennium Falcon is freaking perfect. This is just a bunch of bricks put together, and it's not good.
Yeah, these flat panels don't.
They're terrible.
You know.
Kind of
Yeah.
The Back to the Future DeLorean was really cool.
Yeah, of course. because they know people are smart who buy those. What?
All right, let's keep
I'm in a
reading.
bad
Stu.
mood.
Stitch for 5. Love you guys, but I doubt that I'm going to make it through 9 hours. Hail film threat.
You're
Neither
still
are we.
watching. We're not even up to 9 hours. We're not even up to 8 hours. Thanks, Stitch.
RMT 38 for 5. Went to Vegas Trek Convention in 2008. Ate at Quarks. Did the experience. The experience was brilliant. Closed a month later.
Yeah,
sadly.
Well, you got to see it. It was great. I
never got
loved
to go.
the experience and Quarks, like everything. There wasn't a time I ever went to Vegas and didn't go to it.
Yeah.
It was always like, we're going, aren't we? Like, we always go to it.
I never thought to go because I used to go to Comdex.
Right.
Yeah.
I didn't know it existed.
Oh,
Comdex was at the Hilton as well.
there are,
was-
look, I think there are.
I was a
can-
booth babe at
All right,
Comdex.
I'm going to find some. Thank you,
you were.
RMT. Alan, can you run the, 'cause I'm finding stuff.
There are
Run
4
the soups, go through the
lights
soups.
from Geek
They're
Flag.
5
Yes,
lights.
for
They're
2.
5 lights. Yeah, did you read? Oh, yeah. Sorry. Here we go.
Graph for 2. This show segment sponsored by hashtag
Cancel Disney Plus.
Thank you, Paul. You
I want to help
beautiful
you.
man. You Jeff, 5 film threat memberships. Thank you. Sons
must
and
be
Shadows
so.
cast.
Yeah. Okay.
Royston S. Bailey for 2. General AI equals no physics, no emotions. A dead end for films.
Yeah, until it gets better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which it
It's a
will.
matter.
They have to stop the zooming.
Doge Pal for 2. IMO Gene Roddenberry would have TDS if still alive. Probably, but who cares?
Beginning summer 1997, you're invited to engage your senses, transport your spirit, and boldly go where no one has gone before.
No one. Oh, he took it out. He changed it from no man.
The 24th century is coming to the Las Vegas Hilton. In conjunction with Paramount Parks, construction has begun on the galaxy's most exciting destination. Star Trek, the experience.
I thought it was going to be Nancy
For the
and
first
Sluggo
time,
World.
you will actually be able to see, feel, touch, and live the 24th century world of Star Trek, the most popular space adventure ever created. Beaming aboard the bridge of the Enterprise, you'll embark on an adventure through space and through time. On board a Starfleet shuttlecraft, you'll become a part of the warp speed action. Your destination is the alien-built outpost Deep Space Nine. There, the fun continues on the promenade with the galaxy's finest dining, a universe of shopping for every taste, and your chance to enjoy tomorrow's most amazing games today. Make your plans to be among the first in the galaxy to beam up to 24th century adventure. Star Trek, the experience. Only at the Las Vegas Hilton.
Wow.
Star date, summer 1997.
Wow.
We're sampling all the great
Oh,
movie
man.
trailer announcers.
So I was
Does
at the
anybody
last
know what happened to the
Comdex in
footage?
2000.
Like the footage for the experience is that lost or
Oh yeah.
is that out there somewhere?
Although no, there is some on YouTube where you can see. I think the film. The film.
Should I
stuff.
find it?
Is it someone who shot it while on the ride?
No, it's actually from the people who ran it, and there's interesting behind the scenes stuff of that stuff being shot, which is a lot of fun. It's a couple hours.
Damn.
I got to ask, show note here. Are you reading these and unstarring them?
No.
Okay, so did you read down until this one?
Yeah. So everything above it, we've done.
Okay, I'll just okay.
Are we
So
almost done? Because I got to fold my bread.
Got a
Hold your
sourdough
bread.
poofing.
Okay, just all right.
Hold your bread and come back.
Yeah, this thing about Gene Roddenberry TDS.
Lucille Ball loved sourdough.
Did she?
She did.
All right.
I didn't know if that was one of those harmless lies that you were sharing or if that was a real truth.
For fuck's sake, hashtag cancel Disney Plus. please.
Cancel Disney
crap.
Plus.
Cancel Disney Plus. See what he's done?
He's supporting the channel, and that's what you do.
Gandalf identifies as white, whatever. Voyager. Chakotay fell in love with Janeway on an abandoned planet, but was rejected. 7 of 9 offered no strings copulation with Harry Kim. Hashtag Voyager come home.
Well, those are both true, except for that he wasn't rejected. The writers just decided not to continue the story. But
what the?
What are you
I
doing?
think I found the ride. This might be the ride.
I wasn't a big Voyager fan.
Thanks.
We got one more. Hold on.
I did.
Pretty good.
Lloyd Parsons for $6.99 to @Call Me Chato. Frantics fan as a younger adult. Boot to the head.
Thank you. And for those of you who don't know, I was Mr. Canoe Head.
Nice.
There you go.
That was
No
beautiful.
one
Oh
is
my
called
God.
to create a superhero movie with Mr. Canoe Head. It is available.
Did they scan your body for that one?
This one here? Yeah, pretty much.
A question for Darren. Would you mind getting Chris? Okay, Darren, whatever happened to the full-scale replica of the Enterprise that was going to be built in Vegas?
It was never built.
It was never built.
How do you build a full scale replica?
They were
Well,
gonna.
There were plans. There was a
You have-
pitch to do that, but no, they didn't have the land. They didn't have the technology to build a full scale replica of the Enterprise and have it livable. That's just
Yeah, they
ludicrous.
wanted to build a full scale Titanic hotel, and they never could.
You got to see images of this. Let me find these.
that would be a cool
what was
hotel
amazing
experience.
what was amazing was how little space it took up in the Hilton, yet it felt really big.
Well, the Enterprise is only 1,000 feet long, so it's not really that big. But no, I know what you mean. They had 2 bridges in the Hilton.
Which Enterprise? Because the Galaxy class is fucking
Well,
huge.
yeah, the Galaxy
Yeah, the
class
Enterprise-
is 8,000 feet long.
Yeah, this is might bigger.
Yeah, I'm talking about the real Star Trek, not
the OG.
Oh,
How the
That's
Starship
terrible.
Enterprise almost landed in Las Vegas.
Yeah.
The creator
That's
of a
cool.
plan to build a $150 million
Never.
life-size recreation of the Enterprise in downtown Las Vegas.
That's a hotel,
How the-
though, right? Or-
How the project collapsed amid bitterness and recriminations. This is a drawing of what it would have been.
That would have been cool.
Yeah, but
How
impossible.
does this even? It's not possible.
Well, the
Look, I-
hotel
I
will just
actually-
be the main body there.
you'd have to have support beams for the
Yeah.
saucer section, and you
No,
have to
I
hide them.
actually talked to a bunch of people about the feasibility of this, and I gave them some ideas of how to actually do it, and it involved basically having half of a dry dock supporting this thing, and you know they just wanted it Fantasyland, and that's what they got. Now it's in Fantasyland.
Yeah. Well.
I would have preferred the Enterprise D.
Sure, that's
Well,
great.
yeah, I think I might have found the actual footage of the ride.
Yeah.
Klingon encounter. Let's.
Yep.
Okay. Let's.
Before you board the shuttlecraft, let's go over a few important safety
Star
instructions.
Tours moment.
Food and beverages are not allowed on the shuttlecraft. You should not board if you are pregnant
Oh,
or suffer from back
Yeah.
or neck trouble.
Oh,
have ever had
Nice,
sex.
nice. Terrible
Base.
husband.
Yeah, it's baseball.
Boarded the shuttlecraft, please move to the farthest seat so you can make
He's not pregnant. He can go on.
any personal items.
oh, they didn't show
Outboard
it.
spacecraft. This is the Federation Starship Enterprise, and you're now about 10 billion miles from Earth. And that's not all. You see, you're no longer in the year 2008 anymore. This is what you would call the future. The year is 2371.
Wait, 2371? I was supposed to have a break in like 5
Who's in
minutes.
charge here?
Yes, I am.
I seriously doubt the transporter beam could reach 10 billion miles.
Everyone else follow me to the
It can in
bridge quickly,
J.J.
everyone.
Abrams'
There's no
truck.
time to lose.
Yeah, exactly.
Keep moving and follow me. I'm sure you all have
I
a lot
know,
of
look at
questions. If you just
Be patient. We will explain everything. Don't worry. We're going to do everything we can to get you back to your own century.
Nice, she's a tall
We're about
one.
to board the ship's bridge. For security reasons, we have you stand towards the back. Right this way, everyone.
Tight corridor.
Move in
Right
quickly.
this way, following me. We ask that you stay in the center of the gray area on the deck, standing clear of the fore and the aft consoles, as we will need access to them. Once again, we ask that you stay in the center of the gray area on the deck, standing clear of the fore and the aft consoles, as we will need access to them. Ensign, contact the shuttle bay and inform Commander Riker that our guests are here.
Sir.
Continue moving all the way in, staying in the center of the gray area on the deck, standing clear of the fore and the aft consoles.
Riker to bridge.
Go ahead, sir.
Have we lost the Klingons?
No, sir. They're still in pursuit.
Go to red alert.
Aye, sir. Red alert.
I'm Commander Will Riker of the USS Enterprise. There isn't much time, so I'll get right to the point. You've all been abducted from the 20th century by a hostile group of aliens known as Klingons. Lieutenant Edwards,
Sir?
give them a look at what's behind us.
Aye, sir. After you on screen.
Those ships are under the command of a Klingon captain named Korath. That's enough, Lieutenant.
Aye, sir.
Korath has located a temporal rift in the space-time continuum and found a way to transport you through it.
Fortunately, Starfleet intelligence got wind of what he was doing. We managed to intercept you all mid-transport and beam you here.
Korath has nothing against any of you. The man he's after is Jean-Luc Picard, the captain of this vessel. And until a few moments ago, he was sitting in that center chair. But the instant you arrived, the captain disappeared. And we think we know why. Korath's plan was to kidnap an ancestor of Picard so that the captain would never be born. It looks as if one of you must be that ancestor. In order to restore the timeline and get Captain Picard back,
we have to kill one of
we have to get all of you back where you belong.
Sir, the Klingons are powering their weapons.
Open a channel.
Aye, sir. Channel open.
There's no point in running, Enterprise. Give me Picard's ancestor, and the others can return to the past.
Forget it, Korath. These people are under my protection. Every one of them.
Fool! You will regret defying me!
End transmission.
Aye, sir.
We're going to try to lose the Klingons in a nearby nebula. We'll put you aboard a transport shuttle and take you back to the temporal rift, which Korath used to bring you to the future.
I'll lead the way aboard this shuttle, the Valiant.
Ensign Thomas, get those people down to Shuttle Bay 2. I'm heading back to the bridge.
Aye, sir.
We're going to take this turbo lift down to the shuttle bay. Follow me.
If I was one of the tourists, I would have pushed somebody forward. And said, here it is! Here they are! They only hire female tour guides.
That's right.
We're doing everything we can.
Because they're shorter, it makes the stage look bigger.
Huh?
All the fashion back then. That's the way people are dressed. Funny.
What we never saw though was the beaming.
Oh God!
I feel like the tourists should be more scared.
Ensign Thomas, you doing all right in there? Sorry about the rough ride. The Klingons got off a few good shots when we entered the nebula. So it looks like we've lost them for now.
Is everyone all right? I'm sorry.
Close the call. Is everyone sure they're all right?
No.
Right. You all right?
Is everyone all right here?
Just a little rattled.
Listen, everyone, our power is out on this deck. We should have it back online momentarily. In the meantime, stay together. Follow me right this way, everyone. I need to get you down airlock number 1. Right this way. We are in a red alert situation.
And by the way, I'm auditioning for the Rockford Files next week. What, dude?
Carson is your pilot when she's completed her pre-flight checks and will be ready to launch.
Before we put you aboard the Goddard, I'm going to show you parts of the standard safety briefing for Starfleet transport shuttles.
This thing was so elaborate.
Yeah.
We're not even halfway through. It's like a live show with a story. There's motion. Like, I don't know. I mean,
And this is Star Tours, essentially.
it's basically Star Tours, but more to it than Star Tour.
Yeah.
I was on something similar to this at Disney World for the something for Star Wars.
Star Tours.
Was that Star called Star Tours in Disney World?
Yeah.
And
It
by the
didn't
way,
last this long.
By the way, I got to go on that bridge set. I was with Blair Butler from G4. It was 2007, and we shot promos for Comic-Con in San Diego on that bridge. I have photos of me and Blair in the seats. We got to sit down. We did promos and a photo shoot, and it was awesome. I gotta dig. That was from 2007. Oh my God. We gonna watch the rest of this?
No.
Yes.
Let's watch the
We have
rest.
to go on.
I don't care. I don't care.
I didn't get to experience this.
So let's keep going.
Skip ahead to the loading procedure. Sorry, wrong language mode.
And watch your step.
Here we go.
When you enter the cabin, move toward the far side before sitting down. Stow any items you brought aboard under your seat. As soon as you're seated, fasten your safety restraint. Insert the metal plate into the buckle and tighten. If you have children with you or someone who needs help, make sure to fasten their restraint first. As you know, space travel can be turbulent, so please stay seated until you're told it's all right to stand. If you're prone to motion sickness, dizziness, or seizures, notify a shuttle officer. If you're pregnant, suffer from a heart condition, or have back or neck injuries, you should not board the transport.
There you go.
We haven't been able to restore power to the deck you're on, so once you're aboard the Goddard, your pilot is going to have to blow out the shuttle bay door. As soon as your ship clears the Enterprise, I'll take the lead aboard the Valiant.
Commander Ramsey, flight positions are engaging docking plan.
And they got actors to do it.
One final reminder, please do not remove your safety restraints until you're back to your own century. Going door is now secure. Attention all Starfleet personnel, please evacuate the shuttle bay.
Subaru logo.
Hang on. No.
Oh, we're getting blown out.
We've got company.
Get them out of there, Geordi. We'll give you cover.
Stay with me, Goddard.
Oh, they closed.
I'm setting a course for the Rift.
Right behind you, Commander.
We'll keep the Klingons busy, Geordi.
Warp 6 for 3 seconds.
Aye, sir.
Drop down into the rings. I'm going to scan for the Rift.
I miss Paul Rubens.
We're coming in behind a school of Kelly and Dyson. Don't worry, they're harmless.
Just get out of the way.
Love eating shutters.
Goddard, there's no sign of the Rift, but you'd better get down here. I'm detecting a cloaking device somewhere beneath the planet's surface.
That might not be so easy, Commander.
Just lock onto my impulse wake and fall in behind me.
Hold on.
Death Star-ish. Oh, yeah.
I could use some help, Goddard.
You've got it.
Yes, Star Trek is.
Hang on.
They kind of did this in Picard
I think
3.
we found
I didn't
our
like it.
generator.
More Klingons, sir.
I'll draw their fire. You destroy the generator.
This is how we stop the Terminator.
We need to fire together. Now. There's the Rift. Follow me in.
You're all clear, kids.
Okay.
Holy
Let's get
crap.
these people back where they belong.
Where's
They
Vegas?
followed us back. Evasive pattern. Beta 2.
I'm with you, Commander.
Things are planning.
Goddard, Valiant. Valiant, do you read me?
I'm all right. Stay with me.
We're trying to find valet parking.
It's only paid parking. Is that Trump?
Wait a second. Wayne Newton is playing there. Let's land.
This is the place. Commander, tractor beam,
Uh-oh.
call off. Too late.
It's over, humans. But take heart. Today is a good day to die.
If you say so, Korak.
Wow. I've been to Vegas many times. I never found the wreckage.
Yeah, that big thing crashed into a whole family.
We thought you might need a hand, Jordy.
Goddard, are you reading that access shaft?
I've got it. Hang on, everyone.
See, this is the best part.
This is great.
According to our historical logs, these are the simulators you were about to enter when the Klingons beamed you to the future. I'm going to set you down right below them.
To be here.
We hope you enjoy. Captain Picard to Goddard. Can your passengers hear me?
Yes, Captain.
Ladies and gentlemen, I owe you all a debt of gratitude for helping restore the timeline, as well as my own existence. But please, don't tell anyone what's happened to you today. It could disrupt the future once again. While only one of you is my ancestor, each of you holds that future in your hands. Guard it well.
This just in, more than 24 people have reported seeing unidentified flying objects in the skies over downtown Las Vegas.
Do we have a live feed? Okay, we're going to Bill Murdoch live with a News 3 van standing by at Nellis Air Force Base.
Official statement at this time. But what about the eyewitnesses, Colonel?
I think this is
We
like in the
confirm that
hallway
what they
when
saw
you-
was just a
when you
weather
walk
balloon.
out.
But what about the explosions? Sunspots.
We'll be bringing you more on that story as it develops.
Still to come on News 3, Las Vegas has another multi-million-dollar slot winner. We'll introduce you to the...
Okay.
That's hilarious.
That was great.
That was great.
Good times.
That's nice they used Nellis.
Yeah. God. That was really amazing. I mean,
I'll
just
never
letting
get
go-
to experience it.
And even the thing, there were two things you didn't get to see really. I think I might be able to find a news report, but Quark's bar was amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That bar, when you went through a store, there was a shop, restaurant, they had people in character. That was amazing. And the sort of what led you up to the ride was great. It was all
beaming.
It was themed better than that. Have you been to that Star Wars land in Disneyland, Darren? It's terrible.
No, I will not go.
It's terrible. It's imagine every decision is a bad one. It's pathetic compared to this. Wow. Yeah. I bet some soups came in while we were doing that.
And this is from someone who stood in line with you at Celebration 1.
That's right. In the rain.
In the rain with Tony Daniels.
Oh my God.
bothering
Anthony-
us.
That was, you were so naive then.
It was a different time.
There are news reports, Star Trek, there's Star Trek Experience Vegas commercials. Arena Sirtis tours the experience. That's from 14 years ago. I gotta look up.
It did have a pretty good run, it seems like, though.
Yeah, it did. God, it was just so cool. Oh, I found it. I've a short video. Let's watch it.
And then that's it for me. I go for
You gotta go.
bread.
Okay, thank
Go
you,
fold
Paul.
your bread.
I'm gonna go fold my bread. Gentlemen, good job. Good stamina. Please empty the bottles you've been peeing in all this time under the table. Do not leave them under the
Empty
table. I
them.
recommend. Talk to you later. And
All right.
Darren, nice meeting you. And
Take care.
I don't know if we met before.
No, this is first time
This is the
being
first.
on the channel. So thank
my
you, Chris, for
pleasure.
having me on.
Good
So,
stuff,
all right.
guys.
All right.
Awesome.
Take care, Paul.
Talk to you later. Bye.
See
Take
ya.
care.
Bye-bye. This is here we go. Wow, it's Quark's bar. So, all right. Let's a little visit here. Did you ever visit Quark's bar at Star Trek Experience?
Promenade, I hope you brought your gold pressed latinum because we're going to try to get it from you. You tell people this shirt is terrific, will you? They walk by, you just tell them that shirt is the greatest shirt you've ever seen. Tell them it's made out of Thulian silk if you want to. Rule acquisition number 239 strictly states, never be afraid to mislabel a product. Thank you. You have to buy those samples. Those are not gifts. Here, it's all about profit. Profits come from T-shirts and teddy bears. Profit comes from just about anything our lopes can think of. And let's not forget the 214th rule of acquisition. Never begin a business negotiation on an empty stomach.
We have a themed restaurant called Quarks, which is a perfect reproduction of the station Deep Space Nine and Quarks Bar and Restaurant.
You're enjoying the tribbles? Humans say they taste like chicken. Then again, everything tastes like chicken to humans.
Everything that we do has a different look to it, like the onion rings. Come up with something a little bit more unique, which that's the Holy Rings of Batesad. And we serve some pizzas and stuff that are in a triangular shape. So, it's all about shapes and different looks. And as you can tell by the drinks too, everything's got to be a little bit different. So we get a little bit creative with some of the stuff.
Under our sandwiches, we have got the wrap of con. It's like a chicken fajita already wrapped up for you. It's on a spinach tortilla. The bird of prey is our little joke on the Klingon Empire. This is a grilled chicken sandwich. It's got provolone cheese, artichoke hearts, little mustard caper remoulade sauce on the side. In the 24th century, received the memo from Starfleet Command. Janeway has conquered the Borg. We had no idea what to do with them, so we ground them up and put them on the menu. We've got the hamburger. Think of it as Borg, the other red meat.
When we first came up with
the hamburger.
This is the McDonald's jokes back again.
Yeah.
This is bad.
Our very first menu, and they gave me the go-ahead on it. They said, okay, everything's great. Now trek it out. And I said, what do you mean? They said, I don't know. You need to figure it out. You need to trek it out. So that's when we came up with ideas about this onion ring stand and doing triangular buns and burgers and stuff like that. That is Harry Kim's pad thai. That's a wok-seared mahi-mahi filet over pad thai peanut noodles. This is the wrap of con.
Is the Star Trek franchise healthy enough to open a restaurant that would appeal to everyone?
Obviously, it wasn't. It's gone.
Correct. Meaning all these offshoots, experience, like the only thing selling is old stuff.
Yeah.
I'm very hungry, by the way, looking.
On. Cute little name for that sandwich. And this is the Captain's Cut, which is a filet mignon with bordelaise sauce and roasted red potatoes and steamed vegetables.
Dead cooked food, I see. It's a shame no live food served here.
Hope everybody enjoys the food here. Live long and prosper.
Poor bastard.
You notice they let them wear uniforms into the restaurant as opposed to Disney, which won't let you wear any uniforms anywhere.
Welcome, humans! This is Star Trek The Experience!
So this is from like the Star Trek Voyager special features. That's where this is from. Look,
they were selling the experience in their DVDs.
In their DVD sets. Should we go for? We're 8 hours 19 minutes in. Should we go for 9 hours?
Let's just go as far as we want.
All right. Let's watch this.
I'm just saying we don't want to make breaking the record again that much more difficult.
Exactly, Alan.
All right.
Unattainable
I'm gonna
goal.
go get. Look, this is making me hungry.
I know.
Live for glory!
You guys are fucking Satanists, all of you.
This is where they revamped the experience into the Borg show.
Star Trek The Experience is a 65,000-foot themed Star Trek area. It's like being immersed in the world of Star Trek. We teasingly call it Star Trek Mecca. We were very lucky that the Hilton Hotel wanted to have Star Trek here. And they wanted to have an opportunity to have an attraction that would give the fans what they wanted. I think they recognized the strength of the brand. And that's how it started.
It cost $70 million to install. It's quite a undertaking, and it took about 2.5 years to actually finish the entire project.
And then we took a great deal of time to make sure that everything was done with attention to detail, and that really is the Star Trek world for real, as authentic as we could make it.
There's basically two major elements of the ride. There's the front half of the ride and the back half of the ride. The front part is created basically with the illusion of getting transported onto the Enterprise, and at that point you are in the 24th century.
Transporter room to Commander Riker. We have them, sir. Repeat, we have them.
Good work, Lieutenant.
This is the Federation Starship Enterprise. Right now we're about 10 billion miles from Earth. And that's not all. So you're no longer in the year 2002. This is what you would call the future. The year's 2371. Follow me to the ship. Right this way, please. There isn't much time.
When we have stars that come onto the bridge that worked on the sets in Paramount, they literally say, oh my goodness, it's identical. And they'll walk around and look at all the okudograms and all of the graphics. Everything is absolutely identical to what it was on the set. And we take great pride in that. We could have chosen, for instance, to make it larger because it looks larger on television so that when people come through, they have a sense of the expanse. We chose to make it an exact replica of what is at the studio. And the fans really appreciate that attention to detail.
Go to Red Alert.
Aye, sir.
Red Alert! I'm Commander Will Riker of the USS Enterprise. There isn't much time, so I'll get right to the point. You've all been abducted from the 21st century by a group of hostile aliens known as Klingons.
Sir, the Klingons are powering their weapons.
Open a channel.
There's no point in running, Enterprise.
Forget it, Cora. These people are under my protection. Every one of them.
Fools! You will regret defying me!
You are taken through the bridge. You're explained kind of why you're here, taken into a turbo lift to get you to the shuttle bay, and that shuttle is responsible for taking you back into the 21st century.
Follow me. Anyone to line up in between the blue panels on the deck, single file. Right this way, everyone. Very well. Now, Commander LaForge would like to brief you all on some important safety instructions before you board. If you'll please direct your attention to the view screen up above.
Before we put you aboard the dock, I'm going to show you parts of the standard safety briefing for Starfleet transport shuttles. I'm going to skip ahead to the loading procedure. Sorry, wrong language mode.
And watch your step.
Here we go.
When you enter the cabin, move toward the far side before sitting down.
Please stand clear of the bay door. It will be opening automatically once they have finished pressurizing the shuttle bay. The loading is dark, so please watch your step as you cross the board. At this time, you may proceed all the way across. Please remain in your respective rows. Your safety restraints will fasten to the right to left. Flyer and assistance, just let me know.
The shuttle ride itself is about 4.5 minutes long, and we can simulate about a 30-degree angle forward and backwards. So you put those two together, you get about 60 degrees of movement. Very good show.
The attraction itself is sort of like being in a Star Trek episode.
The Klingons are coming in behind us.
You're beamed aboard the bridge of the Enterprise. You get to interact with crew members. You get to battle Klingons. And then you get to fly through space. So it's a complete attraction.
They have a great ride upstairs, a great attraction upstairs. They come off of that ride and they get to walk into what I would consider the largest collection of Star Trek memorabilia on the planet.
The museum is basically 200 props, costumes, special effects, and makeup items from the last 35 years of Star Trek. It includes all 5 series and the 10 movies that are currently have been produced.
We've recently updated our History of the Future museum. We've added the new Enterprise. We've brought Voyager home, which is something that 5 years ago obviously wasn't happening. It's a living and breathing museum. So as the future changes, so does the history. We are always updating display cases, and we're putting in new props. We're always striving to increase the enjoyment for the guests.
We have somebody that actually comes in that archives all of the projects for us from the studio and keeps things fresh and so the fan base can come back and see different and fun new props. It's quite amazing what Gene Roddenberry's entire vision was from 35 years ago to what we see today. Cell phones, computers, those type of things that are actually that we use as everyday used items, and 35 years ago they were his dream. So it's quite amazing to actually walk through and compare 35 years ago to today.
It's just a unique experience. It looks like you're walking right through Deep Space Nine. If you were to look at the scenes and the sets that we have, it's amazing just to walk through here. And each day, I've been a fan since I was a little kid, and it still is. It's always fun to walk through here.
When you're walking on our promenade, I hope you brought your gold-pressed latinum, because we're going to try to get it from you.
You'll find everything from these little tribbles to our friendly latinum bars that we have to have. Credit's no good here. It's latinum all the way. And you might find some custom items like the Klingon armor that you see behind me here. Custom fit, made by Paramount Studios just to fit you.
You tell people this shirt is terrific, will you? They walk by you, just tell them that shirt is the greatest shirt you've ever seen. Tell them it's made out of Tholian silk if you want to. Rule acquisition number 239 strictly states, never be afraid to mislabel a product. Thank you. You have to buy those samples. Those are not gifts.
When you go through our main store, which is Garrick's Closures and Zek's Grand Emporium, you'll see everything from souvenir keychains and mugs to customized t-shirts and polos and jackets, things we've created just for the fans, things that the fans have been asking for a long time. You'll find a Klingon polo with their Klingon emblem on it. You'll see a Voyager.
You're muted, Chris.
That I love how he keeps mentioning the fans.
Yeah.
For the fans want this, want the fans. Just observation.
Baseball cap when you go through there. You'll be able to find a polo from the next generation. It really is a wide collection of items, varying colors, varying sizes. And
this was when the franchise was really healthy.
Yeah, this was the peak of the franchise, arguably.
This was peak. This ride encompassed, you saw mention, like the 10 movies, all the series. Like it's not healthy now.
No,
it's not healthy. It's
no, they can't sell anything from these new shows. No one cares. These shows. No one cares.
No one cares.
I do think it's interesting because one of the things with how bad the current Star Trek is, people who did not like Enterprise when it was on have appreciated Enterprise and gone back and given it a second chance, and I've liked it a lot more because of what it's compared to now.
I suppose, but Enterprise was the death knell of Golden Age Star Trek.
Right.
I mean, I would say J.J. Abrams movies.
No, that's the result of Enterprise croaking.
Yeah.
That was
Enterprise was still about exploring. Like, it still had episodic format. It had a crew. I mean, it felt like Star Trek.
You're starting to lose audience at that point. They're just not interested.
Yeah.
The hardcore fans are just not interested. Well, maybe the hardcore ones, but the popularity it
didn't expand the franchise at all.
Exactly.
It started to contract at that point, right after Voyager.
Yeah, I'm looking at here. The experience closed in 2008, which means Nemesis was 2002. Mm-hmm. So now you don't have movies now to support this.
Right.
Yeah. All right, back to it.
And you also see some licensed merchandise. We do carry the videos and the books. So if you need them,
videos and books. Books. Do people read books now?
Only Rob.
Well, yes.
Audiobooks more than I think people read. I think more people listen to audiobooks.
Well, I got the audiobook of These Are the Voyages, narrated by Vic Mignona.
Sent to you, we can ship them right to you.
Here, it's all about profit. Profits come from t-shirts and teddy bears. Profit comes from just about anything our lobes can think of.
In the Animal Store, you'll find authentic Paramount Studios props. You won't find a prop that's been filmed, but you'll find replicas of those props. So if you're a fan of the original series, you'll find that communicator, you'll find that phaser, you'll find that phaser rifle, you'll find some interesting things like the ray generators, and you'll find that pad that Kirk used to sign on the Enterprise. It's here. I mean, we have that kind of stuff. We're more of an extension of what the museum is upstairs. If you've seen all the collection of props and memorabilia they have upstairs, we have that same kind of thing down here where you can actually visit that stuff. So you get to take that home with you. I mean, you can take a piece of Star Trek home with you that's an authentic Paramount Studios prop that they would normally use on the show, not film, but something you can take home that is a genuine article.
And let's not forget the 214th rule of acquisition: never begin a business negotiation on an empty stomach.
When fans come to Star Trek, they get to be totally immersed in the Star Trek world. We have a themed restaurant called Quarks, which is a perfect reproduction of the stage.
This thing is heads and tails above what they did at Disney with Star Wars.
Yeah.
And this is why I was so excited about Galaxy's Edge, the Star Wars thing. I thought it would be better than this. Because it was
based on track record, it should have been.
It should have been. Like even the Harry Potter land is pretty amazing at Universal. It's better in Florida. But my God, this is just, it's so sad to me.
Well, the weird part about the Disney Star Wars land is that, I mean, all the food places don't have food that kids will eat. They're all this exotic food that kids don't want.
Yeah.
And it's really weird because I don't know who they're trying to appeal to.
The person who's going to spend $35 on blue milk.
Yeah, but the kids don't want it.
Real quick,
you know,
I'll show you my mug.
Nice.
It's a Nimoy mug, and the ears.
Oh, it's got ears. That's
this was a limited edition.
Extremely limited edition.
Yeah, there you go. Okay.
Nice.
There's only like a minute left on this video. Let's finish it up. Although, okay, let's just.
I think that guy in the foreground is
You're enjoying the tribbles? Humans say they taste like chicken.
I want a burger right now.
Then again, everything tastes like chicken to humans.
That uniform.
Everything that we do has a different look to it. Like
you were saying,
that uniform that guy's wearing looks like the one that Gabriel was wearing in Trekkies.
It's the Delta Voyager when they made the Delta Flyer racing outfit.
It's crazy.
Onion rings come up with something a little bit more unique, which that's.
We saw this guy before. I
Yeah.
think we can, this repeats itself. God, you know what's so funny? Honestly, I could sit here and watch these retro videos. I have whole playlists on my personal YouTube just dedicated to stuff like this, like old Mego commercials and weird trailers. I mean, it all looks like crap, but because it's from VHS or standard def DVD.
It's depressing. Sometimes I will only watch like 2-hour long collections of commercials from the 70s and the 80s.
Yeah.
It's really weird because it is this kind of it makes me feel good seeing these commercials that I have imprinted in my brain somewhere.
Yeah.
It's depressing.
I do that with the 90s commercials. This reminds me when I was a kid. So
The 90s, like the last decade, we all kind of got so much has changed since 2008. Doesn't seem that long ago, but these fucking things, these devices have divided, and I don't know.
They don't even flip open anymore.
They don't flip open like a proper communicator, you know? Ugh. Now we're going full old man yells at cloud. That's what we're doing. I missed the. Let's watch old serial.
Back in my day, Star Trek meant something.
Yeah. Well, how do we land this funeral for a franchise?
Super's last
Well,
thoughts.
great. The final soups, final thoughts,
And the
then-
final frontier.
And the final frontier. That's right. That's how we'll do it.
The 1,000 milligrams of caffeine I have ingested over the last 8.5 hours is catching up to me, and I'm fucking fading fast.
Nice.
Should have
John,
done Irish coffee. It would have got you going.
for 5. Theater, whatever, is a Texas company that makes dome structures that has an enterprise off I-35 between San Antonio and Laredo.
Nice.
There is a Texas
Oh,
company.
and by the way, there is going to be a Starship Enterprise in the Rose Bowl, the Rose Parade float this year. I saw pictures. They're working on it, and I'm going to the Rose Parade. I'll take video.
Lloyd Parsons for $279. Thanks for this. So awesome a night.
Oh, thanks, Lloyd. Appreciate it.
GraphWeb for 2.
Oh my
This show
God,
segment
enough.
sponsored by hashtag cancel Disney Plus. There's 5 left.
Come
There's
on.
5 left.
Badger.
G Somerville for 5. That's
Tired
why
Badger.
Star Trek Vegas failed. Picard told them not to tell anyone about it. What happened? Yeah, they broke it.
Yeah.
They broke it.
The cyborg.
Daniel Lamond for $9.99. The Cyborger.
And
Yeah.
Thank you, Daniel, and want to thanks to our mods, Lord Thoth, MK Solid, AD Ellis 24. Thanks for sticking with us. And wait, they're not going to let us end.
Yeah, Lori left a long time ago. Joel Reeves for $9.99. It was an amazingly surreal experience walking onto the bridge of the Enterprise there. So cool.
Yeah, if you've been to that thing, it was well worth it. I think it was, how much was it?
It's like
was
$25.
It was cheap.
Yeah,
Priceless.
relatively.
Especially
Where
if you
was
did
it
both
priceless?
experiences.
Yeah.
I think it was like $50 to do both.
Right.
Yeah. It
And,
was
and near the end, they had a behind the scenes tour that you could go on, which was fun.
Oh, I
it
completely.
was great. But I want to say thank you to everyone who came on the show. Oh shit. Trying to end this thing.
90s QVC Trek for the win. Oh my. Hashtag oh my.
Oh my.
Yes.
Thank you, Electro Dev. Appreciate
And then,
it.
yes, on Earth, there is only one race, the human race. Correct.
That's right. No matter how much they try to divide us. Thanks, Geek Flag.
This is a true statement, and we're very happy to talk about the wonderfulness that is the human race. And we wish everyone would join the human race and look to the future where we will be all united in goodness.
Thanks, Gene.
And a Baba Booey to
Hey.
you all. Yes. Firecat for 5. Riverside IA has a marker proclaiming the town, the future place of James T. Kirk, and a large model Enterprise as you drive into the town.
I love that.
Excellent.
Yeah.
We're gonna end it here. We are gonna end it. We went more than
Start the car.
8.5 hours. 8.5 hours of Film Threat streaming record. We brought on old friends and new, like GeekTruth64 and Darren, who I knew before the internet. I think the internet existed, but I was not on it in the 90s.
Wow.
So there you go. But I want to thank everyone who stuck with us. I think there's like 1,000 left. That's great. And everyone who came on, I can't thank them now. Paul Chato, Critical Drinker, Gary from Nerdrotic, just everyone who was on.
Robert Meyer Burnett.
Robert Meyer Burnett. I'm forgetting people.
Blaine.
Tom Connors, thank you for that
Tom
breathtaking
Connors.
experience. It was very good. Yes.
That was fun.
I
There was
still feel the tension.
no fight, only love.
Yeah.
The real Blaine showed up and not the other Blaine.
Yes.
There are
Oh my
4
God.
lights.
Should we play this whole video here?
No.
No.
We shouldn't.
No
The
more.
with
We
the
shouldn't.
musical?
Hashtag no more videos.
Hashtag no.
No more videos? Maybe one video to end the show.
No.
No.
No, we're just gonna
Belay that video order.
Belay that order.
Belay that. Okay. All right. thank you, everyone. I
Bless
say,
you.
Quite frankly, I
Thanks,
don't want to
Chris.
do a 9-hour Doctor Who
or
You're doing Doctor
MCU
Who
or
next.
DC or whatever the
Everyone-
fuck. Yeah.
Thank you to everyone still watching. Appreciate you. We will get demonetized on this, but don't worry. We will do clips. We're glad you watched it because we cannot. I mean, everything's getting cut. So,
Thanks, Chris. This was a lot of fun.
this was fun, Darren. Let's do another one of these.
Let's not.
Let's do it.
Let's not say we did.
Come on, we're doing it.
Yeah, Doctor Who. Come on,
Yeah.
9
Yeah,
hours
no.
of Doctor Who.
No, I'm out
Right.
after Doctor Who number 4.
No,
But thank
I
you
don't
to
know.
everyone. Live long and prosper. Throw up your. Come on, Alan. You can do it. And Alan, what do you have to say?
Let's get out of here. Oh my.